lights stay flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pum pum pum. Ghostly figures, they can get so bitter. Show you want to until you can turn back. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're too scared, get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. You're cool, you too. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd. Dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're too scared, get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. You're just getting started. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. My words till the coffin's in the dark. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Oh my goodness. I need to do a sound check first off the bat, right off the rip. Okay. I had to unplug my microphone, and we know how I am with my microphone. I just want to make sure we don't have any issues, okay? Okay. Hi, Aries, Brown Eyed Girl, Seclusion Works. Joe, hello, hello. Hey, Jude, PJ, Royal Blue. How's everybody doing? Grace Paris, Irony Rose. Hi, Half Pint. So sounds good. Loud and clear. Thank you, Sunshine. Thank you. Okay. So, hi, Connie. Hello. Did everybody hit the thumbs up? I want to try something. Okay. I got a couple people sitting backstage right now, and they're about to join the panel. But before they do, I want to see. Right now, we have 81 thumbs up, and we have 107 people watching. And I want to see if we can get that 81 to jump. Okay, all at the same time. I want everybody to close out chat and go hit the thumbs up all at once. Okay, on a count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Go hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Woohoo! Look at that. Up to 96. You guys are on it. Damn. I love it. Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, we'll do that again later, just in case for people who come in, because I know on your phone it pops up the chat and you don't remember to go hit it, and it just helps push the live stream out into the algorithm so that YouTube will show it on the homepage more. And we are going to discuss Sebastian Rogers' case, and I have some, oh my goodness, news to share, like something that hit me last night when I was watching Justin's live stream, and I was like, holy shitballs. So yeah, we're gonna start with that, and then wrap it up with another review. And hopefully you guys haven't seen this yet, because it is amazing. Okay, so without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in who is backstage. We have Tammie. Hi, Tammie. And we have
Hello.
Mark and Cher.
Hello.
Hello. I'm gonna make sure.
How are y'all?
Beautimus. How are you?
Good.
Whoop, whoop. It's Friday.
Friday.
Yes. Yes.
Friday, and I'm back home. Oh,
Oh,
You ready to go right back to the lake, aren't you? Oh,
I
ready.
am. I am so ready.
hi, Aries.
We
Yeah.
get the pictures. We get pictures.
I shared a couple on my community post. So I shared a couple there, and then I think I shared one members only post, and then yeah, I text you some more. But I mean, it's amazing. I can't keep it to myself. So if I can share, I'm gonna share. So I have sent everybody a link. Yes, Hope Floats. I sent everybody that has been on our power panel parties at all. I've sent everybody a link in an email. So everybody is welcome to join. So if they're not here yet, go hit them up and tell them to get over here. What are they waiting on?
Mm-hmm.
See?
Mm-hmm.
Goodness.
Time to party.
That's right. Oh, and you know what? Oh my goodness. I forgot all about
Do
this.
you
Hold on.
want you want me to shoot the link to Ryan Finds Truth?
Yeah, you can.
Hi, Rose. Hi. I see everybody saying hello.
Yeah, he's not in our email thread, so that would be
Yeah.
fun.
I was gonna ask if you guys could add him, but I forgot.
Okay, so we're gonna pretend. Okay, watch. I'm gonna put you guys backstage for just a second. Okay, I'm gonna put him backstage. Okay, because I'm gonna do the welcome right, because I forgot that I did this. It's been a long week. Okay, so I'm going to welcome people to the panel. And there we go.
What's up, guys? Good to see you.
Y'all all have such great introductions to y'all's channel.
I love it. I worked hard on that one. I forgot all about it, because I was like, do I want to do funny or do I want to do spooky? And I was like, shoot, I'll just do both.
I was going to say, just mix. That was a good mix. Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and see, Brittney, it just popped in backstage. Should I play it again?
Every time someone comes, yep.
Oh, okay. Hold on, Brittney. Sorry.
You could think of great introductions like Mark does,
I know. I can't do the voice like that, so I had to do some, little intro here.
Right.
All right, here we go. Hey, Brittney.
That Conan O'Brien killed me. That's really good.
Hey,
I like
Brittney.
It's the cat for me. I
The
like
cats are great, right? Hey, Cher. Hey, Mandy. Hey, Mark. Hey, everybody. Hey, Tammie.
There you go.
hey,
It's
Hi,
Brittney, bitch.
everybody.
Right?
Yeah, right. Hey, everybody in chat.
Hi, Pink Warrior. Oh, hi, Dawn. Oh my goodness. Chat is
I think
flying. So you guys
Justin's
are on
coming.
it.
He should have probably messaged
Yeah, he
you.
is.
Okay.
Okay.
He'll be here, he said.
Awesome. Thank you. I hadn't heard back from him, so I wasn't for sure. I tagged people in the description box also. So if you are not subscribed to everybody that joins the panel, make sure that you hit the description box because that's where you will find the link. Say that 5 times real fast.
I,
Even do it
I can't even
once.
say John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi.
Linguistics.
Linguistics.
Oh my goodness. Oh my, yeah. See, I really want Justin to be here because it was his live stream that he did last night that I am kind of inspired the beginning of this tonight. So I want him to be here so that he'll be able to help me kind of describe it. So I'll start explaining. So last night he was reviewing a stream or a video on Silvers on the Scene on that channel. And Silvers on the Scene was reviewing a video from the channel called The Reckoning Co. And that channel she's a psychic medium and she does channeling and stuff like that. I watched a few of her videos. I think that she has her own deck of cards also, but she had them printed. She didn't design them. And I think that they might be for sale also. But do a little plug there for her. So anyway, she's pretty good from what I've seen. And he was reviewing a video of hers that was done on April 24th. Okay. She did a remote viewing video. And she drew a picture of Sebastian's possible location. Now, anything paranormal or psychic or medium or anything like that is not factual. It's in our opinion, allegedly entertainment purposes only, however YouTube wants us to word it, okay? But it's not facts, right?
right.
So Silvers has been out there on the scene, literally. He's been to Hendersonville. He's been to around the RV park, the Yogi Bear RV park. And Brittney, that's why I'm glad you're here tonight too, because on the stream that I was on your panel the last time, we had talked about the pictures that I had gotten during my SEER session. Hi, Joker. Oh, Mr. J. Hey, Mr. J, you changed your name. Hi, Mr. J. So we had talked about the SEER pictures. Okay, so when I was watching Justin's stream last night, review The Reckoning Co., I was like, oh my gosh, is that my building? Like, look, I'm possessive, okay? Is that my building? And so I had to zoom in, and it was. Okay, so she drew this picture, and then Silver saw it, and he was like, I've been there. I know exactly where she's talking about. And so he pulls up his video and shows where he went walking around. So I'm going to kind of, I don't know, attach myself to that because I did my SEER session on April 14th. Okay. She did her remote viewing session on April 24th. And Silvers on the Scene didn't go to that location until in June sometime. So it blows my mind. Okay. It absolutely, right, PJ? Okay. It's like, I'm shaking. I almost went live last night, but I was on 2.5 hours of sleep and I had driven 6 hours in less than 24 hours. So I was way too tired. I thought about it for a minute and then I was like, yeah, I can't do that. So I have Silvers on the Scene video pulled up and I guess it will start with reviewing that first. And then, let me see. If I might be able to share my entire screen over here. Let's do that. I don't have anything over here that isn't allowed to be seen, do I? No. Okay. Everybody see it okay? I think so, right? Okay, so this is my building as I worded it right here. Let me minimize that. This is my building. And if I can make it bigger here. So SEER is a spirit box app, and it's not a voice app or a voice box. It uses words to create pictures. Okay. And if you've never seen SEER, never heard of it, it is amazing. I've had so many people come over and leave me comments on this video now from your panel, Brittney. People have been loving it. They have downloaded it. They've been using it. Like it's awesome. And it was created by a channel on here she's a huge channel. Her channel is called Amy's Crypt. And her husband travel all over the world and do paranormal investigations. And she has, I want to say, 5 spirit box apps. She has the Ghost Tube. She has the SEER, Ghost Tube Vox. There's an SLS version. And I think there's one more. She even has a VR thing. Yes, Paranormal Nightmare uses SEER. There are a lot of, and they have the VR thing for SEER when they do it on their channel. So if you know anything about paranormal on YouTube, you will know Paranormal Nightmare is a ginormous channel, like 500,000+ subscribers, I think. Hi, Ben. You can't stay. Oh, can't be up late. Oh, well, thanks for coming in and saying hi. I hope you have a wonderful night and sweet dreams. Hi, No Madness. So anyway, so that's where this picture came from. When I was doing my reading, I hadn't used SEER for a while, popped it up. You can watch the entire video. I have it linked in my description box. You can see every picture that I got on SEER, and these were all for Sebastian Rogers. So when I was, when I was doing the session, I thought, oh, I don't have it. So when I did the session, there's a video option and you aim your camera at something. Well, I didn't want it to try to replicate or duplicate what I was aiming my camera towards. So I aimed it towards this flyer right here. And that was it. Just on Sebastian's face. I didn't want it to see any other things and pick it up, so I aimed it right at him. And the pictures that came up are just crazy. This is one of them that's inside of a building, and it looks like it has like bars on the windows or doors. And Brittney, what was it that you had said about Sebastian in his room? That this picture reminded you of that? Welcome, Peanut Shell.
Mandy Justin's asking where the link is at.
That's it.
I'm not sure if I said that I'm not sure about that picture, Mandy. I know that I'm not sure I spoke about that picture.
I thought you had said something about Sebastian being locked in his room or being put in his room and like secluded or something along those lines.
Yeah, you're right. I'm so sorry. You're right. Sorry, Craig was telling me something about a news report. Somebody tried to break into Mar-a-Lago.
No.
Anyway, yeah, it was like a Chinese nationalist. Anyway, so basically, I think this would be more symbolic. Like, I remember Katie said things like she'd give Sebastian, a nightlight and a fidget because she can't make him just lay there, and do nothing. And there's constantly talk about him being in his, like he lives in his room. And so I can't prove it, but I often wonder like if he was kind of made to stay in his room all the time and not come out.
Well, and from the sounds of it, when she went through the whole day on Sunday,
yeah,
they got home from dinner and he went straight to his room and didn't come out until he came out to say, "I love you, Mom. I love you, puppies," and went to bed.
Mm-hmm. Did someone give Justin the StreamYard link? Justin, I just saw your message.
Yep, he's here. Oh, hold on. We have to welcome him in the right way. Welcome in, Justin.
All rise. Sorry. Hello.
Hello. I'm so
Hello.
glad you made it.
Hello, dear. Or Mrs. Doubtperson.
Hey, Beyonce.
All the single ladies. All the single ladies.
I tell Justin he looks good like Beyonce every day. So that's what that is.
Right?
Love that.
Always. I swear. Hi, Bama. Justice
Yeah.
is in session, right? Hi, Juniper's Tarot. Good to see you. So, okay, so this is okay, that's that one. And I agree. I think that, like you said, it seems like he spent a lot of time in there, and it looks like it's a constricted room, whether it's a jail or a bedroom that's symbolic or, whatever. I absolutely understand what you were saying. And unfortunately, I have to agree that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
apologize. It took me a minute to remember what you were talking about.
No, that's okay. That was a
caught off guard.
long stream.
Your memory is great.
Thank you. I try. But I can't remember what I did yesterday, but I can remember stuff like that. So this was the building. This is where the focus right here. This is my focus because people had left comments on my reading video, and they were like, you got to go look at Silver's channel. He's newer, and he's over there around the RV park, and there's a building that looks like this building right here. So I went over there, and that's where I found the two pictures of that just shows that the date that I actually did it. It was on SEER, which is how it got the name there, and it was April 14th, 2:25 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, whatever. So yeah, I just took that because this was one of the other ones where it looks like a sword, a dagger. Somebody said this looks like an urn, it looks like a pilgrim, a witch, something back here. Like, they're eerie looking pictures. The first three pictures didn't show up when I tried to take this picture because I don't have the paid version of SEER yet. So this one, I have no idea what it is. This one, kind of reminded me of Mark when he turned the camera on after his welcome video, and because it's just an older lady with her eyes. Like, I mean, you can see kind of her nose a little bit, but it's basically just her eyes right there, and then she has some kind of something on the top of her head. Let me see if I zoom in. Is that better? Yeah, you can kind of see, right? Like, it's freaky looking, and I don't know why or what it means. And then this one was an airplane, like flying airplane. Hi, Irony Rose. Roxanne. Right? Pilgrim and Witch. That, PJ, that actually makes sense. So of course, people were talking about the Bower Sox having an airplane and, all of that. So that came into, and then those are the three that we just saw. And then we had this one with the police. This could be cemetery back here. This could be, see these four things back here. I think that I decided, I don't know if it was unanimous or not, but I think I decided these four things back here are log cabins at the RV park.
Mm.
Because then we're going to skip
I
that one
wholeheartedly
for now.
believe that with her. Me and Mandy had like a mini heart attack when this
Yeah, we're going to
like,
come
she
back to
showed
that.
me these pictures, and I was like, I don't know what this could be. And then all of a sudden, like, everything just come down to the campgrounds, and it was just over.
It was like bells went off, right?
Yes, I was like getting sleepy, and then like that happened, and it was like I had an energy drink.
Right?
You were just gung ho.
I was like, oh my goodness. Okay, so this picture, it's obviously a wood floor here. There's a guy standing here. He has an orange and white glove on his hand, and he's holding this that resembles a shovel to me. It looks like a spade shovel. And then this is all like maybe a wood door or a wood wall back here. It all looks wood around him, right?
Silver
Then we
bought a
go,
shovel.
it's what?
Silver bought a shovel.
Oh yeah, because his new motto thing is "Let's dig." I love it. I love that. And maybe that was, representative of Silver's is going to help later on, because like I said, this was back on April 14th when I did this reading, and now Silver's is involved and out there on the scene in these locations. It's crazy. Right, Sandwich? Hi, Sandwich. Somebody had said something about that too. It could be something that like lifts up the floorboards and not a shovel, but more like a flat tool of some kind. But then we have this picture. Now this picture, when I showed Brittney this one, this is where she pulled this up. And this is actually a screenshot from your live stream. So it's Camp Jellystone, and these are the cabins inside. And if you look at this one, there's a TV over here, right? And it's kind of like, looks like it's in the wall, right? So if we go back to this, doesn't that kind of look similar?
Yeah, it does.
Like those struck me like, okay,
Yeah.
now this one is Brittney's favorite. We were looking at this one and we have this big, I don't even know, goblet.
Them in the dining room.
Yes.
Justin, did you say that because you saw it or because it made you think of that?
That made me think about it.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Okay,
That's
so
my
during,
validation.
right? Exactly. During this interview, everybody remembers this interview, right? With Chris and Katie in the news. You zoom in past her and you see all these wine bottles over here and then a bottle of Crown and this big ass bottle of liquor in the box. But then over here, let me go bigger. Over here,
Getting crap.
tell me that's
Mhm.
not the same thing.
It's a goblet. Look at that shit. Excuse my French.
No, you're fine. I about shit my pants when I saw that.
What?
When I saw it, when Brittney showed me this over here, I didn't ever notice that. I noticed the bottles and stuff, but I didn't ever notice this thing until Brittney pointed it out to me the other night.
What is
It's
it?
for a mega pint with the colossal popcorn.
It's Justin, it's basically the same thing as what we just saw in that picture that Mandy showed. So it's like a big, I don't know the technical term for it, but if you see around the bottom, there's a bunch of drams, little cups to pour the liquor. But that's like a big goblet of liquor. And it's just like the one in the photo Mandy just showed us.
It's almost identical. Now this one, it
Call
looks
it
like it.
canter? Is it like a canter? I think that's
Yeah, a decanter.
yeah.
Yes. I called it a craft. Yeah, like I've always referred to the big glass bottles as a craft, but this is like a fancy
There we
wine
go.
thing.
Good.
But it has like gold at the top, and then it goes out and around just like in this picture, and it's filled halfway up, just like in this picture. Are you guys blown away at this too? Like in chat?
I am.
Like seriously?
I'm over here I'm in awe that Justin saw that and immediately that was what he thought.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's like,
Okay,
and I never told him about that. So like that was his two individual people that immediately thought the same thing without corresponding with one another.
And we've also heard rumor that Sarah likes tip her cup up and throw her hands up and wave them in the air and wave them like she just don't care, okay? So, allegedly, maybe possibly, we've heard a rumor about it, right?
Yeah. Well, I will say this. This is what sticks out to me like a sore thumb. We've heard Chris on the sauce. I mean, there's just no two ways about it. I can't, 100% say that he was drinking, but he sounded very much like it on many of the interviews or phone calls that he gave with other creators. But there was one particular thing that made me really question everything. Another creator was commentating over an interview with Seth Rogers. In that interview, the creator actually had Chris on her show, and he was commentating over the interview along with her. And in that interview, Seth Rogers says that Katie was an alcoholic, that she liked to drink.
I believe
Chris
that.
did not open his mouth and refute that once. He just let her, like, Seth said that, and Chris never even flinched. He didn't try to deny it or say anything. So,
Right. Didn't defend his wife whatsoever. Just completely ignored it.
Interesting.
Right? I'm just going through and catching up on chat here. Even though I haven't been putting them on the screen, I definitely have been reading what you guys been saying. Right? Like,
yeah. Well, it's actually very interesting, isn't it, Mark, when you think about how defiant and how do I say it, outspoken Chris is? Like, you would think that would be the one thing that he would be like, oh, hold on a minute. That's my wife. You don't talk about my wife.
his
you would
job is to
think.
defend her. That's what he has said. That's why he's so brash, because his job is to defend his wife.
But respectful.
Well, yes, of course.
No,
He
yeah.
screams and yells.
He's all about that respect.
That's right. Okay, sweet crazy. And the drinking. Okay, so we don't know if it has to do with anything at all, honestly. We're speculating here because just a quick run through for people who are just coming in. I did a SEER session, which it's like a spirit box, but it shows pictures back on April 14th. And these are the pictures that I got during that session. This picture is one of them that I got. Well, when I was showing Brittney and John the other night on Brittney's panel, as soon as she saw this goblet thing, this gallon jug of wine here in a nice shapely glass, she was like, wait a minute. And then there's also a paper or booklet or something laying here beside it, and it looks like she might be in her jammies wearing something satiny and maybe some slippers or some shoes. I don't know. But Brittney saw this and said, wait a minute, I've seen that before. So she went to this interview that Chris and Katie did way back when, and she zoomed in over here, and you can see the wine bottles. You can see the Crown Royal and this big ass bottle here. But then if you keep looking, there's the exact same looking thing sitting right here with a bunch of smaller glasses around it to be filled up by the big thing. So I don't know. I don't know what it has to do with anything. I honestly, I think it's just saying, I feel like it's confirming our speculations, but it's confirming it not with factual information, because this isn't factual information. This is from spirit. So none of it is factual, but what is this one? Oh, that's where I zoomed in on it and tried to take a better picture of it. So yeah, it looks like the same thing to me. Where are my pictures going? So that's that. That is, we're just thinking that that's what that picture is. So then the main picture that I was focused on was this one, because like I said, when I was watching Justin's last night, he was reviewing Silver's on the scene, and Silver's was at the RV park where Chris parks his RV, which is right here. Now, somebody had directed me to go look at this area because there was a building that Silver's passed that they said looked just like my building here. And so I did. And so here is the RV park. Chris, parks over here. You go out this way, turn on Nail Road, and Silver said it's 1 mile away. Okay. This right here was it's newly constructed. So if you try to look at it on Google Maps and like drive up to it from Street View, it's flat. It's just dirt. They hadn't started the construction yet. They had land preparation, and I think it was June of 2022. So I don't know when the building was actually erected, but now that it is, this is what it looks like. So again, I ask, does this look like this? Do they look similar to you guys? That's right. Exactly. Exactly. She was studying and reading her book and falling asleep. Yep. The warehouse. Yes. Okay. Now, in the Reckoning's remote viewing that she did, she said that there was an empty warehouse that was close by in her drawing, which we're getting ready to watch that. But I just wanted you guys to be able to see this, right? Exactly. I wanted you to be able to see these pictures before we watch it, because then when you watch it, you're going to be like I was last night. You're going to be like, oh my goodness. So this is how close it is, just right around the corner. And then there was one other building, which is this one. Now, this one, let me see. That's the beginning. Where's the other picture? Oh, okay. So this building is directly across the side street where Chris parks his RV in the RV park. He aims his headlights at this building. Okay. So it is directly across from where he parks his RV. So if we go to this picture here, I know it's a little bit dark, but it's a screenshot from Silver's video. And this is Chris's RV right here. And it's directly across from the building right here. And to me, this building caught my eye first. This wasn't the building that they were directing me to, because they were directing me to the warehouse building, which is this one. But when I was trying to watch his video and I saw this one, I was like, well, that one looks very similar. Okay, so we have two possibilities. So from my SEER session, from my reading that I did, and I got pictures from Spirit. Okay, let me sum it up for you real quick. I got this building that looks like two actual buildings that are around the RV park where Chris parks his RV. Okay. Two actual buildings. This one and this one. And this one is this close, and this one is this close. So either way, it's drawing us to the RV park, right? I don't think it's a restaurant. I think somebody said it was a
Is that Betty's car? Someone just said.
right? Or is it Terry's? Is he chasing somebody around? What they say it was like a travel agency or something, maybe. I haven't looked that far into it to know exactly what it is. And this thing is empty. So I don't know what it's supposed to be or what it's going to be. So
Royal
that,
Blue said the card looks like it spells help.
the card? What card?
That card looks like it spells help.
I don't know what card. What card, Royal Blue? It's raining in NorCal, Sally J. Yay! It's been raining here too. Hi, baby
Did Brittney
kisses.
go?
Oh no, she did. She fell off. I'm sure she'll be back. Baby kisses. Oh wait, that image of the building. This one? The black and white building or the red building? The red brick building. Yes, black, white squares. So this building looks like it spells. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Because the letters are square and this part's squared. I see what you're saying. There's like the H here and then the E here and then an L and then a P. I see it. I see it. And this is actually a picture.
Too.
It's actually a picture. It's not a card. It's a picture that was generated through the spirit box. So it's a picture of a building. So this is like a door here, and then these are windows here. It's an AI generated picture, I guess you could say, is the best way to word it, how I think it comes out. So yeah, so we had that pointing directly at the RV park. Then we had the picture of the woman sitting here drinking the big goblet that is also in the Proudfoot's dining room. And it's allegedly that Katie might like to drink. She might have been drinking that night. Allegedly, maybe, possibly, I don't know. Then we had this picture and this picture, which are inside of what I described looking like a log cabin. Everything is wood. Okay, well, there's log cabins at the RV park. There's a bunch of the log cabins in a row at the RV park. And then we have this picture of the police. And what do you see back here? The row of the log cabins. So it just feels like almost every picture that I got during this session is leading back to that RV park. For what reason? A cabin where? At the RV park in Memphis, right? Snacks. So here it's in Memphis, Tennessee, right here. It's the Yogi Bear RV campground. And this is a bad picture. I can pull up the Google Maps and show you, but there's a whole row of log cabins that you can rent. And on Google Maps, you can actually go inside of them too and take a tour. Mr. John Q was doing that. Yep, exactly. You can rent them out. A lake across the street. Is there a lake across the street, Saint? I think you're in.
Mississippi River's close by.
That's true. Yep. Okay. So I think that was all the pictures that I wanted to show you guys before we get started. Yep. Before we get started on, let me pull this back down and pull up Silver's video. So Justin, last night you were reviewing Silver's on the Scene, where he was reviewing the Reckoning Co.
Uh-huh.
And that's what made these bells ring.
Oh.
Like, I was freaking out in your chat last night. When you ended, I was like, oh my gosh, I should go live. I was so tired. I only had 2.5 hours of sleep and I had driven 6 hours in the last 24. So I went to bed instead. But I was that excited about it. I mean, I think once you guys see it, you'll understand exactly why, because it's like, I don't know.
You drove 6 hours?
Yeah, I drove 6 hours and 24 hours because we drove from the lake back home at, let's see, we left around 1:30 in the morning and we got home at almost 4:30 because I drive super slow at night because it's really bad deer up there.
Right.
So I drove super slow. And then I had a doctor's appointment yesterday morning at 10:30 and it was an hour, a little over an hour away. So I had to drive to my doctor's appointment and come back home.
Right.
So I was exhausted last night.
Good.
Linda, let me see, what'd you say? The spirit images, they are from my reading that I did on April 14th. And they came from a spirit box. It's an app, and it's called SEER, CEER. And it's crazy how spot on it is. I mean, the big paranormal channels use SEER, and they're very selective about what they use and what they promote. So, but the SEER app was actually made by a channel called Amy's Crypt, and Amy is a large channel also, and she and her husband do paranormal investigations all over the world. So those are two channels, that and Paranormal Quest. Those three channels, I don't have to worry about them ever faking shit. Okay, if it doesn't fit their narrative or whatever, they will try to debunk it before they say that it's, like they won't just shove it in there and be like, oh my gosh, that was a ghost, So they try to debunk everything if they can. Amy and her husband Jared are that way too. So I'm very selective in what channels I watch. So hopefully that answers your question. Some deer whistles. You know what? I've heard that those deer whistles don't work, TJ. I had an EMT tell me one time that they don't work. You have to be doing 30 miles an hour or over. Oh, I was doing about 45 and a 65 on the way home because I was scared. I'm scared. I don't want to hit a deer. And I know that deer like to hit you too. My husband was hit by a deer one time when I was in the car. It wasn't fun. Okay, so we're skipping through this beginning part here where Silvers is talking about it, but this is Silvers here. And like I said, he goes to the scene. He legit goes to the scene. And he has been out there, boots on the ground, searching for Sebastian. So I give anybody credit who does that. I appreciate that. And so yeah,
Same.
I support him just for that, right?
Same.
Right.
Love Ryan and Jen.
Yeah, definitely check him out. Go subscribe. I know I saw my mods had dropped his link in the chat, and I'll drop it too. I'm pretty sure that I still have it over here. So yep, here we go. I have it from where I was dropping it in Justin's chat last night. Okay, so we're just gonna start playing. I think that this is about where she starts to explain what she is doing.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Hey, I
Yeah.
couldn't have. All right. Now I can
Okay,
hear everything.
Mine's acting
Okay.
crazy.
Mine
Yeah,
was
they're
too.
saying.
Did everybody have the wheel of death?
Okay, so here's what I'm wondering. When I muted my microphone, that's when people started saying no sound. So you could hear when I first started playing the video and then the sound went away. So like, here, I'll
Hello?
go back.
Can you?
Uh-oh.
I didn't
Can you
hear
hear
any
me?
of it.
Yeah, it keeps going out. I don't know. Is it me or is it all of us?
I don't
I
hear
can
any.
hear.
I mean, I don't hear the what she's playing.
Okay, let
Me
me try
neither.
to play it. Okay, I'm going to play it right now and we'll see. Can you hear it?
No.
Nope.
Well, what the heck? Okay, maybe
You
I
need to
can't
look at
share.
your input and your output.
Well, I'm sharing from my second monitor or from my screen that's hooked to my laptop. It's not my actual laptop. So let me pull it up on my laptop and try to share it that way. Because that's the first time that I've tried to share the screen from my new monitor, and obviously I just don't have the audio connected correctly.
It might be, I think there's input and output on your StreamYard too, maybe.
On StreamYard? Okay, I'll look at it. But let me close this one out. Or hold on, let me stop sharing.
Bernadette Zelinsky, I can hear you. Oh, just not the video. Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully it's just this. Okay, let me stop sharing.
You don't hear that name very often, Bernadette.
You don't. Bernadette. It sounds so classy, Bernadette.
We have a Saint Bernadette.
Oh. Hey, PJ,
She's
second chance.
incorruptible saint. The Catholics are like, if they, they have saints that are incorruptible, which is like whenever they have, like, I think it's like visions or something, but then after they die, they supposedly don't deteriorate like normal people.
What?
And so
What?
there's saints all around the world, and Saint Bernadette is on view to this very day from the 1700s.
Well, you learn something new every day, because I have never in my life heard that.
No, but I'm definitely intrigued. I like crazy stuff like that.
Yes, very interesting. I hope so,
Just real quick shout out to PJ and anyone that has there's a couple of new people in here that said that they have came over from my channel. Thank you to everybody who came here from my channel. If you did, please make sure that you not only sub up to Mandy, but also all of these other amazing creators on panel, which y'all probably are already subbed to Justin, because a lot of people already subbed to Justin, but just saying.
Yeah, we know they are.
Just in case.
Because Justin's awesome sauce. I appreciate I appreciate every single person in the chat, and thank you so much if you were referred by one of the panel guests, or if you just found me just cause. I appreciate being here. I'm so thankful. There's 269 people here, and you guys have sat and listened to my...
The saints stay well preserved.
We got an awesome community.
Yes, it is so awesome. I love you all too, Connie. I love it. I love it. Okay, well, let me try this now. Let me see if we can hear this.
Yes. Will it, once it's hand drawn, match?
Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
Yes.
Matches a photo of a location that would be.
She's trying to see.
Okay, yes, you can hear it. Chat, you can hear it? Yes, yes. Okay. So yeah, I just got to figure out how to connect my audio, because I can hear my audio in my earbud from my monitor. So I'll have to figure it out to where I can share my monitor, and maybe I didn't share audio from my monitor. I don't know, but it works now. So here we go. Let me get back here to where she first starts talking again. And let's see. Right here, I think. Okay, here we go.
So I have an idea. I want to try and do remote viewing for Sebastian. but I want to do it where I'm going to do a drawing, and then I want to see if I can, how do I explain this? I'm going to do a drawing based off of like the location from his house in which direction, okay? And then I want to see if the drawing that I come up with matches a photo of a location that would be in the direction from the house. So essentially, I want to see if remote viewing can match up with a Google map picture. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Do you see what she's saying here? She's saying she's going to remote view. Ever how that works? I don't know the ins and outs of this. But she's going to remote view and see if what she's seeing in her reading and her thoughts, ever how she works this, will it, once it's hand drawn, match to anything in Google Maps? And that's
Okay. Did you say what is remote viewing? Is that what you had asked, Justin? Maybe. Hello? Justin. Can anybody hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
What is remote viewing?
Oh, we lost Justin. Okay, I was going to answer, but we lost Justin. Okay, I may have to say it twice. I just Googled it because the way I understood it is basically it's like somebody who has a vision. Like they try to go to the location in their mind and it's being
Yeah.
shown by spirit. You know,
Right.
so it's a
It's like
location they've
you're-
never seen before.
Right.
It's like you spiritually travel, but your body stays wherever it's in meditation mode. It's the
Right.
strangest thing. It's almost like astral projection, kind of.
Yeah.
So does that make sense? Does like being somewhere remotely, you just see it in your mind, right?
Right.
And I had never heard of it until recently. I'd say over the last probably year and a half.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had never. I'm telling you, like I'm a psychic medium, but I didn't know all the psychic stuff. You know, I just
Yeah.
knew I could talk to ghosts, and I knew that I thought I had super common sense. I used to always say common sense is a freaking superpower because I thought that I just had extremely high common sense, I guess, you know? And then when somebody said you're a psychic and, you know, you can hear spirit without using a spirit box or, you know,
Right.
whatever, just listen. And I was like, okay, I'll try it. And I
Right.
did, and it worked. So, and everybody
Yeah,
has the ability.
Right.
There are people that truly, believe that and claim that they can, like, have you ever heard somebody say, well, I'll see you in my dreams or whatever? Some people
Yes.
claim that they can go to sleep or meditate in a chair and go anywhere. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to discount because I do believe that people, like, I think God gives people gifts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting. It is when you hear about it and you hear something like, if you're not familiar with this, I highly suggest just taking a little bit of time and looking it up on YouTube and listen to a couple of people's experiences.
Mhm.
It's bizarre.
Right. And see, okay, I have, let me see who just said that. Rachel, my last lucid dream was effing crazy over 4 years. I don't remember a lot of my dreams either, but when I have a dream, I write it down because when I first wake up, it's fresh in my mind. If I don't write it down, I won't remember later. And sometimes they're terrifying. And I used to, like, I've always had dreams like that. I saw a man get executed by a firearm in a parking lot in the city where I live in my dream. Like, it wasn't real. I don't know if it ever happened, like if it was something that was going to happen or something that did happen, but this was years ago. This was back probably when I was like 19 or 20 years old. And I woke up in tears. I mean, I was bawling my eyes out. I was shaking. And I called my cousin. It was like 3:30 in the morning, and she was so mad at me for waking her up. But I had to tell somebody about it and talk it out, or else I wouldn't be able to go back to sleep. You know, it was that bad. So a lot of my dreams are that way. So I just started a dream journal, and I just write them all down. But every time I've been pregnant, I've had a dream that told me I was pregnant before I knew I was pregnant, you know,
Yeah.
before I had a test done.
Yeah.
And the first one I miscarried, and I knew I was going to miscarry because in my dream, my baby was being held by my great grandpa, who is deceased, but it was a picture in a newspaper of my grandpa holding my baby. So I knew that I was going to lose my baby, and I miscarried on September 11th. That's when I got I found out I was pregnant on September 11th. I'm sorry. I had my test done on the 11th, and it was a Tuesday, and I miscarried that Friday.
I want to preface before I say this, like, Craig and I don't fight, so don't take it this way when I say it, but since I've been with him, it's like God gives me a forewarning in a dream that we're going to have some type of confrontation that day. Like every time I ever have a dream, I'll have a dream where me and him have some type of argument. And guaranteed by that night, and it's not always me and him. It could be, just something bad happened. But God will give me a warning in a dream. It's like, I know, oh God, me and Craig just had an argument. That means by tonight, something will happen. Like he and I are going to have a big disagreement, or something bad's going to happen. And every single time it does. It may be minor, it may be major, but guaranteed it's like a heads up, like a 12-hour heads up. It's so yeah.
You got 12 hours.
Right. But that's cool though, because
I say 12 hours, but yeah.
That gives you a chance
could you give me
to
24, Jesus? Come on.
No, he didn't believe me at first, and then I told him, I was like, "We're gonna argue today." And he's like, "How do you know that?" And I'm like, "I had a dream. We're gonna get in a fight today." And he's like, "How do you what?" And then and every time, and I was like, "See, I told you." Like, and you can't say that I started it. You're the one that started with me, so. Told you. And he's like,
told you.
You're going to start with me in the next 12 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm just preparing you. We're going to start on the
tonight. I don't know why we're going to have a fight, but it's going to happen. And like I said, it's not always just it may not even be me and him, but it's just like, it's a warning of something bad that's about to happen. And it does every time.
Maybe you should warn him. Hey, if you start with me in the next 12 hours, you might meet Jesus. I'm just kidding.
Right? I am not held responsible.
I can't explain it, but it's hard.
That's crazy. I want to say welcome to Soul Shine. I think I called you Sunshine earlier. I apologize. Soul Shine for Jesus Christ. Welcome to the squad. I am so glad that you are here. And I'm going to toss out 5 free memberships real quick.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. You got 10, Mandy. It's the beginning of the month.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you're doing. Okay.
5 at a time.
Oh, I can do that on mine too.
Yeah.
Sandwich says she gets anxiety before there's going to be a showdown.
But you know what? I felt like if that's got to be my gift, can I have another one? Like,
If that is a gift that you have acknowledged, I guarantee you have more. Seriously, like if that's the one that's clicked with you so far, but I guarantee you have more that you just haven't recognized or given full recognition to. And if you did, you would realize that you do have more. So, just my opinion. So welcome, Lisa and TJ and Holly S and Janine and Rachel W. Welcome to the squad. Woo woo.
It's really amazing that got those.
Squad goals.
That's right. We'll do 5 more. We'll do 5 more when we get to our
They
next
don't give
topic.
me any memberships to give out.
Okay, Justin.
Are you sure?
I don't have it. Mark doesn't get it yet either. They only
Nope,
rolled
Josh
it out to
doesn't.
certain creators to test it out, I think, for a little while first.
Look, I
Josh
want to
doesn't get them either.
Really?
That's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Hold on. I want to show something. Share this tab instead. Okay, so I have to pull up my YouTube. Okay, let me see. I'm going to show you where I found it.
Yeah, because now you
Take that
can't do
off.
it on your phone.
Right,
Like,
you can't do
if
it from your phone at all, and you don't do it from your back office or your studio or whatever. You have to go to your live stream on YouTube on your computer, and then you have to go over here and you have the smiley face emoji, the dollar bill emoji, and the plus. You have to click the dollar bill emoji and then membership gifting, and then it pops up right here that you have 5 memberships left to give.
Yep, they don't give it to me.
Well, that sucks. Damn them.
that is not fair.
No, I think it should go to every channel. All right, let me get back over here. And
It says if you're eligible. What the hell does that mean?
Right.
I think what it was 10,000 subs and over is what I think they said.
No,
before,
I was
but
able to
don't
do
know.
it. Before I hit 10K, I was
Before?
able to do it. Yep.
Maybe it was, yeah, I don't know what it was then, but yeah.
Right?
And
It's not
Justin's got
fair.
more.
I'm so rude to Justin, right? Seriously.
Y'all, I'm going through like I'm not pregnant, but I'm having like pregnancy craving. You like the level, the same type of level to orangeade. I am addicted. Oh my God, I've been drinking it for days. I'm sorry. I know that's really random. I just needed to share that with someone. Orangeade is the bomb. It's so good.
What's Orangeade?
Oh my God, it's so good. It's like, you know how like you make lemonade, but it's only not lemons, orange.
It's like Tang. Orange Tang?
We just got Tang
real.
today.
We just
But
got
Tang's
Tang.
not.
That's too funny.
Oh,
I just
so-
pulled up I just closed my chat out and opened it back up on my phone. And the chat AI summary says viewers are speculating whether Brittney is an empath and if she possesses psychic abilities. Some viewers are sharing their own experiences with psychic abilities or unexplained phenomena.
I don't get that either. I don't get the AI either.
You don't?
Don't?
No.
I don't think I get the AI.
Justin. Justin.
Just a just a redheaded stepchild here.
Hold on. Thank you, Bama. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, hold on. Let me get back to chat. Bama just gifted 5 new memberships to the squad. Let me go see
He's the real one.
who got them.
Squad goals.
I want to see. And I think I have a video for that too. Thanks, D. White, Linda, I'm sorry, I don't want to say your name wrong. Justin! Baby kisses and yeah, baby kisses. Woo woo. Welcome to the squad. Thank you, Bama. And thank you, Melissa. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to play my thank you song for both.
Sandwich just said yesterday, my summary chat said they were looking for Justin's body.
Oh my. All right, here we go.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I was trying to see mine.
If you want my body. What? Where did I see the AI summary? Spirits. It's supposed to be below, like, the chat or something.
It's as soon as you open the chat on your phone.
Yeah.
That's where mine pops up. It pops up at the top. Like if I was doing a poll and you came into the chat, the poll would be at the top when you first come in. It's right there.
Yeah, mine's not.
That's crazy. Now, see, I don't think it did it on my laptop when I pulled it up, but it always does it on my phone.
Doesn't do it on my laptop. It doesn't do it on my phone.
That is
Technology hates you.
It does.
right.
It does.
Like, nope, sorry.
Sure does.
The sandwich said, thanks, Justin. All right. All right. Let's get back over here. Okay. Oh, Justin, we explained what remote viewing is because I think that you had asked when we first started playing the video. Did you ask?
No.
Okay. So, you know, we explained it. I just wanted to make sure everybody was on the same page and we all know what it is because that's what she's doing here. So, okay. We'll keep rolling then.
That's why we are watching this and discussing this tonight. So here we go. Let me throw up.
Don't throw up.
Do this.
Fuck, you beat me to it.
And this. Okay, so let's watch what she has drawn and how she explains it.
Here I have his house, but I'm getting something about like going in a circle, like not just leaving and getting right to it. Like there's some significance in circling the house.
Sorry, Brittney.
Or making it look like I'm going in a different direction than I am.
Okay, so you hear what she says. Let me try to, the best of my ability here, let me try to explain what she is saying and we're looking at. Okay, so you saw on the video where she throws down the cards, work card came up. I'll discuss what that means here. I'm not going to do a full, complete thing. That's why I say please watch her video. I think she, for what little I know of this, does very well. She seems very authentic, like she's really, whatever she's doing, channeling or whatever. No judgments, no, it's right, it's wrong. We need all the help we can get. Okay, and that's why I'm doing this video, because this was sent to me, as I said, from someone in Texas in an email where they had seen my video we're about to watch, a little clip from it, as well as what she was doing. So here's basically what she's saying. Here's Sebastian's home. Okay, I hope you can see the cursor here. Here's Sebastian's home. And the circle around, she's saying that, now remember, this is 3 months ago. 3 months ago. And I don't think any image I'm about to show you was thrown up there 3 months ago. And she's saying a circle like, this goes to what I believe, allegedly, in my opinion, when someone went to put his body somewhere, it wasn't a straight shot, in my opinion, to Mississippi or Memphis. I believe, allegedly, in my opinion, there's been movement. So that's the circle. And then at first she says it goes many miles away, which makes sense with Memphis. But as you watch, you'll see there's one thing that, you know, from a time and distance that doesn't really make sense. But so here's the bottom line. She talks about a warehouse, a shipping container, a trailer. She describes it, watch her video, as it's inactive, meaning it's abandoned. There's no one in it. It's unoccupied. She mentions a highway within a half a mile of this location. She mentions a body of water like a creek or stream. Brown, dusty, sandy. This here is very interesting when she describes it. She thinks she's seeing a water tower. There's a circular thing she draws. She thinks she's seeing maybe a storage of some sort. She knows both of these have to do with water. She will conclude that this is drainage. I will discuss this after we see my clip. So look at this highway, body of water, creek, an unoccupied, inactive warehouse, brown, dusty sand, something to do with water, circular. And she drew this X as where Sebastian would be located. Allegedly in her opinion and allegedly in my opinion. Please make sure we note this. Okay, so now let's watch the clip from my video. It was when I went to the abandoned home. After I left the abandoned home and I drove by the RV, I started walking down a road called Nail Road. What you're about to see is a clip of where I'm walking exactly 1 mile from the RV.
Okay, now Nail Road is the road that I showed you in the pictures, and it's where you leave the RV park. If you're pulling out, you turn to the right and you go up to the first light and then turn right again, and it goes directly into that big long warehouse building that I showed you the picture of. Okay, thank you, Melissa. I am a member of Brittney's channel and a few more new here. I appreciate talking about Sebastian. Oh, Justin too. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much.
Chris
I
is
hope
a
you and
home
your baby-
wrecker.
Yeah.
Sorry.
My God.
An abandoned home. I thought of home wrecker. Sorry.
Melissa,
It
I
was
was just going to
like a
say,
tick for me or something. I had to say it.
it's like it just came out.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Sorry. Melissa, I was going to say thank you for being so amazing, and I hope you and your daughter's doing it. Melissa has a special needs daughter. She busts her ass to take care of her every day, and she's amazing.
Oh, God bless you.
awesome.
God bless your daughter.
That's right. That's awesome. Takes an awesome mama, I'm telling you. Melissa must be a very awesome person. Thank you so much. Again, thank you. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to kind of skip a little bit because he goes through and he shows this pipe right here, which, she talked about the water, the drainage and stuff. And then he comes upon these piles of gravel, and he has a stick that he kind of pokes with, but now he has a shovel. Okay, so I think that the shovel is going to be used here soon. I think oh wait, did he pause right there? Okay, let's see.
A stepfather who laughs at this entire
Oh, yeah.
situation when that is completely inappropriate as I can. But just know or that camera across the street, ha ha. Just know I love to have fun and I keep it as lighthearted as I can. But a lot of those laughs are the mocks. I'm mocking a stepfather who laughs at this entire situation when that is completely inappropriate. So that's more of a mockery than me actually laughing, just in case someone wasn't getting that little dig there. Because if I had a stepson, then I wouldn't be laughing about the situation.
Exactly. Thank you.
Allegedly.
In my opinion, too.
Here we go.
I was in Hendersonville, there was some mulch piles. Right? Thinking.
So I wanted to play that part right there because at first, when I first heard him do the laugh, I thought he was laughing like mocking Yogi Bear because he had said, the Yogi Bear RV park. And I thought that's what it was about. And then he explained it here. Nope, not at all. I was wrong. And I appreciate his explanation for that.
These dirt piles. Let's check these dirt piles. Some beat up asphalt. I know when we did a search over at a park here nearby, I would come across dirt like this. It makes you wonder. It's kind of more out in the open. You see, it's here. More out in the open.
And right there, you can see the building. So the road that's running beside him right there is Nail Road, I believe. Oh, no, wait, maybe not. The road in front of him. I'm sorry, not the road beside him, but the road in front of him is Nail Road. So it runs directly into this building here.
Nail? Like?
No, nail, like hammer and nail.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yep. So I just thought that was super cool that, then he shows this overhead map And let me get to where he compares it to hers. And I've been sharing his link in the chat. So if you guys want to go watch his entire video, definitely do. And I will get the Reckoning Co's link also and put that in chat. You'll have to go back. Her video was done April 24th. So you'll have to scroll back to be able to watch it, where she does this drawing. But she also does a card reading with it. So she does the drawing first and then does the card reading after. So that's pretty interesting too. The first card that she pulls is the work card. Isn't that
Oh, wow.
weird?
Isn't it ironic?
Don't you think?
Work.
I break out with a Alanis Morissette and Justin gets crunk over there with
right? Oh my goodness.
Your impression is uncanny.
It really is.
Go ahead, Beyonce. Go ahead.
Well, okay, wait. Mandy, go back to SEER picture. It was a nail. Which one, Wanda?
What are the odds, though? That is ironic.
Completely.
Don't you think?
Don't you
Okay.
think?
Hold on. We have a new
I
panel
gotta
guest.
listen to that song tonight.
It's like raining.
We have a new panel guest. We have to do the welcome to the panel. Ready? Here we go.
Is that Brian Kohlberger? Who was that at the beginning?
Where? What? I don't think so.
Brian Kohlberger at the beginning.
That's totally Clark Griswold.
Right. Welcome, John QQ, to the panel. Whoop, whoop.
Hey.
Q.
How's everybody doing?
Mr. John Q himself.
Oh, sorry, I am running late. It was like, you know how Fridays are, you know.
That's okay.
They
Usually
can be
it's me that's
crazy.
late.
End of the week type stuff, you know, and you got to run around and you got to, you know, pick this up, drop this one off, go over here, answer 3 phone call messages, then go back to picking up who you dropped off. Forget about it.
No, it's crazy, isn't it?
Forget about it. Forget about it.
Niece.
I'm here.
Sorry.
I'm here. I'm lucky I picked up food. Much love to everybody in the chat.
What'd you bring?
What's that?
What did you bring? What are we snacking on tonight?
Oh my goodness!
Snacks.
I had to pick up stuff for barbecue tomorrow.
Oh, what time should we be there?
Yeah, so I invite you all, every single one of you. Make sure that you're here in New York. Bring an umbrella, just in case.
At what time? I'll be there. Start driving now.
Oh my goodness! So,
Hi, reality wins.
So where are we with the Sebastian Rogers case? I see you're looking at a video.
Oh my goodness,
it's a lot of drama.
John. Okay.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. Okay, so you know we were focused on my SEER pictures on Brittney's stream last time, right?
Right.
Okay, well, Justin reviewed this video last night on his channel. This is Silvers on the Scene. And Silvers on the Scene is reviewing the Reckoning Co. channel video. And she is I don't know if she's a psychic medium or if she is just a psychic, but she does remote viewing. And she also has her own set of cards that she's made that are printed. They're not made like mine, not handmade. She, did the higher step up and had them printed, but she does a card reading after she does a remote viewing drawing. But Silvers is reviewing the drawing because all of my SEER pictures that we were talking about drew us to the RV park. Her drawing does too.
Oh, yeah.
So she does automatic writing, from a session or from a viewing, and then she goes into taking those pictures that she saw from the viewing and then put them down on paper.
So basically she closes her eyes and pictures herself in a location that she's never been to before and draws it. And so she did this one for Sebastian and was trying to figure out his current location. And this is what she drew. And she did it on April 24th. My SEER session was April 14th. So she did this 10 days right after I did mine. I shared my video on the 20th, on April 20th. So it's so close together. It's like Spirit's telling us the same stuff, and then Silvers is down there. He is so dead set that Sebastian is somewhere near the RV park. And he has been, in my opinion, from, what I've seen on his videos, he thinks that Sebastian is somewhere around there also. So it's just so weird that it's like all three of us are being led to this location in some way, somehow, and it all meshes together. Like it all is fitting together.
Okay, so we have to yell, get that RV park searched.
Well, it may not be in the RV park. So I'm gonna play this right here. Okay, so basically he just showed her reading. He showed himself in this location doing a search, and now he's going to show you using the map. So you came in at the perfect time because he's doing the overhead map and he's comparing it and showing it with her drawing. So his map is on the left, her drawing is on the right. Okay. All right. And her name is Ashley, I guess. I didn't know that. And she is a psychic medium. So thank you, Ren. And hello, Marissy. Welcome, welcome.
And much love to all of the content creators on panel tonight. Miss Brittney, Mr. Justin. We got Mark and Cher. We got Miss Mandy. Oh my goodness.
All the heavy hitters up in here.
Yeah, we got Miss Tammie up in here too. Tammie's here too.
Yes, Tammy. How are you? Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna make you talk tonight. Remember.
Well, I have everybody. John, I don't know if you get all the emails, but I put our show with Courtney Strubel's father to Monday evening. I would like everybody to join me 5 minutes or 10 minutes before the show starts. That way we can be all together and get the most out of Mark's time, because he's allowing us an hour and a half when he's got to be up at like 4 a.m. So
what time does the live start?
For me, I have it set for 8:30 p.m. my time. So like it's 10:35 for me right now. So whatever time it is for all y'all.
Yeah, that is not a problem. Okay.
I could push it like half an hour, but I don't want to push it too late.
Oh, that's good for me.
So, yep, that's
So
what I needed to do.
Are you Pacific?
What are we?
I think now we're mountain.
We're mountain. Like it's 10:36 p.m. for us right now, Brittney. So whatever time it is for you. So
it's 12:34 for us East Coast.
Yeah. So I have it 8:30 our time. So
hold on, and I'll tell you the time.
It'd be like 10:30.
It's 10:30 p.m. Eastern time.
Eastern time. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Monday evening. So Courtney's father, Mark Strubel, is going to join us for the evening, and he wanted to run some things. He's super excited, you guys. He's been so talkative again now in this. So, yeah. All right. I'm sorry to distract. We had everyone here. I just wanted to make sure that we could do that. Okay.
We established you are my Cher is my update on what we're doing.
The appointment
Cher
reminder.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, now the chat summary is saying that we're looking forward to trying out the new feature on the Steak and Shake app. And yeah, I don't know. Somebody must have been talking about Steak and Shake in the chat, maybe. If not, I have no idea where that came from. Oh, I love it. I love it. And I'm going to go ahead and announce also on Sunday at 10 p.m., Brittney and I are going to be right back here on my channel, and we are going to be doing the review of Dylan Redwine's case. And like I said, it took 9 years to get justice for Dylan Redwine. It took 9 years from the crime to happen to the sentencing to be made on his own father, who lied and made it almost impossible for them to find Dylan's remains.
He gives me Chris vibes, by the way.
Right. That's one of the
Don't you
reasons
think?
why we're doing it.
We'll have to.
I might. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah. If you want, I'm sure you would be able to join us. It's, we can have open panel, I'm sure, with you guys if you want to join, because I think it's going to take us. We already decided we're probably going to have 2 parts. Part 1 is going to be on my channel, and then part 2 we're going to finish on Brittney's. So I'm not opposed to anybody joining. If you would like, we can chat it up and figure it out. But there's a lot to cover. I mean, I want to focus on the timeline and like the basic timeline, because there's so much to it. I want to focus on that first, and then I want to go back and review Mark's steps, like his interviews, his lies, his twisted mind of how it worked, and the stuff that he said, and how he pushed everybody
very
away.
Chris-like. It's
yes.
The first time I learned about that case was Dr. Phil, actually.
Right.
And he's just, oh my God, the arrogance.
Yep.
And
Acts like he's
the know-it-all. And yeah,
everybody. Yeah.
True psychopath.
So you definitely won't want to miss those either. So we got your Sunday night plan for everybody, and we got your Monday night plan for everybody. So be there or be square. Yeah, I think comparing him is going to be, that's going to be a whole job in itself. And welcome, T, to the squad. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Squad goals.
Happy that you are here. And
We say that.
hashtag squad goals. And I'm going to go ahead and gift out the other 5 here right quick, right now.
Ooh, excellent.
Ooh, 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 ooh. And while we're seeing who's getting them, I'm pretty sure I have a welcome to the squad. Woohoo! All right, we got Roxanne, Wannabe Sleuthin', Reality Wins, Hey Jude, and Moonchild. Welcome to the squad. And Ben George, member for 1 month. Okay, now I'm going to bed. Ben, you've been chilling and listening.
Benjamin, there he is.
Thank you,
Ben.
Ben.
Moon.
Thank you so much. That's crazy that you've been a member for 1 month. That means it was over a month ago that I did my live stream. Before my birthday. That's crazy.
Oh, thank you, Ben. Ben just gifted 10 memberships.
Oh, Ben, you are
Well done.
awesome. Thank you so much.
Wow.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, now you get the thank you song, okay? Woo, woo.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Thank you so much, Ben. Welcome to Lana Sunset Gazing. Must have got lost. I love that name, I swear. Sally Carson, Kim
Big
French,
shout out to Ben.
Spearmint,
Big shout out to Ben.
Nancy Joe, Angel Girl, Honey Bun, Juniper Stero. Welcome to the squad, everybody, and thank you so much, Ben. Thank you. Sorry, John.
Ben's going to bed. He's squealed tired. He dropped 10 and squealed tires.
Right? Skirt. I'm out of here. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. All right. Well, let's get back over here now And let's listen.
Now, of course, it's not perfect, right? How could it be? But folks, let's start with an unoccupied warehouse. This thing has grabbed my attention from the moment I drove down Nell Road. Nell Road hits Highway 51, turn left, RV. Pull out of RV, go right. I'm not from there, I don't know if that's east, west, left. We turn right, drive down to the auto parts store, which is Nell Road, turn right again, 1 mile. This warehouse is massive. You'll see when we go back to the video. And it's unoccupied. I actually searched behind it. I looked for cameras. There are no cameras. No one has taken the building at this point. So we know it's new construction. Creek, body of water, creek. Highway is Highway 55, highway, half a mile. Then here, water. What you have right here is a drainage. It's drainage. Anytime you build a structure like this, you need runoff, you need drainage. This is where the water drains underneath the road. You saw the circular pipes. Those are what go underneath. And I'm no construction person, but that's what goes underneath to transport that runoff. Circle, drainage, right here. And she's Xing. And where she's Xing, as you compare it to her drawing, there's not one, but 4. 2 dirt piles, 1 asphalt pile, and 2 gravel piles. Now, why is all that there? I believe you can actually Google. You can drop down on Google. I'm not going to do it in this video, but if you drop down to Google to show you June 2022, and this is all flat land, the dusty sand. But it's been built now. I don't know when it was finished. No one's occupying it. So she will say, you'll hear her, watch her video, inactive. But I believe they left those circular drainage pipes, cement pipes there, as well as some of this other stuff. But the question lies, I've always wondered, I mentioned Latimer Park. That's the park where people went looking and they would find dirt mounds. And we all have seen dirt mounds on many different videos. Could you remove the dirt that's sitting on normal ground, place someone in it, and then cover them back up? For cars that go by, that mound's been there for years. Same with the Mary's Magical Playground that has Mary's Magical Place that has that dirt mound there. So it's time to start digging. All right.
It's time to start digging. Okay.
Mm.
Let me see.
I'd like to know if the dog searched around there.
I know. I don't. Okay. So welcome, Irony Rose. Welcome to the squad. Woo, woo. Welcome, welcome. This makes me even more leery about the 17-hour trip to get the RV.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On day 3.
It pisses me off that, at least in my opinion, one person knows where this boy is right now. And we're all out here trying to find out.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's so irritating. It's
so irritating.
Irony Rose, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Let me see. We got Crafting and True Crime, Hope Float, Sally J, Joanne, and Sophie B4. Welcome to the squad.
Squad goals.
Woo woo. Do you guys want the thank you clip or do you want the welcome to the squad clip?
Oh.
Huh?
There says both. Yeah.
I can do both.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Hi, Runs with Scissors. Woo, woo,
I love the moon.
Thank you. I'm so excited. Right? I use that moon a lot in my summer videos too. It's one of
I
the
love
things.
moons.
in my editing. Oh my goodness. I got to send you pictures of the moon that I took the other night. My phone, I can zoom into the moon and see the craters and everything. And the pictures that I take, they look like they're out of a history book, or not a history book, an astrology book or something, you know, like they're gorgeous. This is a good question. So if Sebastian is close to the RV park, it will point directly to Chris. Is he that brazen?
I'd say he is.
I'd say he's that arrogant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Arrogant, cocky, douchey, fat, whatever.
Asshole-ish.
He's a little cocky with a big douchey.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know if that area has been searched by search teams at all. I don't think that it has been, because I think that it's basically just been in the Hendersonville area, right? Am I right with that?
I think that they've looked over the RV park, but nothing like no radius or anything like that.
Brash and bold. Batshit crazy. I like that one, okay? Right? It's a game and he's loving it. Right. So that's basically all of the video that Silvers did, and where I'm done with my SEER. Any final thoughts on that before we move on to the next video, I guess?
I did have one kind of musing. I'm just curious if anybody else who lived in the area, neighborhood of Sebastian, if they also had a camper out there.
So if they have a camper at the same RV park, or if they just have a camper also?
No, at
Probably
the same
not.
RV park. Probably not, no, but I was just kind of wondering. That is pretty far away, but.
Right. But I would think that it would be considered a hotspot, because it is where he spends the majority of his time. I think he spends more time in Memphis and in the RV than he does at his house, from the sounds of it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Seclusion works. Yep. Going across state lines. And that could be why that he might be around there, if Chris has something to do with it. Pink butterfly. Everyone was searching around the home. He had nothing to worry about. And that's Ren, right? That might explain why KP left so soon to go there. I mean, they usually
think he's not going to get caught either.
Right. He's very confident in that, I think. They say that, suspect, or that criminals like to go to the scene of the crime and observe what they've done, or watch it, make sure that nobody else is around it, or, depending on what the crime is. So, if it's someplace that can be seen, and like when Silvers has been walking around, he's pointed in the direction of where the RV is parked, and he said, if I walk that direction, I'll walk right into the RV. And I mean, it's across a big field and stuff, so, but it may be visible from the RV. Just possibly, maybe, just thinking. We don't know. We don't know. Right. If connected to a crime, right? Yep. Yes, he searched an abandoned house that was over there. Yep. He was doing the sniff test. That would be scary. I don't know if I could do a search by myself, walk into an abandoned house and sniff to see if I could smell if somebody was there. Like that would be nerve-wracking. Because then what do you do if you do smell something? Like, I'd stop right there and bow out and call law enforcement, but I wouldn't want to see it. You think that's where he parked that night? Hi, Gina. Oh. That could be. So Gina said, hey, everyone on panel creator, I think that Katie, others that took out the order of protection, I think they knew that BHB was getting close to finding Sebastian Rogers and they want to shut her mouth. Could be possible. Yep. I think we're all thinking the same way here. I feel silly for saying it because I have no abilities whatsoever, but I think about mushrooms when I see the shovel pick. Because of the shovel? Want to be sleuthing? Is that why? The shape of it, maybe? Grayish brown mushrooms. Or are you getting like a vision when you see the picture? And Wanda was telling me to go back and look at the picture of where the witch or the pilgrim was in the background, because she was saying that it looked like a nail in that picture. Let me pull that back up and we'll take a quick look at that before we move on. So what we're moving on to is I want to look at the Lore Lodge. He has done a few videos now on Sebastian's case, thankfully. And the one that he put out today, he's reviewing, well, not reviewing, he's discussing Nina's interview. And he goes through and like, I want to watch more than a chat, okay? I want to be able to, because I want you guys to hear it. Like, I know that it has been, we lost Brittney and
Dropping like flies.
Yeah.
Dang, can't even get a goodbye? My goodness.
Right.
I know that John and Mark, I know that we were talking about you guys watching Nina's interview that she did on Trev Time's panel. This wraps it up in a beautiful bow with fact checking, like he called attorneys to verify information. He pulled court documents to verify her information. And then he explained things that he could not validate. So, these things may not be true because I couldn't validate it. Chris lied here, and Nina was telling the truth here because this court paperwork explains that she was telling the truth and he was lying. I mean, like, he breaks it down in such a beautiful way that I want to watch it with you guys. Thank you, Hey Jude. Look at Hey Jude on top of it. Okay, let me pull this down here, remove it, and we're going to stop share. We're going to share this real quick. The window, the picture. Share it, pop it up here. Okay, so she was saying it looked like a nail. Okay. Wanda, are you still in the chat? I think this, maybe right here, would be the nail. Or okay, so this right here, this part I have looked at a few different times because this almost looks like some kind of pod, like a weed or a plant or something, like it's growing up from the ground. And this is separate from it, because when I first saw it, I thought that this was some kind of like a dagger or something, and it was one piece. But now, after looking at it more in depth, this looks more like a pod that may be growing up and not connected to this piece.
Oh, yeah.
So this could be the nail, or this could be the nail, maybe. Is Wanda still here? Hi, Phoebe.
What is that silver bar going across there?
It looks like some kind of sword.
Yeah.
And this right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of sword. Like I picture some kind of fancy handle, down this way. A nail road. right? Like a knife or a machete. Looks like a Minecraft mushroom, and a shovel had a baby. The mushroom is giving me Minecraft vibes. She's talking about this picture here.
Mhm.
She said for some reason that makes her think of mushrooms.
Yeah, I could see that.
The one next to the pot looks like, oh, hold on. Looks like it could be a piece of wood with something wrapped around it. Okay, let me go back. There. On this one, or no, oh, the pot looks like, okay, so you think that this is some kind of pot, TJ? See, I was trying to decide if this was some kind of like, oh my goodness, what's the word? Like some type of podium or like a display thing, like where you would sit something on top of it to display it. Or if it was an urn or something, and this on top is like the lid.
The other thing looks like a hammer.
And this one?
The one you said looks like a pod connected to the.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it's rough because it's AI. But I mean, if this is a nail, like I think she's saying this part right here. Let me see. I think I just saw her comment. Oh no, red won't go. The thing you said resembles a pod, looks like an animal horn. Okay. An urn, a pedestal. Yes, thank you, red won't go. I couldn't think of the word. Okay, wait. Lost Voices with Jackie said that nail looks exactly like the nails in my house. My house was built in 1890. So this right here, right? This is what you're talking about, Lost Voices and Wanda?
What are the figures? It appears to be figures below the base of that, close to the base of the urn type image. Looks like two people or one person and something else. Do you see it? If you take the posting down just for a second. Now,
Okay.
can you see that?
Like in this area?
Right in there. Yeah, right in there. Put your arrow right. Yeah, that's it. What does that look like to you?
People.
On this thing or beside it?
No, right on it.
In it. Right. Yeah, right there.
In here?
Uh-huh.
It looks like a ram. It looks like this is the body, and this is the head, and this is a horn that's like wrapping around. Aren't the rams the one that have the horns that wrap around like swirly?
Okay.
You see that? Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying where it looks like two people. This is a head and this is a head.
Uh-huh.
I see that.
Interesting. Now your perception kicks in because it was a ram symbol at first, and then you pause for a moment, and then you saw the two heads in there.
And I'll tell you even more of what I see.
Images.
It has long,
Yeah.
long hair. Look, there's a shoulder right here, and the hair cuts off. But on this side, the hair goes down to here. Long hair. This one has a facial hair. See the facial hair right there?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I see a question mark.
You don't see two people right there?
Well, I do, but I also see a question mark.
If I tilt my head sideways, I can see a question mark.
It's just interesting to see an image like that posted just so in the background of everything.
Right, like it's hidden in there.
Take a look at it, and it's like, okay, what is What is this?
Okay, now look. If you look over on this side, I see one person. I see a head. It almost reminds me of like a younger boy. I would say younger than Sebastian. So I'm not insinuating that it's him or anything, but I see a younger boy with like shaggy hair. This is his head right here. And the darker part up here is his hair. And it kind of comes down. His eyes are right here at the tip of the fingers on this little hand thing. And this is the outline of his face. And then his body is right here and kind of going down this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you zoom it? Can you zoom out a little bit and then just pan to the top? Just go to the top a little bit. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say what I think that looks like.
Mm-hmm.
A mushroom.
No.
Right? Right? G-rated. It's a mushroom, right?
Sure.
The tree actually outside the window behind them, evergreen, looks like a log cabin wall.
Well, one thing about it, it's strange that AI would pick up and depict out of the algorithm what it sensed to actually put into an image. You know, the sword or the thing that appears to be a sword just above it, it's never good to see a sword.
Right.
It means that something is cut.
Right.
Something has been struck down, or
Indeed.
something is against something.
Yeah. Something
So,
is split. Something has been separated.
something
Yeah.
that was separated, correct, yes. Something that is cut between itself. But it's very interesting in what AI generated here.
Oh, yeah. And Zanny said that, or Nanny needs a Zanny, said that's what they were looking at also. That's crazy. Because I didn't even look in depth at it like that, you know? I mean, I haven't studied that close to it. I think the picture of the officers, this one, I think I got further into just because of the background back here. But I haven't dissected any of them, really.
I depicted that as, from the last time we looked at that, I depicted the officers working, doing their job in an area. And that's pretty much it. But the funny thing about it is that all the officers are pointed in one direction while their back is open. It's no one's looking in that area. If you notice, everything behind them is not being seen while they're just looking in just one direction. If you're picking up
Right.
on that.
Yeah, so it could be they're looking in the wrong places right now.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Now, when I looked at this, I pictured this as one of those log cabins at the RV park. And these 4 brown spots back here remind me of more of the log cabins at the RV park.
Right.
So
that building that the cops are right by reminds me of that other building that's right across from the RV.
Oh, yes,
Wasn't
the
that
red brick
orange?
building.
Yeah.
Well, it's red brick. Yeah. Look, let me go. That one's down here. And this one.
Yeah.
That's right. And that would fit though too. If they're walking into the door, they have their back directly to the RV park, which is where the cabins are.
Mm-hmm.
Because then we go to this picture here, and this shows you got the RV. This is Chris Proudfoot's RV right here, directly aimed at this building.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Do we know whether Seth had planned any type of searching up there where the RV park is, in and around the RV park, not far from that Horn Lake area or Lake Horn area? Because you got two bodies of water and very isolated land up there. I was thinking about the left turn, right turn off of Kellen Lane.
Yep.
And if you take a right turn off Kellen Lane, excuse me, if you take a right turn off Kellen Lane and go 3 hours and 37 minutes, like we were told in the beginning,
right,
it puts you in that area. It would put you in that area,
okay,
door to door, if you will. You know, sometimes people can be obnoxious and arrogant enough to tell you the truth in just a different way, that we don't pick up exactly what they're saying yet.
right,
Yeah.
right. Okay, Lexi Lynn said, what's on the ground under your mouse? Lexi Lynn, there's a lag. So you'll have to tell me which picture, and I'm just now seeing your comment. So you have to tell me which picture and which part of the picture, and I'll try to go back and find it.
Did Justin go to bed?
I don't know. You both bounced out and didn't even say goodbye. You nothing. You just left us.
Oh no. I always come back. My phone died, and then I had to find a charger because my kids won't leave mine alone. But I'm here.
No. Well, I appreciate you coming back. No, he didn't. He just dropped off also, like right around the same time. So I'm not for sure what happened.
So this lore guy, Lore Lounge or whoever this guy is, that
the Lore Lodge.
Yeah, the Lore Lodge. Okay. Did he say something interesting enough to give, I guess, some areas of thought?
Oh, no. The Lore Lodge breaks down Nina's interview with facts from court documents and calling attorneys and stuff like that. So it's kind of a whole different topic, basically. But I know that you and Mark had not seen Nina's interview the last I knew. And so I thought this would be kind of like a shortened version of it. And it would be factual. Like you would know what is factual because he fact-checked the stuff.
Right, right.
He absolutely believes that Chris Proudfoot is a full-on liar because he has caught him in lies himself. So it's kind of like it's confirmation, I guess, of things that I feel like we've been saying too. You know, it's like somebody with fresh new eyes has just come in and started looking at the case at the request of Miley Cyrus's little brother. I don't know if he's younger or not, but you know, he's the one that reached out to Lore Lodge and asked him to talk about Sebastian. And now he's on the same page basically that we are, and he's going into deep dives the same way. You know, he's deep diving Nina's story, you know, like what she had told about Chris and her relationship and the court hearings that they had in the custody fight and, you know, things like that. He fact-checked all of that. Younger brother. Thank you, R. Taylor. I wasn't for sure if, I think his name is Brayson Cyrus. But yeah, he's the one that reached out. So, and I appreciate him doing that too. You know, he has a little bit of pull because he's kind of famous a little bit, you know, and he's using that for Sebastian. So I appreciate that also. And Lore Lodge has a large channel too. So it's like two well-known people, I guess, are curious about Sebastian, and I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
The more the better.
That's
when
right.
you have a narrative that's been put out there, and it's by, both Chris and Katie, to tell you exactly what happened to Sebastian that night, what went on that day, to a short summary to get to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and go to bed. And then you wake up the next morning and he's not there. That's a short summary,
Right.
And it's hard to buy.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, the whole thing, when you take a look at it at face value, it's hard to buy. Why did he walk out that door? It's hard to buy if there's no dog scent that said he went out the door.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? That right there says, you missed on that one.
Yep.
You gave it up in the interview, but you missed on that one, because when the cops came, they came with canine and cadavers, and they did the search. You went to a foot pond on a false positive that could have been on anybody, really, on a false
Right.
positive. So now where do you go? Where do you go? You go back to the house. That's the only
Right.
place that law enforcement could have gone, was back to the house. Okay, so now we're here, back to the house. Tell us again. Tell us again. And keep telling us again. Put a little bit more detail between the time you got home from the roadhouse. What time was that? And what did you see Sebastian do versus what you thought he was doing in his room?
Right.
When you heard the thud or the thump or the noise at 10 o'clock, what did you think that might have been? If he was moving stuff around in the room, was he moving stuff around in the closet? Did you have to go and check on him? Did you check on him? She said no. Why didn't you check on him? See what he was doing. You told him to go to bed 1 hour ago. Now you hear this thud. So you just assumed that, he was still moving around in the room. You told him to go to bed. You said he answered back, okay, Mom. And then you hear nothing else that night. Nothing. On your way to bed, after putting the dogs up and turning out the lights and everything, you did not, out of a mother's instinct, decide to open up his room door if it was closed, just to see if he was tucked in, or his light might have been on. If his light went off at 11:30 and her light went off at 11:30, something doesn't ring right with me.
Right.
Two
Absolutely.
lights going off at 11:30. Two lights, not one. Two. That doesn't ring right. Then the same night we, get this video cam from a neighbor's building at around 3:11-ish, if you will, in the morning on February 26th, of little lights floating around at night that shouldn't be floating around. They're not lightning bugs that we would normally see in the summer. This is dead of winter. Why would your child decide to walk out of a house without no shoes, no coat, no outerwear, nothing? See, and that's what makes the narrative hard to understand for everybody. Everybody sees this. I mean, it's 1+1 stuff. It doesn't take that long to get to. But they don't seem to understand what their narrative is producing, yet they insist it's the truth. And it's hard. It's hard to really understand, how that works.
Right.
Everybody's having a hard time with it.
Yep.
So I don't mean to be too long-winded, but it's just what I've taken a look at, looking at all of the data on this case so far. And I'm not satisfied with the narrative. There's a whole lot more to it than what we've been told. There's a lot that hasn't been said that needs to be said. After a week and a half, you get law enforcement to scale back their search efforts. It's kind of quick compared to, Summers' case. You had
Right.
Equisearch in Summers' case come out there twice. You had Churchill Search and Rescue out there all that time. You had the sheriff's department. You had a whole bunch of people get out there. Even YouTubers went down to Rogersville. And that was a long-ass search.
Right.
Compared to Sebastian's search. It's a big one. Very big one. Gabby Petito's search, even bigger. Where you had federal people from state to state get involved in that. And they tracked down who? The closest one to her was the one who was a bad guy in that case.
Right.
So now you figured, what's going on with Sebastian? Why can't 1 + 1 = 2 in this case? And it's just coming up with the wrong number. They're using bad math for some strange reason. And we all don't understand it. You can't add if you're not adding. You can't multiply if you're not multiplying. You can't divide if you're not dividing. Come on. What's up? You leave the home shortly thereafter, knowing if he does return, there's nobody going to be there. How do you do that? See,
right.
The actions are telling a lot more than what was said to me.
I agree with you. Absolutely.
And it's heartbreaking. It really is. A 15-year-old, hadn't even started life yet. Hasn't even started. Just trying to deal with everyday life in and of itself might have been a task for him. I know it was a task for them. Had to be. So.
Well, then you throw all the stuff in there that doesn't matter, that doesn't even relate to it, because you're adding stuff to deflect and send people in different directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
When someone's misdirecting me, I redirect. I always go back to redirect. Let's start from the beginning again.
Right.
Go back to the beginning again and again and again and again and again until there's a shift, there's a change. Oh, well,
it's just like a math problem. Like when you're doing algebra, and you get down to the bottom and the answer is wrong, you have to go back to the beginning and figure out where you made the mistake and fix the mistake and then keep working down. And, there may be multiple mistakes in there, but you have to start back at the beginning every single time to fix those mistakes and to work the kinks out. And, I think that that's one reason why we keep going back to the house. We can't get away from the house. Like there's only one way that he could have left the house. That was what my focus was going to be on this live stream tonight, was reviewing my video that I made about the exits, because Chris and Katie went through and they said he couldn't have gone out the garage door because it would have been too loud. He couldn't have gone out the windows because we would have heard him. And all the windows were locked and the screens were intact. He couldn't go out the back door because he couldn't lock it behind him. So that narrowed down to the front door. Okay, but then Chris later said if somebody was on the front porch, the camera would have seen at least a shadow of a person. Right. So that means he didn't go out the front door either.
Yep.
So he didn't leave that house out any of the exits, according to Chris and Katie's own words.
Okay, so now you're left with one equation. And this is where the 1 + 1 equals the 2. He's taken out of the house.
Right.
Until
by somebody who was already in the house.
Right. Until they prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. Exactly. Prove us wrong. Because that's the lowest common denominator out of this whole thing. If everything else was checked and nothing adds up to the narrative, and you get 1 + 1 equals 2, you have to be taken. Like
but
Summer.
You have to be specific about it, though. He was taken by somebody who was already inside the house, because it wasn't a stranger that came up and took him out of the house, because we would have seen that too. So he was taken out of the house by somebody who was already inside the house.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 times. One is around 3 a.m. and the other one's at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where else are you going to go with that? Where are you going to go with that? Where are you going to go with that? I've watched Justin, go back and forth over the interviews, over the that video that was shown that night. I'm saying, okay, 1 + 1 is 2. And he's come to the same conclusion I've come to. And no one's proved this wrong yet.
Got a text message where Chris basically said he knew he didn't even go out the front door. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I do talk to people in the neighborhood, and they
you said
what?
You got to check. I'm trying to make sure I just heard you right.
Right.
Did you just say you have a message that Chris said?
It says it's something where I'll have to find this from a long time ago. He's basically saying like he knew he wasn't out the front door either, like acknowledging where he didn't like outright say it, but he's acknowledging that he not even went out the front door, like wasn't seen, no scent. I'll dig it up. I've shown it before. And nothing's done. Nothing's done. The neighbors, every single one of them that has seen the video or has a video, says, I don't know why something hasn't been done yet. They're like, they're either incompetent or Chris knows someone, or the family knows someone, or they just don't have everything they need. It's got to be one of the 3. It has to be one of the 3. Because let me tell you something. I do too. I pray it is too. Because, the people that have seen that entire video, it says it's incredibly obvious. Incredibly obvious.
So to me, that says somebody's not checking on something that should be checked.
I don't know, but it's frustrating as shit. I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when you can get stonewalled like this, and you know, you don't call 911 emergency for a missing child out of your home. You call the sheriff's department because time was more convenient for them to get there first than to call the 911. You know, we don't get a recording of a 911 missing persons call like any other case. I just got off doing the Sonia Massey case, and there's a 911 call there, and she called for help. Cops come over,
right?
and obviously the story tells itself from that point.
That's such a sad case.
I wouldn't think
Oh my
about
God.
calling I wouldn't think about calling the sheriff's department. Everybody's got 911 on their cell phones.
Right.
Emergency, SOS, I need your help now type stuff.
But Chris said that he called the sheriff's office because when you call it, first of all, he was in a different state. So if he would have called 911, it would have gone to his local 911 operator, and then they would have had to have rerouted him to where Katie was. So
Well, he wasn't technically in a different state. He wasn't in a different state.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She
Right.
should have called.
Right.
Period.
Yes.
Mama woke up and didn't find her son in bed. Decided to call him rather than call 911.
Right.
What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Did you check here? Did you check there? Did you go outside? Is he in the backyard? Is he over here? Is he over there? Oh, no. Okay. Well, get on the phone, call 911. I'm on my way. I'll see if I can get off work. No, but we don't hear that. We don't hear that. That's what pisses me off.
And the way that he said that, so when he was talking, I'm going to have to go back and find that clip. When he was talking to Duchess, I think, and he was going through the scenario of what happened, you know, and he said, we have a mother who can't find her son, and, you know, all that BS. He said, she called me, and I can't remember what his exact words were. If anybody can help remind me. But he basically made it sound like she was calling him to say, I can't find him. Where is he? You know, like, do you know where he is? That was my impression that I got as he was telling the story. And I was like, why? You know, that would have been maybe a Seth call, but not a Chris call. You know, like you wouldn't call Chris and ask him, do you know where he is? Or, you know, whatever. That would have been to Seth. So the way that he worded it in the beginning, it made me mad anyway. The call should not have been to him, period. Seth, yes. 911, absolutely. But Chris, no. Come on. It's very frustrating.
I agree.
It is.
Yeah, Thomas Sandwich makes a good point. How was she in the Navy without knowing how to keep her emotions in control during an emergency? Thomas says, but Justin, at first, he was adamant and said he knows he went out the front door. But after no evidence is found that proves that statement, he said he changed it. It's beyond. This kid needs to be found.
Yep.
I want this kid to be found, and somebody needs to pay, and pay dearly.
Yep. And the other day, I don't remember what I was watching, but I remember I had this relief almost where like I felt like weight was taken off of my shoulders because I don't know if whatever I was watching made me think this or believe this, or if this was just something that popped in my mind, like, you know, the psychic stuff, but a weight lifted off my shoulders and I took a deep breath and exhaled because I felt like I had confirmation that the police are on a lead. Like they know something that we have no idea about that they know. You know, it's not being shared with us in any way, shape, or form, but they are onto something, and I feel like it's soon. Whatever it is, whatever they're going for, it's hard to explain, but it was just like, it was a positive thing. It was, like I said, weight off of my shoulders. And I was like, okay, I felt like I could trust law enforcement from that moment forward, if that makes any kind of sense.
I believe wholeheartedly, just to kind of like go along with you. I've said this before. I think they know what happened. I think law enforcement knows what happened. And I think that they're simply building a case right now. I really do. That's why we haven't gotten any press conferences, or have you ever heard when the police are quiet? That's a good sign.
Sure.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, wait. When did the sheriff pass away?
Today.
The Sumner County sheriff?
Yeah, he, from what I've heard, allegedly he hit his head walking off of like a stage or something.
Oh my. Okay, I had not heard that yet.
Yeah.
I was wondering.
I don't know, but I pray that they know. I mean, I think they obviously know, in my opinion, that this child did not walk off. He was taken out of that house because as long as they see the video, you can't deny it. I mean, every person that I have spoke to says it's so obvious what you're seeing, and it is so obvious the different scenarios that plays out. Like the car pulls up, and for about 5 minutes or so it's parked there, and then that's when you see the lights and all of that, and these individuals are doing something around a car or a truck or a vehicle, and then the one gets in the vehicle and the other one runs back, and then the car backs out, not goes down to the next road and turn around, not goes down to the cul-de-sac and turn around, backs out and leaves the neighborhood.
Right.
Now, and the fact that Chris says that wasn't a flashlight with his stupid cocky chuckle and everything. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they say that it's the trash truck headlights. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the flippin' trash truck. I'm sorry, it's not. I went over. Gray Hughes has. I know how much Brittney and Gray love each other. Gray Hughes has a video that Chris. I'm jealous, bitch. Okay, I'm jealous. I wish he would call me a loser. Shit.
Ain't nobody got y'all. Y'all ain't shit to Gray Hughes.
That's right. Scum. I've never watched them, but they're all scum. Anyway, he's good. I like his mapping skills, okay? But I wanted to go see because Chris is the one who gave him the map information, okay? So he dropped his pretty little yellow pins where Chris told him to. And so I wanted to go see it. He's wrong. I'm sorry, but he is wrong.
He's absolutely wrong.
He's saying that the trash truck was on the road, the next road over.
Not a chance. It's wrong.
In hell. There's no possible way. So I don't believe that. And so Chris can chuckle his way right into a freaking set of silver bracelets, okay? He can chuckle all day long.
Call him Chuck.
Chuckle his way off the planet, as far as I'm concerned.
Listen,
Allegedly, in my
they are
opinion, blah blah blah.
they are out of that neighborhood, the entire neighborhood, within an hour. They pick up the trash and all, like that entire neighborhood, within an hour. No more. It takes no longer than an hour to pick up those streets right there. And you see the garbage truck come in, you see it turn around, and then it starts exiting the neighborhood. And then a few minutes later, you see Katie's car. It was out of the neighborhood when Katie left. And Nick Barris has even said that. Which he kind of annoyed the shit out of me lately, to be honest. But
and at the same time too, right? They did their due diligence by following the trash to the place where it gets dumped.
Yes, John.
You see what I'm saying? Okay, so no hits around the house. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
we
wait a
follow
minute.
the trash where it gets dumped, and nothing there. We go to the foot pond or this retention pond that's having some kind of a community development construction going on. We go there. Okay. They covered the bases. It goes back to the house. Now, oh man.
I want to interrupt you for just a second, John. Law enforcement has not stated that that was a trash truck on the flashlight videos that we're discussing. Law enforcement would not say what it was.
Yep.
So it wasn't them misdirecting. It was Chris misdirecting, unless it was told to Chris and Seth.
Well,
because they both have
Seth,
repeated that.
But they
Seth
checked that
said
area.
he went there and they checked what?
The dump site.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that was from the dumpster.
They went there anyway.
That was.
We're talking about the video,
right? We're talking. So the video of the flashlights, Chris and Seth have said that those are not flashlights. That it's a trash truck. So that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, because they did search the landfill, but that was because that's where the dumpster from the construction site was dumped, was at the landfill.
Can we also just point out, though, like for the sake of all of it too, in regards to whether it's a trash truck or not, which I don't believe it is either. Yeah. But we went through the interview last night with Olivia. Justin was on my live, I think, with me. But we went through it, and if you remember, Chris, he specifically says, and I won't tell you the area where those light sources were. Like, he would not even share where where the camera was pointing. He said, I won't disclose the location of where those cameras were pointing.
He said both. He won't tell you where the light's coming from, the area, and he won't tell you where the camera's going. It's nothing. It's nothing at all. Nothing to see here, but we won't. I can't tell you where it came from, and I can't tell you the camera.
So, what I can tell you is
it's nothing.
Right. I think that the police showed Seth a different video. I think that they showed him later in the morning of the actual trash truck coming through the neighborhood. I don't believe that they showed him the video that we have seen.
They didn't. I don't think they did either. Because I think if Seth would have known that time, if there was a car coming up and then people coming from the area of the Proudfoot's home, he would have probably went crazy at the time.
Well, I always thought Seth had a general idea that there was something like, what's the word I'm looking for? That video was actually credible, or relevant to the case, because remember on Pascal's interview, Seth, I'll never forget it. He was in the parking lot of a gas station. He was chugging a Mountain Dew. And he said, you know, that basically Nick had outed that video. And if Nick wanted to know why Seth wasn't answering his calls, there you go. He was mad at Nick for putting that interview out, making it public. So I always wondered, like, if Seth knows something that he can't say.
I think he took it more as it wasn't that he thought it was misinformation. That's the way I took it. Like,
Okay, that makes sense.
he wasn't believing. He wasn't believing it because he really thought it was a trash truck. Because I don't know. That's the way I took it. But I can tell you one thing: it is not misinformation.
Right. Absolutely. Tammie, are you shuffling cards over there?
No, I would never be doing that.
I didn't think that's what I heard.
The other thing that bothers me too is the fact that, you know, during an interview on News Nation with Brian Enton and Seth, was the fact that Seth said that Sebastian didn't want to go back home. Didn't want to say why, didn't tell him why. But that was a big red flag for me.
Well,
in other words,
you know,
something was going on.
Mm-hmm. Well,
You know
remember,
what I'm saying?
Chris said, you know, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get in trouble if you, because Chris said he was, you know, Sebastian was lying, and you're going to end up getting in trouble. You can get in trouble for that, sir, is what he said.
Yeah.
And I think Sebastian was scared to tell his father after that. I mean,
Yeah.
if that CPS lady actually came up and said, sir, you can get in trouble for that, if that happened, which she's allegedly fired now, but I mean, that would scare the shit out of him. That would scare a child to death.
No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
And
No
how many
doubt.
times was he told that too? Because how many times did CPS come out? Because he went to school and showed them, told them a story. You know, how many times did he reach out to somebody at school and then the same woman comes back and tells him, you'll get in trouble. You know, quit trying to get Chris in trouble. You're going to be the one that's going to be in trouble. Like, I felt so bad. I felt so bad when I heard him tell that story, because I can just imagine trying to be a 15-year-old autistic child. Yes, high functioning, but his brain still thinks differently, you know? So he's thinking he's doing what's right, which he is, but then he's being told not to, or he'll get in trouble himself.
Right. And
How
could you
fucked up is
imagine
that?
being on the spectrum, how much it probably took for him to muster up the courage to speak out and talk to
Yeah.
somebody?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And you know, I'm telling y'all, I know I harp on this and people probably think it, you know, I'm overreacting, but Chris slips up when he tells that, and he says that the CPS lady told him exactly what happened. So you just admitted Sebastian told the truth. You said the CPS worker told you exactly what happened. So that would mean Sebastian was honest. I don't get that part.
That's right.
I agree.
15-year-old being intimidated in the way that we all understand how that intimidation was put into place. You know, the belt whipping was bad for me.
Yeah.
You know, the hitting. a contact, however, much that was at that time, that really dug deep. I said, how do you do that to a 15-year-old autistic child that may not understand where you're coming from because you're coming from a different place than he is?
Well, let me give you.
His world is entirely different than yours.
Let me give you one level deeper to that, okay? I was listening to it the other day, and it hit me like a ton of bricks when Chris was asked by Nancy Grace, why did you use the belt? And he said he didn't remember. He didn't remember. Chris didn't remember why he used the belt on his stepchild, but he only used it one time, but he could not freaking remember why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't. You did it once, and you can't remember that one ass time.
Bullshit.
I mean, for God's sakes, one time, and he told Smiley very clearly. And let me tell you something. The way Chris said something one time, I knew it, that he, in my opinion, despised Sebastian. He said he was making it sound like I was so horrible.
Yep.
Like I was so horrible. And then he thought, Sebastian thought he was going to get me kicked out of my house.
Oh. You could hear it, Seth, you could hear it, Justin, that
You could hear
entire
his voice.
time.
You could hear it, just
probably,
the disdain for that child.
Yes, that probably was the one moment, like, when I realized just about, like, there was a battle within that house. There was a battle, and Chris was hell bent on getting Sebastian out of there, where he's sitting there saying that Sebastian wanted him out.
Yes.
He wanted Sebastian out.
Yes, but then he also said, Katie stopped me a few times, or one time, or a couple times, whenever I was going to throw his stuff out again.
Yeah.
You remember that, Katie? Yeah. Well, he said, and he's trying to give parenting advice. Guys, you can do it like this. I mean, he thinks he was the bee's knees in telling people how to parent. You didn't even want this kid in your house.
Right.
Don't marry. Don't marry someone then. Don't marry. Don't live together.
Yeah. He was throwing his stuff out, right?
Yes, and you know what he said in that moment, that, like, there's one thing he said in that moment that made my heart sink, and I took the biggest gulp. Like, I swallowed so hard. He said, because he said that Katie had stopped him, like Justin said, and then he goes on to say, but when you come to start, when you get in on the same page with each other and you start agreeing on the way things are, like punishing, the punishments and stuff like that, he said it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It is a beautiful thing. And when he said that just, I was like, oh my God. So I could just see it, like, she did what Chris wanted, the way that he wanted it, like, even if he was away. You know what I mean?
I think Seth towered, I'll be honest with you, to Chris. I think Katie did as well, just so he would shut the hell up. But it was at Sebastian's cost. I'll be honest with you. I think they just didn't want to deal with Chris. That he was just so explosive. I mean, Bobby, she's like, you could see the evil in his eyes that night.
Yep.
We saw people of Seth doing what Chris wanted him to. If you go watch Web Sleuth's interview, and that's no offense to Seth. I love Seth, but he did. He gave in to Chris on that interview.
Yep, he kind of
Yeah.
cowered down to him, but I think he was also kind of keeping his composure, so it didn't turn into a screaming match, and I respected him for that. Because Chris
Mhm.
obviously had flown off the handle. In my opinion, I don't think that that was the first conversation that has gone that way, because Seth handled it so well. I think that's from experience.
Sandwich she put something a second ago, and it was a quote that Chris said, and it's always, I can't remember what the hell it was, but it stuck out to me a moment ago. And it was Chris Proudfoot. She put CP. I was looking for it. This is how it's been. This is how it's been. When he told the CPS lady, yep, this is how it's been, meaning like it's all Sebastian's fault. Listen, teenagers are hard. Kids are hard in general, right? At times.
Exactly.
That's part of parenting.
No doubt.
But you got to remember, this mofo he doesn't even have to deal with Sebastian on the regular. So that's the part that gets me. Like, you're gone 95% of the time, but you're like, yep, this is how it's been. Like, he's such a freaking burden. And then you think about him calling Seth, and he's like, asking Seth to take him full time, to take Sebastian. You got to ask yourself, how can anybody say, oh, Chris loves Sebastian, he's a good stepfather, he is, he's devoted? Are you freaking kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't want Sebastian around his daughter. He doesn't want Sebastian in his home. He treats this child like he's got a disease. It's disgusting. He mocks him. He speaks disparagingly of him, makes fun of his smile, the way that he dances. I don't know how many times the man talks about how he doesn't know personal space. You can get a lot out of a person if you just listen to the things they say. And the things that Chris says tell a story. And it tells you how he feels.
And it makes you wonder, this whole case, it makes you wonder how Sebastian was feeling at that time.
Right.
It's like a child in the middle, almost of a tug of war, if you will.
Mm-hmm. It is. It was a tug of war.
Yeah.
It was a tug of war.
He's got to deal with mentally. He's got to deal with his world.
Mm-hmm.
It's called autism.
Yeah.
It's called
it's called a teenage boy.
Yeah.
A teenage boy is hard enough.
Yeah, and just dealing with autism the way that they think anyways, it's frustrating for them at times anyways,
And then you have a 15-year-old that's got to deal with adults outside of himself, trying to care for him, trying to do whatever they can possible to make his life comfortable, enjoyable, pleasurable, whatever. And in the meantime, mitigate between two parents at the same time. There's certain things I'm sure. There are certain things I am sure that Sebastian, between the two, wanted to say certain things, wanted to tell certain things, and couldn't find the words, if you will. There's a frustration that I feel with Sebastian that he had between the two poles, or the two poles.
Poles is a good word. The two poles. That's a good word, John.
Yeah. And no one out of those two areas truly understood what he was feeling, because no one asked him how he was feeling. Everyone was subjecting him to their feelings, how he should be outside of Seth, I think Sebastian had more freedom. He was a bit more comfortable. He got out a whole lot more. He liked fishing. He liked nature. Daddy allowed him to be himself, if you will, outside of the other side, which no more than constricted him from those freedoms. That's what I got from it.
There's two things that you can make that you should never make a growing mind that is developing in your home, where they are supposed to feel the most safe, is feeling unloved and unwanted.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine my son not being able to come to me and ask me a question that he may feel silly asking somebody else, or because he's very shy. My son is on the spectrum also. He's 14. He'll be 15 this month. He's very shy. He wouldn't even go ask my mom the question. But I know that he would come to me or my husband and ask me, because he knows we are not going to judge him or beat him down or make him feel dumb or less than, or, Sebastian didn't have that, in my opinion, at all. The way that Chris laughs at is reaching out for freaking help. It enrages me. I'm sorry. I'm pissed. I am so pissed right now.
You are where I am. You are where Justin is. You are where Brittney is. You are where Mark and Cher is. Miss Tammie is sitting here feeling it too. We're all feeling this. Yeah. Hence, we're talking about the Sebastian Rogers case. We had more than 3 years of covering Summer Wells. In that case. That was a hard case to handle for all of us. All of us.
And look at what Sam's saying here too.
And now, here's my other feeling about TBI. They're not doing enough. That's just point blank. They're not doing enough. They're waiting for a phone call rather than anything else, because they got other cases to deal with. And that's why Summer's case is cold. Now we're 5 months, we're a little over 5 months now in Sebastian Rogers' case. When we were 6 months into the Summer Wells case, I was hoping and praying. I said, 6 months is cutting it. A month cuts it. If you can't find a child 72 hours in the box, 72 hours, a child is found, relative, on the road, at a shelter, at a friend's house, at a wherever. If that child is not found right then and there in a box of 72 hours, now we got something else going on. And then it kept going on and going on and going on. And it kept going a month, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going, oh, damn.
Every other child that goes missing, they find within 72 hours.
I mean, how can anybody think that a child walked off a property and not find her in 72 hours? Come on.
I think law enforcement is waiting on finding the victim. I feel like that with Summer for sure. I feel like that's why we're not seeing shit in Summer's case, because Tennessee doesn't want to do anything until they have the victim.
Look what happened to Madeline Soto. Come on. I mean, it's right there in the house. There's stuff going on behind closed doors we don't know about until the story cuts. Once it's released, now they're going to blame YouTubers for, trying to help. trying to bring awareness, trying to be of assistance, and then we get beat up for, making commentary that may be a little off. Hey, we're not law enforcement. Okay, I buy that. But common sense says we're looking at some stuff that doesn't make sense.
Right. We're basing our opinions off of the factual information that we have and off of what the parents have said. That's it. That's what we know. We know what law enforcement has given us, which is very minimal, which is to be expected. And then we have tons from Chris and being on panels, and the panels that he did on Duchess. When I went back and was listening to those with you guys recently, I didn't realize how much Katie was cut off. Now, I think Duchess did it because she wasn't used to interviewing people and she was nervous. She also wasn't expecting Chris and Katie to be on the first interview because she thought she was just going to give information that they had given her through messages. So she was a little unprepared for it. So I don't think she did it intentionally. But Chris cut Katie off all the time. And she wasn't close to the mic, so you couldn't hear her as loud as you could hear him, as always, per usual, however you want to word that. So I feel like he's done the majority of the talking, but that's what we're using. And then what we've heard from Seth and what we've heard from Nina, which is what I want to get to here. But I want to say this too. Okay. What Holly said, he was never allowed outside of the house with mom and stepdad. He didn't have a bike. He didn't have a trampoline. He didn't have a pool. He didn't have shit in that yard that a 15-year-old child should have outside. There was nothing out there. A fire pit, it maybe I think was a fire pit and like chairs, and that was it.
How about this? He was never outside without his parents. How about that as well? They would see him maybe outside with Chris or Katie, but never outside alone.
Think about it. Think about it. Miss Tammie.
Yes.
What do you think about so far from what you've heard, what you've seen, as much as you have given your attention to this case so far? What are some of your thoughts?
What are the cards saying, Tammie?
Well, I don't think he walked out of the house by any way, shape, or form. I definitely don't think he crawled out a window or I believe he was taken out of the house. And I believe he was taken by someone in the house, out of the house. I do believe that he's, I do believe he's around like rock, cement, that kind of stuff. I do believe he's around that kind of area, trees, rocks, that sort of thing. But I honestly don't think that if they had the opportunity to move him again, I don't think that they could do it.
Right. Yeah, I think that too.
Yeah.
Do you think, Miss Tammie, do you think Sebastian is close or far?
I don't see him being. I don't think he's that far, but I don't think he's that close. It's kind of hard to describe how many miles I think he's away. I don't think he's like real far by any means. I don't think he's real far. He's further than they've looked. I kind of feel like he's between his house and the RV place.
So
Not exactly.
Miss Mandy has got 5-mile radius and then a 10-mile radius. What are your feelings about that?
I originally thought he was closer to home. I originally thought he was closer to home. And I think he's at least been moved once. But I don't think that they can move him again. Because I think he's in a place where he cannot be moved again. For a couple of reasons. One reason, I don't think they can get to him. And for another, that would just be too risky for them to try to move him again.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the location. Sorry, I'm starting to lose my voice here. This is the location that I told John I was drawn to when we were on Brittney's panel the other night.
Mhm.
This blue line right here is the 5-mile radius from their home. And then this is within the 10-mile radius.
Mhm.
And it is, so here's their house here. And this is the 10-mile radius out here. And zoomed in, it's the Nashville Pike, Station Camp Creek,
Mhm.
and it's on Douglas Bend Road, and it's this spot right here. This is a boat launch, and I don't know why I'm drawn to this location. This is a
I
Shell
am
station.
too. I am too. I am too. I've got that on my map. I've got it on my map. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
Makes
I don't know
sense.
what it was, but I've had this since I know it was back when I did my reading. I felt drawn to this spot because this was my thumbnail. Like I used this picture on my thumbnail, and you can see this first line is the 5-mile, and this second line is the 10-mile, and right here is the spot. And I was looking at the map when it was like this, and it also, during my reading, I got the snake card, and I thought obviously that it was about the snake. Sorry, hold on. There's somebody walking down my road with headlamps on their heads. Just trying to make sure that they're not car hopping. We had thieves go through the neighborhood not too long ago with unlocked vehicles stealing stuff out. Okay. I think
That's odd because that's what happened. That's what Bobby said. Is that it's on it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, they literally just walked past. I have my cameras pulled up on my laptop, and I just saw their headlamps walk in front of my truck because I have it backed into my driveway. But they kept walking, so I don't think my truck is locked either because I left it unlocked so my daughter could get my extra phone out of there. So I may need to run and lock that right quick. But first,
Was it a
here,
man and a woman by any chance?
I couldn't tell, and it was so quick. And when I caught them, they were already a little further, in front of my truck. So I just saw the two heads.
That's so weird.
I know. I'll have to go back and look though, because that really
I
odd timing too.
I think you're feeling it right now. I think you should look. Take a look. Take a look.
I will. But I got the snake card, and so I thought, it was snake. Obviously, it was because of Sebastian's snake that Chris got rid of because Sebastian didn't take care of it, But then I also noticed that this river is like a snake. This is very snake-ish.
And it's
in this spot.
It's also like, I don't know how to say, cliffish is not a word, but is it like, does it like slope down? Like, does it not? It's not like it's not even, right? Like it's, you know what I'm trying to say?
Like, is it a higher elevation at one point and then goes down to a lower elevation at another point?
Yeah, like it's like it would be a bank with like rocks along the side, like ledges, like step ledges, like, so it's not
kind of similar to like the Cumberland where what's his name, Riley Strand was pulled out. Is that who you're talking about?
It's kind of like, when you, like here in Louisiana, when we have creeks and stuff, ours are more level because we don't have mountains and things here. But like other places, there would be like, kind of like, I hate to say it, but kind of like Delphi, you know how it went down?
Yeah. Yes. I know what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I see. That's what I see.
I would have to pull it up on Google Maps and look. Let me see. I still have the address saved here.
I wanted to ask Miss Brittney a question. She's been working hard.
Oh.
I'm telling you, anytime I can catch you live and I get home and I see that I get the notification, I said, oh, Brittney's on. That's right. A little after 12. Let me see what she's talking about. outside of all the love you're getting,
I know, right?
from another world, your thoughts as to you covering this case. I'm gonna get to you, Justin. Your thoughts about you covering this case, everything that you've looked at, everything that you've heard, everything that you've read, you've seen. What is your intuition on what you feel, what you think so far about this case? I know it's a big question. Let me narrow it down. From what you understand now about where we are with the case, what are some of your thoughts about it?
Honestly, this case is, this case is so vague. Like, if I had to give a definition, like, this case is so, it's like there's so many obvious instances of different things, like examples of, you got a family who Sebastian himself, according to Seth, said he believed that his mother and Chris Proudfoot hated him. That alone will make you want to cry. Like, this kid thought that his mom and his stepdad hated him. And then you have a kid that has gone missing. And I'm like, because I know how people are, and people are going to watch in the back and try to eat me up for this, but I'm allowed to have an opinion. And my opinion, being that it's been 5 months, there's no sign of what happened to Sebastian whatsoever. To me, it would be illogical to say that he ran away, because there's nothing that even indicates that at all, that even pinpoints him walking out that door. So if I had to say, just in my heart of hearts, I unfortunately feel like Sebastian is probably not with us anymore. I'm just going to be honest. I hope to God I'm wrong. I pray to God I'm wrong. I pray to God that, by some weird miracle, he may be within a school. But if anybody who's covered this case as much as we have all went through every possibility, and none of them make sense other than the fact that, something happened. He's no longer with us, and we need to find him. I don't, his mom was the last one to be seen with him. She's the last one she claims she was the last one to see him. I don't want to accuse anybody. I don't know. But if I had to just say in a nutshell, I don't think Sebastian's here. I just think that he was taken out of that house. I think exactly what the neighbor said, they witnessed through the surveillance footage, is exactly what happened. Mm-hmm. And, I think that I think that if at some point Chris and Katie ever separated, maybe one would speak at that point. I don't know. But that's pretty much all there is to say. I'm trying to be very careful with my words, but that's me being 100% honest in my feelings, my inner thoughts, my feelings, my intuition. I wish that I could say I believed he was here, but I just don't. I don't.
Thank you, Miss Brittney. Wow. And I feel the same way you do. Like I said, 72 hours in a box. You find them or you don't. That's just me. I did that on the West case. I did that for Kaniga Jenkins. I did that for Cash Gernon. I mean, I did that in a number of cases. You know, if you can't find a missing child in the box of 72 hours, give or take, you go through friends, families, relatives, same thing, phones, all this stuff, and they cannot be found, and you're not calling foul play or anything else, you're slowing down, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You're not taking a look. You're really not taking a look, in my opinion. You're not after it, in my opinion. Justin, you know, I've watched your channel. I love your channel. I love what you do on your channel. Ms. Brittney, I love what you do on your channel. I love the hell out of your channel. I'm serious, because you know when it's time to lay the cards down on the table, Miss Brittney don't play. She says, "Well, tonight we're gonna do things a little differently, and I'm gonna preface my talk, and in a way that y'all will definitely understand." And I said, "Oh shit, Miss Brittney's gonna be on fire." And sure enough, she definitely kicks it out there. She'll let you know. She'll let you, hey, you like me? Great. You don't like me? Get off my channel, damn it.
Thank you for advertising my channel. Say my name, bitch. Say my name.
You know? But yeah. But Justin has been one channel that I've gone to because you know, he does, what do you do? About two lives a day on this case?
Well, in this case, one live a day, but
one live. Okay. I got a lot from you. You take your time, you're methodical, analytical, and I'm going, okay, you know, Justin is looking at some things that I would normally look at. From your point of view, Justin, out of everything that you've seen, out of all the phone calls that you've probably gotten, made yourself, and the emails that you've read and responded back to, all of the map work, the pictures, the commentary, the interviews that you've scrubbed to death to get information, you know, that's brought you this far in the case. You know, what are your thoughts about it?
I think that he was not, I think he didn't, I definitely think he did not walk out of that house. I think he was taken out of that house in either at 3 a.m. in the morning or at 6 a.m. in the morning. Jury's still out on that, as they say, not a court jury, but just public opinion. You know, a few weeks ago, I did, there was a couple kids missing, and they were found within hours. All of them, every one of them was found within hours. In East Tennessee last summer, there was 2 kids that went missing within a month apart. Both were found alive and safe, and they actually walked off by themselves. And much less a child that is claimed to be barefooted. And it's so many red flags that are out there, not only with the you know, the tension in the marriage, the tension within the house with Sebastian and Chris, the CPS, the courts that is going on, and the temper that we know Chris has, the lack of regard of relationships. It's not, let's work on this relationship. It's fuck you, I'm out of here with everything. This kid did not walk off, absolutely did not walk off, in my opinion. And I believe that there are two adults that knows where Sebastian is. And I think a big fuck up for them. I think Sebastian left in that Sebastian took out that trash, came back in, something happened that evening. Someone snapped. Whether he got up in someone's face, Sebastian, and someone snapped and just hit him, broke, something, fell, hit something, and they planned quickly. Oh shit, we can't call 911 on this. Look what I did. And you got to think quick. But thinking quick and having the nerves at the same time, people mess up. And the last thing he was thinking about was getting his shoes out. And I believe Seth or one of them went there that morning and said, oh, there's his shoes in the corner. All of his shoes are there. Oh yeah, he walked out barefooted, I guess. Something like that. No scent, nothing on a camera, but there is something on camera. And it is people coming out of the direction from their home. I believe they walked out either of the backyard and went through the double gate of the fence between the two houses, made a right between the two fences, walked through the fences and through the yard to the car. That little area. And he is somewhere between here, Hendersonville and Mississippi.
Thank you, Justin. Powerful. I want the chat to listen to the content creators that have been covering the case. I also consider Miss Tammie a content creator because, she sticks very close by this case. And Miss Tammie, if you don't have a channel, you should have one. And if you do have one, I don't have the damn link.
She does. I'll get it.
Yeah, get it, mama. Get it.
In my description box. It's already in the description box.
Okay. All right.
Johnson wants to support everybody, damn it.
Yeah, right. Get it, baby. Get it.
Mandy, I was going to tell you when you were talking about when you done your reading and what was the other lady? Ashley, was that her name? That does the remote. I done my reading on April 16th.
Oh my.
And I posted it on April 24th.
Oh my.
So
I'm gonna have to go back and watch it again now then, because that's so crazy that we all did it in that same time span.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Wow.
We all did in that same time span.
Interesting. Miss Mandy, when I got turned on to you,
you were like, oh hell, I gotta get out of here.
No, it was beautiful.
Hold on, John, I don't turn you on. I don't turn you on.
No, come on, Justin.
Gone.
He can't talk about that on a live stream. This is not
So
X-rated, okay?
heartbroken.
Justin, we all know you're just so beautiful.
He
Yes,
is.
I've got
Tell
that.
you what.
About
You-
Beyonce.
From everything that you've covered, and I was brought onto your channel through Miss Brittney, and then Justin, and then there were a couple of other content creators that I said, I gotta check her out. Now, I kept calling you Truth Seeker in the beginning,
Yeah.
and I said, wrong, John. It's not Truth Seeker, you know. And I had apologized on one of your lives. I came up on panel and said, my bad. But you are a truth seeker. Even though you're a spirit seeker, you're still looking for the truth. And that's why I had, watched up the words a little bit. You were in the same place, based upon the work that you've done on this case, everything that you've seen. I'm going to go deep on this.
Okay.
When you're offline and you know that you've covered this case on your channel or on Brittney's channel or on Mark and Cher's channel, or you've done a panel on Justin's channel, or you've done work with Miss Brittney on her channel, when you are offline and you think about this case and you think about the details of a lot of different things that you have thought about what happened to Sebastian, what are your thoughts right now as we stand on this panel tonight, this date, over 5 months, he's been missing. What are your thoughts about this?
Do you want to narrow it down to specifics, or do you just want a general overview?
You can give us your best overview, because there is a lot there, and that's why I saved you last to kind of hone down a lot of things, because you have a beautiful gift and a talent that reaches beyond the realm of the physical sometimes, and a lot of people may have a little tough time dealing with that,
right?
Because there's a mixture between the two. I've always believed that myself. I try to keep it physical because this is we're in the physical plane.
Right.
We have to deal with the physical stuff in the physical plane. When you have a combination of the spiritual plane, that is a part of this, and it is a part of it. It is. Not many people can describe in words what spiritually could be happening in a case as well. So this is why I wanted to save you for last, because in the best summary between the physical and the spiritual and everything that you've been feeling about this case, okay? What are your thoughts? How are you feeling about this case right now?
Well, right now I'm frustrated, I think, just because of everything that we've talked about tonight. But I'm also kind of excited because I feel like the where we started this live stream out with, and going to Silver's, being able to see him tour the area around the RV park, and then seeing Ashley's remote viewing, and it being so spot on with what I got during my reading around the same time frame back in April. I feel like that's leading us somewhere. I feel like it's giving us a little something more than what we've had before tonight. So that kind of gives me a little bit of hope, because I almost feel like we're spinning in circles, like I feel like we know, I think we're in agreement, a lot of us, on panel and in the chat, that Sebastian isn't living anymore. It's so hard to say. And we think that the last person who has something to do, or knows something more.
You dipped out. You dipped out.
Why is it doing this?
Miss Mandy, you dipped out.
No, can't hear you, Mandy.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, how's that?
That's better.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So I think that we are in agreement that the last person that was with Sebastian knows more about what happened to Sebastian, knows more about where Sebastian is today. And I think that we've kind of gone back to a lot of the interviews, which is so helpful to always go back to the beginning, like you were talking about earlier. When the math problem isn't mathing, you got to start back at square one, start at the beginning, and work your way out. Law enforcement starts with the family circle or the people who are around in the beginning, right, close to them in the beginning, like whoever was last seen with them or whoever last saw the victim. That's where you got to begin, according to law enforcement. And I feel like we are definitely doing that also. So I appreciate that. I feel like a lot of us are on the same page, but we all have different perspectives. And I think that is a beautiful thing, for being able to look at different perspectives is so helpful. And I think that one of us is spot on. I don't know which one it is, but I think one of us has been spot on with our theories. We've kind of reviewed different theories that we have, and every one of them is possible, even probable. So it's just, now we need to see what law enforcement is going to do and follow it through, I guess. I want to know why we feel drawn to these locations. I want to dig more into that. I want to dig more into the RV park now, obviously. I know Chat was talking about Terry Lynn, and Silver's talking about maybe doing searches in the area around the RV park soon or something. I would love to know more information about that. Because I really feel like there's something there. There's definitely something there. And, right, exactly. Sandwich, the Occam's razor, like that. I feel like that is a lot of it. The simplest solution, the easiest. And then you have to look at, like Sebastian's 15, but he left with no shoes, with no phone. If he was meeting somebody online, don't you think he would definitely have his phone with him? Nothing that they have said makes sense. It doesn't add up.
Like the outside, and he didn't like bugs, and he was scared of the dark. I mean, he would not go out in the middle of the night with all those things.
Right. I would think that he would be.
Think about this too, because I pointed this out to other people all my life. There's this big narrative that people are pushing that Sebastian met someone on an online game and that he ran away with them. If Sebastian met somebody on an online game, wouldn't he take the device with him that he met the person on?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
It would have been on the device even if he talked to them 2 weeks prior. I mean, it's like,
right,
to me, that's like a no-brainer. It's not even considered for me.
Right. Law enforcement would have already hunted that down, and they would have already found it, no matter if he had the device with him or he left the device at home. They would have already pinpointed that device and when he was talking to who and where, and they would have already found that out. So I don't believe it's anything that has to do with somebody online. I mean,
I think
look at Delphi. Look at how fast they found the online guy there.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would be making a big put. We want to put a bolo out in this area. A bolo. Be on the lookout
Oh yeah.
for a such and such type car, or they would identify the person who was talking to Sebastian. And I wholeheartedly believe 5 months in, we would have gotten a press conference, and they would have been like, "We believe, he left with this person. If anybody sees this person, we believe he's in the area of," you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
They haven't said protect your children or anything like that. Watch out for your children.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You've seen this car. They know.
And I wanted to say too, when we were talking earlier about Sebastian had nobody to reach out to, so I want to review that for just a second and explain more what I mean. So he reached out to people at school, and then CPS comes, and then he's told basically to shut up or he's going to be in trouble. So then he's scared to talk to his dad about things. He doesn't want to tell his dad why he doesn't want to go home, but he said he didn't want to go home. But then Seth asked Katie why Sebastian would say that to Seth. Well, then I guarantee Sebastian found out that Seth asked Katie that question.
Mm-hmm.
So then he gets shut down again. Why are you saying that to your dad? Okay.
I agree.
Then we have the seniors' stinky feet. They're not going to be of any help because that's Chris's parents, He can't really talk to them. And then we find out that he did talk to Seth's mom. He spoke to that grandma, but that grandma didn't say anything because she didn't want to betray his trust. And I get it now. I get now why she didn't, because she didn't want to say anything and betray that trust, and then him literally have nobody.
Mm-hmm.
I maybe she knew that anything Seth said to Katie fell back on Sebastian's shoulders, and maybe that's why she didn't say anything yet. She didn't tell Seth everything that Sebastian had told her. So he had literally nobody to reach out to for help when he was feeling like he needed help. And obviously he did. Now, I'm not saying Chris and Katie are the devil or anything. I could if I wanted to, in my opinion.
I am.
But I'm sure that it wasn't all, rainbows and puppy dogs in that house at all times. I think that when Chris was at work, they were on the phone all the time because that's Chris's control. That way he knows what Katie's doing. That way he knows what Sebastian's doing. That way, just like he said, is your room clean? Well, didn't your mother tell you to clean your room? Well, yes, sir. Okay. So he's reinforcing what Katie's already said, like he's stepping on her toes to uphold what she has asked Sebastian to do.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I don't like that. Every once in a while, my husband will do that. Like if I tell my son to do something, then my husband will say, didn't your mom tell you to do da 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 da? I'm like, I got this, don't do that. I got this. And I feel like that wasn't done in their house. I feel like, it's kind of like, well, wait until your dad gets home, like one of those childhoods, where you're scared of one parent.
It was gang up on him. Yeah.
Right. That's what I mean. Like it's, scared of the one parent, but this feels like it's more intensified. And for him to reach out at school on at least 2 occasions that we know of, and we don't know what the first case was about, except for it wasn't from Chris the first time, allegedly, according to Chris, because this time was for me. So I feel like he was left by himself. And that's why, Brittney, when you had said about that picture, I feel like that I could see Sebastian sitting in a symbolic room like that, you know, where he feels like he's trapped with nothing and nobody in that room with him. And
Oh,
Think about,
that
yeah,
hurts.
you
think
know
about second. Oh, go ahead, Justin. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to actually say you, Brittney. You remember them talking about how Sebastian, they would make him lay down in the bed and just lay there, even if he wasn't sleepy, and he would play
Right.
with his, and he would just play with his fidgets.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's what that room is about.
Yep, that's what I said before you came on. I'm
Confinement?
telling y'all, I believe that. God, I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. But like I said earlier, you listen to what people say, you'll learn a lot about them. And there are some things that she has said other than that indicate to me that Sebastian basically was in that room all the time. Think back to the night of Sunday. She said they come home from dinner and, okay, baby, hold on. Sebastian went to his room and he was in his room until it was time for bed. So that's not a slurpee. They were out. They didn't have them. Sorry, guys.
That sounds like it sounds like confinement, like a strict confinement.
They're isolating him. I mean, just
Yeah.
like Justin said, the neighbors said that he didn't go outside by himself. Why? Were they worried that he was going to go talk to a neighbor? You know, why couldn't he go outside by himself, or why didn't he go out by himself? Maybe he wasn't not allowed to go out by himself. Why didn't he
talk to somebody?
Right. And this is just speculation. We don't know.
No.
So don't come at me. And if you do, make sure you say my name, okay? I feel like they were trying to like isolate him and make him feel like, I mean, and that's what, like, it's like a bad relationship, you know, like when you're in an abusive relationship with somebody, they do that to you. They try to seclude you and isolate you. They don't want you to have any friends. They don't want you to have your family members. They don't want you to have any contact with anybody outside of them. They want you to rely solely on them. And it feels like that's what this is. And even though Sebastian had Seth and he knew he had Seth and he has Seth's mom and, you know, like he knew he could talk to Seth about things, he still didn't. And I feel like it's because they made him feel like he couldn't. And if he did, he would be in trouble.
Miss Mandy, you know, between you, Miss Tammie, Miss Brittney, Justin, and I'm sure if Cher and Mark were here, because I would have asked them the same question.
Right.
You know, covering this case, as hard as it is to see from the beginning up until, you know, where we are right now, is a lot that a lot of people did not consider regarding Sebastian's feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That would be baseline for me. You know, we're doing victimology, if you will. Okay, you begin to identify the circle that the victim was around. 1. 2, you go from the circle to the circle's associates on how the influence works inside the circle, and then so on and so on and so on. You know, who had contact with the victim at any given time. What are they saying? How are they acting? How are they responding? And so on. You know, in light of everything you guys said, I'm in full agreement with every single one of you. From your perspective, because there's a lot that you said that clicks into my perspective. You know, we find that there is some kind of an isolation here. It's heavy.
And John, let's add in
Yes.
this too. He wasn't allowed to be online. He wasn't allowed to play the video games at their house. He couldn't have any social media at their house. So more isolation.
Yeah. That's what I was getting at. You know,
Sorry.
At the top end of this story, you know, you have a special needs child, 15, goes missing, and in a way that doesn't make sense. So you go back and start to get some background, as we've all done.
Right.
Every single one of us has looked into background. You know, all right, how did Sebastian come about? Why his story? Why did he go missing at all? Well-to-do family, well-to-do neighborhood, everything seems to be in the right place at the right time with the right people doing the right things. But, you know, down there in Tennessee, it seems like wrong place, wrong time, wrong people, wrong result. Just like with Summer. So now, why do we have that result? Why are we all going after a case that's not producing the right result all of a sudden? And then we get the narrative. The narrative tells a lot. That's where we all came from, because we all wanted to know what the parents said about what happened. That's where we go. Where's the press conference? Where's the police conference? If there's an interview, we want to know what the parents are talking about. We want to know who the parents are, etc., etc., etc. And then it doesn't take that long, as it did us anyway. It doesn't take that long for us to find out how the narrative, it's the narrative that bothers everyone. It bothered us to smithereens when it came to the West case. It bothered us to smithereens when it came to Cash Gurnan. It bothered us to smithereens when it came to Summer Wells. It tore us apart because there was a lot of things that were superficial to the narrative more so than the truth. A little of this, a little of that, and you should have the same story we have is what we're told. We hope that law enforcement does their job and looks for the truth and looks at everyone when it comes to a missing child. I don't care what age you are. Someone went missing when she was 5.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The West boys went missing when they were 3 and 4. Amari Nicholson went missing when he was 3. Going on 3. All the culprits are close by in every single one of these cases.
You know, Amari Nicholson's case is very similar to this too.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm surprised that you don't remember my channel from the West Boys, because that's where I started my channel, was with the West Boys, and then I covered Amari Nicholson, also Cash Gurnan, you know, all of them. But Amari Nicholson is very similar. When they tried to report him as missing, And he wasn't missing whatsoever. He wasn't kidnapped by his biological father's sister like the boyfriend and mom tried to lie and say, so it's like they're giving a narrative that they give to law enforcement. Then law enforcement turns around and shares that narrative with us, saying this is what we know from the parents, so this is what we're going to rely on because they're banking on the parents being honest, until they can find out otherwise. And
Right.
that's why I feel like law enforcement is being so quiet with this, because I feel like they've found out otherwise.
Right. The most powerful thing that we're taking a look at right now on this case, it's extraordinary in every sense of the word. It's powerful. And it's the narrative. It's the beginning of everything that comes after it. Hence, you put out a cause, it's going to have an effect. And when we're taking a look at the cause, and we keep going back to the cause, just like Justin has, just like Brittney has, just like Miss Tammie has, just like Mark and Cher has, and Miss Mandy has, and every single content creator that, is out there looking at the cause. We go back to the narrative. What started this thing? Now you compare the narrative to factual, not speculation, factual, in your face. Here's a picture, here's a video, here's an interview, here's another interview, here's another interview. Nancy Grace gets an interview. Seth gets an interview, he gets another interview, and he gets another interview, and then you begin to see what kind of a picture this whole case begins to look like. Me, this is a bad situation for a 15-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Point blank. It's hard being a 15-year-old. They're past 10. They have their faculties about them. They're going through puberty. They're going through changes. They're going through social changes, especially when it comes to school, especially when it comes to private stuff. Because when you get 15, you feel entitled to being more private. You feel entitled to close the door to your room. You feel entitled to cook your own meals, the ones that you like. You feel entitled to wear the clothes that you like to wear. Maybe the hair the way you like to wear it. And so on and so forth. I know because I've got 2 daughters. Went through those cycles. Now, Seth being a male is different, but I've been around people who had 13, 14, 15, 17-year-olds running around the house. They're always in the fridge. They're always on TV or video games or having their private moments. They want their private moments. Sebastian had his private moments too. I'm thinking about him in Chris and Katie's house. I'm thinking about him in Seth's house. I'm thinking about his life. I'm thinking about him going to school. I'm thinking about him just wondering what he's thinking about wanting to do in his life to make it through at the same time. But everything in this case that I've seen so far has been pointing in the opposite direction, away from him, rather than him himself. And I think that during the interview process, what I picked up, what Justin's picked up, Miss Brittney's picked up, Miss Mandy's picked up, I'm sure that Mark and Cher picked up too. During the interviews, everything is left outside of him. Outside. Here's what we did. We did. We did. We did. Well, wait a minute. What about him? Where is he at? What feelings do you have of him that you can connect with that helps us identify who he is, how to understand him? It's never told. It's shadowed by the narrative. So behind the narrative and the shadow of Sebastian, I'm in agreement with every single one of you. And it's hard for me to say this, but yet, like I said, my rule is 72 hours. If you don't find a child in 72 hours, it's a bad situation. Sebastian is well over 5 months. I think we're in a bad situation. I think Seth knows that too. I think his efforts in a recovery, more so than a rescue, is already in place. He just wants to find his son. I hope he does. It's a hard rock. It's a hard rock to step on, but everybody feels the rock. Everyone does. So with that said, I think it was taken. This was a bad situation that Sebastian has found himself in, with the wrong people at the wrong place at the wrong time. He was in the midst of it. Only because I say that, only because he wanted to tell his father something, but couldn't, as Mandy pointed out. It's a ping pong ball going across the table. And that's how I feel Sebastian's life was going back and forth since Katie and Seth separated and divorced. Now you see on the one side, something going on in court. On the other side, something going on in court. On another side, you have a former spouse, Miss Nina, come into play and give character reference as to what Chris was all about. Now, I'm sure he didn't like that at all. Why would she open her mouth? Well, she had to. She had to, because she's got a loved one to think about. And it's the same loved one that got obviously tossed into this case, and that's Faith. What does Faith know? What does she experience between Chris, Katie, herself, and Sebastian during the time that they had contact?
I'd like to know what, how it went with Faith this trip. You know, what did she see? What did she, you know what I mean? What did she tell Nina? Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and you begin to take a look at this whole family dynamic, because that's what it is that we're looking at. It's not just Sebastian, it's a family dynamic. The whole thing is a family dynamic, and it's hard just for one person. And that's the same person who ends up missing. Why is this person out the picture all of a sudden? Now, Now, he was getting ready to go live with Seth right after school term, correct? Correct?
I
He
think
was supposed to,
yeah.
yeah, he was supposed to go live with Dad, or there had to have been some kind of an arrangement that was made to go live with Dad to lighten up the load a little bit. Maybe he was lighting up his load a little bit from work 12 hours a day on a shift and only could see him every other weekend. Now he was going to have the summertime to have with his son, go fishing, be out in nature, do the things that he enjoyed doing, and so on and so forth. You know, this whole dynamic I've seen before, and it doesn't end up good, unfortunately. I hope I'm wrong, but like I said, anything over 72 hours, it's me. It's just me. Outside of a 72-hour box, if you can't find your loved one, there's something going on. And now police have got to use their time to try to figure out where the bullshit is. I tell them, go to the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Don and Candace all over again. Go back to the narrative. TBI just, in my opinion, threw their hands up and said, look, sheriff's office, you deal with these people. You deal with them. They're all on YouTube. They're all over the place. They're drunk. They're cursing each other out. They're fighting. They're kicking people in. They're pulling people over. All over the place. All over summer. I said, this is not real. But yet, guess what, folks? This is how people are living. This is how people are living. They would rather go on virtual reality, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or whatever, and tell this story. Like a reality show. I'll only get 15 minutes. So what the hell?
Right.
If I get caught, big deal. If I don't get caught, guess what? I'm going to continue doing what the hell I was doing before. So you have Don and Candace that don't have children no more. That's all we know. They're still mucking around, talking about the same stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Summer's not found. The West Boys case, the parents are locked up. They're locked up for double homicide. Murder. They're trying to appeal it. I doubt very much that the appellate court is going to grant them that appeal, and anything else that law enforcement may have left out. There were 2 counts that were left out of a 7-count murder charge, but they'll be there. But the boys have not been found. Here in the Sebastian Rogers case, it's a tough one.
Yeah, it is.
Because we got some very smart thinking people. I wouldn't call them smart, but smart thinking people. Is this premeditated?
Calculated.
Yeah,
I would say
calculated. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
Well, I feel like Mandy
Like one time
does.
I will ever tell you something, John. John's super intelligent.
I feel like Mandy does, because Mandy said she felt like, law enforcement had maybe had a lead or something. That's why they've been so quiet. I actually feel like they have gotten somebody has come to them actually with some information. That's how I feel. And I feel like it's happened like within the last couple of weeks, like a person has brought them some information. And I kind of feel like they're probably like a younger person, like in their 30s, maybe somewhere along in there. But I feel like somebody has brought them some information here recently that might lead them in a direction they need to go.
Okay, well, thank you for validating my feeling, because it's been over just the last, I would say probably week and a half to 2 weeks that I had that feeling. And it was just, I mean, it was seriously like I took a deep breath and exhaled, and I remember just, it was like a rush that came over me that I was like, wow, okay, and it felt good. So I'm glad that you had a similar feeling.
Well, I feel like this person is a little nervous, because they haven't, they're kind of in a situation they haven't been in before. Thank goodness, I guess. And I kind of feel like they just didn't know how to approach it, but I feel like they finally, they were probably scared too. I mean, of Chris or of people,
Right.
So, but yeah, I feel.
The thing I truly appreciate is that I'm glad that the content creators that are on this panel with Mark and Cher have decided to do this, this kind of a platform, to have it on different content creators' platforms. We're all talking about the same story. This is far better, in my opinion, far better than how Summer Wells' case went.
Oh, yeah.
On platforms.
Yeah,
on platforms where you can have dialogue, where you can have a conversation, where you can have an open,
open table.
Conversation. There are those that are outside this box tonight that could say otherwise. Me, as I've always said, I don't bother with them. I don't bother with them. I don't ever have to. And it's a beautiful thing because they leave me alone. They don't mess with John Q. Ever. The only reason why is because I never give them an answer.
Yep.
And when you don't answer them, guess what? They flock on to somebody else.
Well, my opinion is I don't need to give anybody an answer. Whatever I talk about on my channel, or, we're discussing on other channels, that's our right. Like we have that right of freedom of speech, and we're allowed to have our opinions. And if you don't like it, don't watch. Like I always picture it. This is so old school and showing my age. Okay. But I always picture it that those people that are sitting there bitching and complaining and reviewing and attacking us for whatever we want to talk about on our channels, if they would have been their age back in the 80s and they would have been watching daytime TV, would they call every single network and say, turn that shit off? What are you playing? Why are you letting those talk show hosts talk about that shit? Seriously, change the fucking channel if you don't like it. You don't have to like it.
It makes me so angry.
And we don't care if you like it or not. We are not out stalking the family. We are not exploiting the family. We are discussing a case, a public national case.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry, Justin.
You will get me started, Andy.
They don't have our name on their paperwork. That's why. See?
Well, when they start paying my bills, then I'll let them have input. Okay. But even my husband doesn't tell me what to do. Okay.
I explain to my subscribers, not to anybody else.
Exactly.
Never
and that's
complain, never explain.
I do love that having the open the open panel, everybody's allowed their opinion. If you disagree, that's fine, as long as you do it respectful. And I always say that in my videos, in my comment section, leave me a comment. If you disagree, that's great. I want to hear why you disagree with me. You know, let's talk it out. Maybe I'll see things from your point of view. You know, maybe you're seeing something that I'm not seeing. Let's talk about it. But I'm not going to listen to you if you're screaming and yelling or calling me names or making fun of how I look or, you know, whatever. I don't have time for that. I have to respect you to care about your opinion.
Amen.
Until then, say my name. Okay, now.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
You have this this video piece up here.
Right. That's right. It's Spirit Seeker Squad. Spirit Seeker Squad. Make sure you get it right. Okay. The handle is at Spirit Seeker Squad with no spaces. Okay, thank you. Yes, this video that I have pulled up here, this is the Lore Lodge. I need to go grab the link so I can drop it in the chat also. And this is the video that I was saying earlier that I want to review, because this is the one where he talks about Nina's interview. Okay, he has, let's see, it was 9 hours ago that he uploaded it, and it already has almost 1,000 comments on it. Holy moly. He has 528,000 subscribers. This video has reached out to 54,000 people in 9 hours.
Good.
I'm loving this.
Good.
Loving it.
I'm hoping that this, like Chris Proudfoot is losing his shit right now.
That he is. I guarantee
Sorry,
he is.
y'all. I'm sorry.
He's on the phone screaming at somebody tonight, okay?
Yeah, because this is, you know, he gets aggravated with us, quote unquote, low level, you know, dropping the bucket true creators, but Lore Lodge is almost a million subscribers.
I'm sure he's making it crystal clear to somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Maybe Born Betty can send this guy one of her crystal clear t-shirts.
Right.
Wouldn't that be some
Maybe it
shit?
says follow me on it or something. I don't know.
That would be awesome. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is the third video that he's done. The first one, he kind of laid out the facts, and it was a quick, I think the video was like 35 minutes long or something like that. And the first half was about Sebastian, and the second half was about Riley Strand. So it was kind of just a quick overview of the timeline, who the players are in the case, and, you know, that stuff. So it was basically just the facts. The second video I have not watched yet, but I heard it was just as good as this one. And there were a lot of things that popped out in it, but I myself have not been able to watch it yet. So I will be. But this one I did watch. This one I'm not going to lie. I got super excited. Like when I was listening to it, I was like, yes. Like I felt so not validated, but it felt good to have a fresh set of eyes.
I'm not gonna lie, this dude made me feel extremely. I haven't seen this one yet. I was saving it for a review, but I will say this dude made me feel vindicated on part 2, because everything that he, like all of the red flags that we all have picked up on, you know, out of the interviews with Katie and Chris, he picked it up. Just like, I mean, I verbatim everything.
Right
and
off
I was
the
like,
bat.
No, people have been telling us, oh, you're too center focused on Chris and Katie, you're too biased and all this. And I'm like, wham, bam, here you go. This is a person that has no influence, complete outsider. And he looked at it with, you know, a non-biased perspective, and look at what he got. You know what I mean? That speaks volumes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, and okay, so he has a brother who is also autistic, so he understands Sebastian. That is good to know. I appreciate that, you know, that he's thinking about it from a different perspective also, you know, not just looking at it from a true crime perspective. He's he has more perspective on it. So thank you for letting me know that, Mercy.
I
And
I appreciate his very first video, because he came out with everything that I was thinking. He called Chris Proudfoot a liar. Bam, right there.
Yep.
1 + 1. He gave you the answer. He gave you his reasons for the answer. And to have this guy as a content creator pursuing, from a different perspective, pursuing the truth. When think about it, every content creator that everyone in the chat has covered this case with, I'm sure that the same bells ring on those channels just like they have on the channels that you frequent and you're up late at night, early in the morning listening to. It's the same thing. Once again, it goes back to the narrative. It's a hard thing to try to understand the narrative. And that's what everyone has a problem with. And yet they don't understand that that's the problem.
Right.
That's Chris and Katie, that is. It's a hard problem. And there's no cleanup there. There's no detail there. There's nothing descriptive there. Timelines are not even drawn. They're not even included at all. Why? That's to avoid the timeline, so you know what we've done, how we've done it.
John, your microphone is cutting out.
Yeah, when we've done it, during the course of, Sebastian going missing. So, how's my mic? Am I good? Am I good?
Yeah, it's not muffled now. It's been crackling the whole time you've been up here, but
yeah, you know how Wi-Fi is.
I know.
How Wi-Fi is. It fluctuates.
And I've been watching. There was only one person in chat that said something. So other than that, it's been okay. I mean, it's just a crackle. It's not like we can still hear you just fine. But every once in a while, I think your microphone does what mine does, where it just muffles you for 3 to 5 seconds, and then it's like you come back. But
right,
I don't know, this wonderful technology we have.
It is, but it's a timeline.
Yep.
The best way that I've seen over the cases, and I'm sure that the other content creators can agree, when you are giving a narrative and it's not true, always mess with the timeline. Never give a distinctive timeline. Give a roundabout. Because when people look at a narrative or they listen to a narrative, they're looking at what time to get home. Same thing the police do. What time to get home? Okay. When to start cooking dinner? Okay. And then what happened after that? What time was that? When you had this call, what time was that? They're trying to build the storyline to support the timeline. But in this case, timeline is where? Where is it? It's not here. Like Summer's case.
All over the place.
Yeah. Same thing. Summer's case was the same way.
Gaps in the timeline. Huge old gaps in the timeline, which means that you're leaving out information intentionally.
Yeah. The FBI had to go back to Don and Candace to say, hey, are you sure you guys did these few things over here? I think you need to go back over your timeline. I'm sure that there's some things that you may have forgot.
That's right.
So if they thought so in her case, we're taking a look at a broken timeline like no other. in this case, my opinion.
Yep, I agree. All right, so we're gonna go. I have this on normal speed because he talks pretty fast, but I'm gonna let it play until you guys say, "Hey, stop," or unless I want to stop it. But he reviews things so well, and there's a lot of information, but the way that he words it, it's very easy to follow. Okay, so I'm gonna let it play. We're gonna pause for fair use and all of that, of course. And Hey Jude has been dropping the link in the chat. Even directed it for Chris. Hey, Chris, here's the link to the video just in case you need it for any reason. Download it, add it to your 12 terabytes of stuff that you have from YouTube, okay? And don't lose it. All right. So here we go. We ready? And we lost Justin again. He probably fell asleep. It's almost 3:30.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to have to be leaving here pretty soon.
I was getting ready to say, Tammie, you've been a trooper tonight.
Yeah, I got to get up early in the morning, but not too early. But I'll say goodnight, and then I'll just watch the rest of it later. And I enjoyed being on the panel with everybody tonight.
Love you, Brittney.
I appreciate you being here. Oh, it's Tammie. Tammie's the one.
Miss Tammie is leaving?
Yeah.
John, it's always me, you,
I still love you, Brittney, but Miss Tammie, I love you.
Got to go work on the new training ground tomorrow we got for the fire department. So I better get some sleep. So
that's right. Need to be alert and stay safe. And thank you so much for doing that. And thank you so much for being here tonight and hanging in like a trooper too.
Yes, thank y'all for having me, and y'all have a blessed night, and I will talk to y'all later.
And Miss Tammie,
yes, sir.
Thank you again for your thoughts.
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Much love to you.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a great night.
Good night, sweetheart.
You too, Tammie.
Bye.
Bye.
And then we're us three again. It's always us three.
The terrific trio. I think that sounds good, right? Oh, all right. Here we go.
In our second Sebastian Rogers video, I learned that in the South, put the dogs up means put them away, not physically put them up somewhere. And I thank you all for telling me, and by all, I do mean literally all of you. I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome back to the Lore Lodge. At the beginning of July 2024, I was asked to look into the case of Sebastian Rogers, a missing 15-year-old autistic boy from Hendersonville, Tennessee. In case you haven't seen the previous two videos in this series, the short version is that Sebastian disappeared back on February 26th of this year. According to the story told by his mother and his stepfather, she woke up to get him ready for school on a Monday, and he wasn't in bed, he wasn't in the kitchen, he was nowhere in the house, and there were no footprints, no scent leading away. The police have been totally unable to figure out where Sebastian went after he left the house that evening. His stepfather and his mom say that they believe that he simply left the house of his own volition. He didn't take his phone, he didn't take his switch, he didn't even take his shoes, and they don't know why, and they don't know where he might be, and they're very distraught about the fact that he has not yet been found. As we discussed in part 2 of this series, however, those parents can't be trusted to tell the truth about basically anything. Chris Proudfoot has lied about everything from whether or not he took a polygraph test to how many times he beat his son, oddly admitting that he did in fact beat his son. We also know—
Can I just say thank you? Thank you, Aiden. Thank you for pointing that out to a huge subscriber count, all of the people that are listening to this, because Chris has somehow manipulated multiple creators to say he didn't beat his son, but he did. You smack a kid with a belt, and that is abuse, period. So it doesn't matter how you want to word it. You whack him, you smack him, you hit him, you beat him, whatever. It's the same thing. You should never use a belt on a child, in my opinion, especially not one who is special needs. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I just argue to the creators that are defending this man, can you please like just take a step back and really do a double take and think about what you're what you're going along with? Because like, I feel like this is so obvious. It's so obvious that this is not okay. Like whether Chris Proudfoot has anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance or not.
Yep.
He is a horrible human being, and I would never defend him ever.
Right. I've said that too. Even if Chris has nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance, nothing at all, he's still an asshole. He will always be an asshole because that's just who Christopher Proudfoot is, in my opinion, allegedly. No, not allegedly. In my damn opinion, he's an asshole. Period. Okay? Like, he just is. He's a liar. He's lied multiple times. He physically abuses, mentally abuses, and emotionally abuses a 15-year-old child that's not biologically his. That's an asshole. Sorry, it is. Right. I have to approve that comment. Wanna be sleuth and something? No, he's an asshole. Yes, he's just an asshole. Everybody say it in unison. He's an asshole. All right, let's keep going.
Know that Chris and Katie, whose last name is Proudfoot, left their home in the middle of the search before even a month had passed from Sebastian's disappearance. And when they left their home, they said that Chris had to go back to work at a job that in that very same interview in which he said he was going back to work, well, he told Nancy Grace, the interviewer, that he didn't know if he still had that job. I'm not going to go through the entire thing that we went through in part 2, obviously, and if you haven't seen it, I recommend that you watch it before watching this. But what I want to say here is that after finishing the research for it, after shooting the video, I was extremely suspicious of Chris Proudfoot. And I think the way that I would describe this is that most of my suspicions centered around one particular aspect of the story. Towards the end of our second video on the Sebastian Rogers disappearance, the one that came out a week before this one, I said that there was a bunch of stuff that I felt I couldn't yet talk about, that I had come across, that I had noted, and that I had begun investigating, but wasn't quite at the point where I could present it and feel like I had given you the full story.
And real quick, I'm sorry again. If you have not seen part 1 and 2, I highly recommend that you go watch them after this. And I think that you will most definitely want to after you see this. Okay, sorry.
And when I said that, what I had in mind were accusations from some people against other people involved in the story. I was thinking about, different accounts of court battles that I needed to make sure I could nail down who was telling the truth about which situation. Basically, while we had established in part 2 that Chris Proudfoot absolutely has been lying since the start of this investigation about a number of different things, there were other factors that I needed to consider before fully putting the spotlight on the Proudfoot family. Essentially, I had a whole bunch of threads, but I had yet to follow them back to the source. Well, one of those threads that I did not weave into part 2 was a quote that Chris gave when he was asked about an accusation that he had verbally abused Sebastian's paternal grandmother. Now, silly me, I did not actually put the exact citation in line in this script, but I believe this was from either the March 3rd or March 17th interview with Duchess.
Now, I appreciate that he shared this like he did right here, because I didn't catch this. Like, I guess that I must have just tuned out during this part or something, because I don't know. It didn't click with me. Did you guys catch it when you watched this interview with Duchess, or did you watch the full interview?
I did not catch that. It went right over my head too.
Okay, I'm glad I'm not alone, because woo-wee. But he did, and he explains it very well. So we're going to keep rolling.
And what Chris said was this: to clear up her statement about me being verbally abusive to her, unfortunately, she's not going to tell you the full story. But there's always, remember, 3 sides to the truth: hers, mine, and the truth in itself. So you can figure it out. Me and the grandmother had a conversation. And this all stems back to an incident that a family member did that, as the parents, we had consulted with law enforcement about something. They recommended not doing it. Lo and behold, something happened and something was done against what we decided. I reached out to the mom, Katie, and I asked her for help during that conversation. Some accusations got flung in my direction and toward my wife, which the mother or the grandmother actually doesn't have the whole story. She has never once sat down with me, my wife, her son, Seth, and gotten the full truth on everything. She's only heard one side of the story, and I can promise you, I've got text messages. And I'm not afraid to show them. I'm not afraid to screenshot them and let the public see it. Now, I will say, unfortunately, none of this has to do with the investigation of our son, but yes, we had a heated discussion. Now, that entire statement is very vague. It's a weird statement. It's a non-answer, because the question he was asked was basically, did you or did you not verbally abuse Seth Rogers' mother? Chris turns it around. He makes himself the victim. He says that there's a whole bunch of things that, oh, she's never asked. She doesn't understand. She won't let me explain. But if you'll notice, Chris doesn't explain anything. And this is something that I looked at, something that I pointed out in part 2 in the video about how Chris just lies constantly. Chris has a...
Amen, right? He always twists things to make himself the victim and to make everything not his fault. And it's always because somebody else misunderstood or because somebody else did something, or it's always something, but it's never his fault. I'm so glad he pointed that part out.
A habit of, when asked certain questions, not answering them, giving an answer, but avoiding any actual information being given. And while Chris said in this statement that he could prove what he was saying, that he had the screenshots, he had the text messages, as far as I'm aware, he has never released them, even months later. So to be honest with you, I think that the reason that Chris avoids giving out actual information and the reason that he so often lied is because if he were to tell the truth about most of these questions, it would reveal the biggest lie of them all, which is what he said at the end of the quote. This has nothing to do with the investigation of his son. And throughout what remains of this video, it is my intention to give the police the tools they need to verify whether or not I am correct. Now, I do want to be clear before we get into the meat of this video. It is not my intention to claim that I have proven anything. I am not intending to make a statement of fact that Chris Proudfoot knows what happened to his son. It is my sole intention with this video to present the evidence I have collected and my analysis, my opinion of what that evidence suggests.
And he collected a shit ton of evidence, okay? Let me just prepare you for that, because this is what I was talking about earlier when I said he discusses the facts, things that he could verify through court documents, through court records, through speaking with attorneys himself. I think he even speaks to the news, or he refers to news articles or the news interviews. I mean, everything is so spot on. Like, I swear this is one of the best true crime videos I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
While I will give statements of fact in this video, they will be supported by something concrete. So if I say something's factual, it's because I was able to dig up the facts behind it. I was able to provide a court record, a transcript, an interview statement, something like that. But the overall message of the video, that is my opinion based upon those facts. If I say something untrue in this video, this is me telling you right now that it is not because I deliberately gave you false information. It is because I had bad information. That said, I am fairly confident in what I've accumulated here, and by the time you will be seeing this video, all of this will have been forwarded to the appropriate authorities.
And I think also the reason why I appreciate it so much is because I try to do my videos the same way. I don't say something as a fact unless I can prove it with factual evidence to back it up. So I hope to one day be this good. Like, I hope that I can put out a video and lay out a whole freaking case like he does, as well as he does.
It's the right way to do it.
Right. Well, and I
Yep.
feel like like it, anytime somebody says, well, I saw, or, this is so-and-so said, I always want to say, where did you see it? Where can I find it? I want to go see it for myself. And it's not because I don't believe the person. It's because I want to make sure that before I repeat that information, that I have seen it myself, heard it myself, and that I know exactly where to pull it up. And I think that that's part of the reason why I have my photographic memory as I do, because I try to like store it in my head, I guess, in my vault, so that I can refer back to it if I don't have it clipped or documented, I guess, in my notes or whatever. I don't know. I just always like to be able to refer back to it and have it.
Right. The thing about information in a case is that it changes rapidly. It could be a phone call. It could be a email. It could be a text message. It could be a lot of different types of communication that changes the course of a case over time. So by the time he filmed this, I can definitely relate. Information changes, especially when you're trying to provide new updates for a particular part of the case that you're covering. New information is coming out the other side.
Right. And
Yeah.
there's things that he points out too that, I mean, just like with the first thing, the first example here, I didn't catch it. And there's a couple things that he points out that I didn't catch. And he goes into depth of Nina's interview on Trev Times, or her, her sharing her story. And that's what I appreciated, because I listened to Nina when it was live, but I was also in chat. So I wasn't fully listening as I should have been. And I haven't gone back to rewatch it again. So I appreciate that he's laid everything out for me, and I still want to go watch it again. But the facts that he's put out here, it's like, oh my gosh, that makes total sense. Now I get it, So I definitely appreciate it. All right. Just checking chat, making sure. And Mohawk Mom, right. Not once has Chris said that he heard the thud or thump during the conversation between him and Katie, yet they were on a FaceTime video call. But he's never validated the thump that Katie said she allegedly heard. That's a great point.
Yeah, it is. Whether she mentioned it to him during that phone call. Yeah.
Well, if they were on the phone, if it's a loud thump in the background, they're on FaceTime talking, you would think he would have heard it, and he would have heard her say, what are you doing in there? Or I don't care what you're doing in there, get into bed, whatever she said.
There you go.
Chris would have heard it, so he could validate that it happened, and he
That's
hasn't validated it.
Yep. But
That's a great
never brought up. It's never brought up.
Right.
I
well,
heard,
Mohawk Mom just brought it
in
up.
other words, I heard her say during the phone call that we had that night that she heard something going on in the background, and it sounded like Sebastian, like if he was doing something in his room. I heard her say, go to bed, knock it off, whatever.
Right. Or I heard the thump myself, or, something, and
Yeah.
he's never validated it.
Yeah, there was no backup to it. Yep.
Right.
Good point. Good point.
Yep. Okay, here we go.
Now, with all of that out of the way, I usually would give you some kind of clever transition for this, but due to the subject matter of the video, I would like to simply just introduce our partner for today, Factor. Thornbury and I have been working with Factor for over a year now, and it's because we actually like them. It's good food. There are lots of options. They've got 34 to 35 or more menu options at any given time. They have keto plans. They have high protein plans. It's a improve. I'm always a snack. I will eat that as simple chicken. I've been reading, and I have been.com, 20%.com. One of the more intriguing theories about Sebastian's disappearance centers on something that at first doesn't necessarily seem like it would be connected. And that is Chris Proudfoot's attempts to obtain primary custody of his daughter, Faith. Now, Chris has repeatedly denied that there is any connection between these two situations, but as we have established, you should not trust Chris to even tell you where he slept last night. To quickly revisit what I mean by that, Chris has verifiably lied about taking a polygraph test, being cleared by law enforcement, dogs picking up Sebastian's scent at the house, how many times he beat Sebastian with a belt, and how many times he'd been visited by CPS because he'd beaten Sebastian with a belt. So from there, it's not really a stretch to at least ask the question of if Chris could be lying about whether or not there is a connection between Sebastian moving out and Faith moving in. And along with the fact that we know Chris has lied multiple times about this case, we also have the testimony from his ex-wife and the mother of his daughter, Faith, about what her relationship was like and how he treated her children, his stepchildren from that marriage. And then wrapped into all of this are the details of Seth and Katie's divorce in 2016 and how Chris got involved in Sebastian's life and the chronology there and some accusations that were leveled against Seth that I would have to question now that Sebastian was supposedly moving in with him. In order to properly explain how all of this connects, however, I feel like I first need to give you the breakdown of how Chris and Nina's versions of this story play out. And from there, I think it's important to go over the problems, the possible inaccuracies in both accounts. Now, in part 2, we did briefly discuss the relationship between Chris and his ex-wife, Nina. And we dipped our toes into the ways in which her version of events paints a much darker picture of Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, and really the entire Proudfoot clan than what Chris would have us believe. You see, by the time that Duchess held her panel on March 17th and invited Chris and Katie on, there was a rumor spreading, and I haven't tracked down the origin of the rumor, but there was a rumor spreading that Chris had a history of domestic violence. And during that interview, Duchess asked if Sebastian was scared of Chris. And Chris explained his perspective and told the panel that as parents, you have rules they have to follow. If they don't, there's consequences. Of course, we now know that those consequences included a belt to the rear end by Chris's own admission.
Once again, Chris doesn't
answer. This is not
answer.
the domestic violence that they were talking about. And Chris knew this. And he...
I'm sorry.
What'd you say? No, that's okay.
I had to say this. Once again, yet again, another question that Chris doesn't answer directly.
Exactly.
Right.
If someone asked me, what was the question they asked Chris again? Like, is Sebastian afraid of you? If someone asked me if one of my children were afraid of me, the answer would be a swift, hell no. No, my kids aren't afraid of me. My kids, I'm their everything at this moment.
Right.
When your kids are younger, you're their everything. You're everything to them. They don't fear, like, do they fear that I'll take away their game? Yeah. But they don't, you know what I mean? Like, they don't fear us like that. He wasn't even offended by that question. He laughed.
Right.
He laughed about it. And then he answered it in a weird way.
And I remember, so I told you that that we had placement of 2 children at one point for a couple of years. And I remember when CPS would come over, and they would ask the kids questions, and they would say, "Do you feel safe here?" If something were to happen and you felt scared, who would you go to? Who would you talk about it with? And they always referred to us. They didn't say a teacher or, the counselor at school, or like nothing like that. It was always us because we are their protectors. Even the children that weren't ours, that were just living with us, we were their protectors, and we were the ones that they knew that they could count on, that would protect them from everything we possibly could. And so for him to laugh at that question, that's sad.
Or to even laugh, I wouldn't even be so hard on him if he would have laughed, laughed at the absurdity of it all, and then proceeded to say, no, I love my stepson. He's not afraid of me. And then answered the question, but no, he laughed. And then he was like, he goes on, if anything, it's more of like trying to explain to you why Sebastian feels that way. It's more like justifying why Sebastian feels that way.
Right. Making excuses. It's not his fault. He's just the victim here. Leave him alone. It's everybody else. Okay. Sebastian just doesn't understand and he's just confused.
Isolation again.
Right.
Yep. Good
Complete
point,
bullshit.
Miss Brittney. Good point.
Very good point. All right. Here we go.
He went on and explained that he did not have a domestic violence charge or conviction, but there had been a temporary protective order placed against him in New Mexico. As Chris tells the story, his domestic troubles with Nina began when Faith was about 6 weeks old. This would have been mid-July of 2017, shortly after he had facilitated Nina moving from Albuquerque, New Mexico, where her family was, to Hendersonville, Tennessee, where his family was. It was at this time that he says an event took place while I was holding my daughter. And he goes on to explain, I was holding my daughter in my left arm. Okay, mind you, she was a little baby. She was up against my chest, cuddled up next to my cheek and my shoulder. And he says that Nina approached him and accused him of having an affair based on a text message she'd seen. Chris said that the text came from a coworker who he not only was not engaged in any kind of relationship with, but who was also not into men. Naturally, he denied the affair, which he said resulted in Nina slapping him across his left cheek. And it was at this point that he says, I had to do what I had to do based on being a parent, which is what's best for my child. In this case, what he thought was best for his child was to file a temporary protective order against Nina, which kept her from seeing Faith until their court date. The court, however, ultimately sided with Nina, and Chris gave Faith back to her, at which point he says she jumped in the truck and flew right back to New Mexico, and within 2 days of being there, she turned around and filed the exact same thing against him. As for any connection to his missing stepson, he said that it had absolutely zero bearing on this case with Sebastian, and that he wanted to ask people to refrain from bringing that up because it has no bearing. If we were to take Chris at his word here, then it really would sound like he just had a jealous wife and it escalated into physical violence.
Can I just say how much I love the screenshots that he's using from the interviews? Okay, this one, Chris is like, well, what? Duh? And the one that he just showed of Nina, she was looking over with that like smart ass look like, I'm not buying your bullshit. I love it. And my thumbnail that I used for this video, if you look at the, let's see, the TV screen, I think on the right-hand side, I used the exact same picture that he used earlier where Chris had his hands down, but they were towards Katie when they were doing the interview. I don't remember which one, but it's the same picture that he had up here earlier, and it caught my eye, and I was like, hey, I used that one too, because it looks like he's trying to push something down. I don't know. I love I love these screenshots. Keep an eye on the faces that he's using as he's telling the story. It just adds to it. It's great. I love this channel. I love this guy. He's good.
But after seeing how easily lies seem to roll off his tongue, I simply was not going to take him at face value. Thankfully, a man by the name of Trevor Lee was able to get Nina to sit for an interview, and she had a lot more to say about her past and present relationship with Chris. I should say, before going into this, that I'm not intending to present Nina's version of events as any kind of absolute truth. I'm simply going to tell you what it is that she said about her relationship with Chris. And then when we get to the end, I'll go through and tell you what I was able to verify, what I was not able to verify, what turned out to be actually contradicted by the evidence, and I'll then explain how this connects to Sebastian. Not only is there considerably more to the story about the specific incident Chris referenced when Nina tells it, but the details of how Chris is alleged to have behaved towards her and her children, in my opinion, closely echo his situation with Sebastian. and to the extent that they feel too similar to not be connected. Nina's version of the story started with meeting Chris on a dating app or dating website when she was a 35-year-old single mother of 2, and he was a thrice divorced sailor living on a naval base in San Diego. She married him after only a couple of visits, moved to San Diego, and then from there, it's a sad story of a woman falling for a man who she claims has since turned her life into a living nightmare, even after their divorce. She says that he would spank her 3-year-old son, Noah, and force both him and her 7-year-old daughter, Isabella, to stand in a corner for timeout entirely too often. I don't know precisely what that means, but I'm assuming it means more than, you would expect. The way it's phrased, it sounds like she's saying that these were not necessary punishments. When Nina became pregnant with Faith, Chris encouraged her to get an abortion, even though she explicitly told him she didn't want to. Then, months later, after she had moved back in with her parents to have some support during the pregnancy, she got a call from a neighbor who told her that Chris was getting rid of her things, like just giving away her furniture, her mementos, her keepsakes, her decorations, all of that. When she confronted him about all of this, he told her that he was worried about her or their unborn child dying on the table, even though there had been really no reason to suspect that might happen. In addition to that, he did not explain why he was getting rid of her things. He seems to have done that thing where you'll ask a question and he'll answer something else to the extent that you didn't realize he didn't answer your first question.
Exactly.
Nina also said that because Chris was not supporting her with the pregnancy and he was being abusive towards her children, she moved back to Albuquerque so that she could live with her parents for the duration of the pregnancy. And Chris did not show up again until after Faith was born. Instead of driving out immediately when he had gotten the call that Nina was going into labor, Chris waited a few days, called the hospital a few times, and verbally abused the nurses. And then when he finally did show up after Faith was born on June 2nd, he continued to verbally abuse the nurses. Nina says that he was actually nearly kicked out several times for verbally abusing the staff. Now, Nina did say that Faith had to go back into the hospital to the NICU because she was jaundiced and she had to stay there for a week or a week and a half, during which period Chris did stay, and Chris's mother, Kathy, flew out to visit them. Then after this period, once she was out of the hospital, they stayed in Air Force housing at Kirtland Air Force Base very briefly before Chris returned to San Diego. Nina seems to imply that after giving birth, she wanted to move back in with her parents, but Chris didn't want to do that, and that's why they ended up on the Air Force Base. I should also mention that Nina claims that while living in Air Force Base housing, Chris was abusive towards Faith even, and that he threw her car seat while she was in it onto a coffee table. Why did he do this? It was because Faith was crying. Why was Faith crying? It was because he had allowed her car seat to bump into a wall. As I said, he did not stay in New Mexico for long, but only a few days after he returned to San Diego, Nina says that she called him and suggested that she move to Hendersonville. Nina says that at the time, she did not understand where this suggestion had come from, as she already had a support system in Albuquerque. But after some time, she says she formulated an idea. She thinks she knows what happened here. As I said, while Faith was in the NICU, Kathy flew down, and she also brought, I believe, Chris's uncle, a man by the name of Duran. And it's Nina's belief that it was at this time that the three of them made a plan. But at the time, Nina was still taking care of her newborn daughter, who was, again, in the neonatal ICU. So she wasn't paying a ton of attention to any machinations going on in the background.
Now, he said Kathy brought her brother. That's who they call Big D or Uncle D or whatever, right?
Yep. Yep.
Very interesting to hear it being told in this way, right? Instead of just hearing Nina's version of it, but to hear it laid out like this with the dates and everything, just so, I don't know, spot on. Like it's just dink, 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 you know?
Well, and I'm going to tell your chat just like I told mine, because we went through the Nina interviews the other night. And I'm going to say it here just like I did there. If you pay attention to the way that the Bowersocks and Proudfoots did that, it's extremely calculated and well planned and well thought out. Exactly like, you know, Sebastian's disappearance appears to be, allegedly, in my opinion.
Right. Possibly, maybe, just, you know, just
plotted months. Plotted months in advance.
Right.
Faith was a little infant And they plotted that way at like, I mean, think about it. Move Nina to Hendersonville, put her in an apartment, even went so far as to, you know, leave her on her own so that she would drain her savings. He knew she had, you know, a little bit saved up, and he even was so calculated to try to make it where she had to pay for everything alone so she couldn't have money for a lawyer. Like, that's really freaking calculated.
Right.
Do we know how old Faith was at that particular time?
When they took her?
Yeah.
I think that's what he's getting ready to talk about. I know that he said she was 6 weeks old and was put back in the NICU. I'm pretty sure that's what he had just said, right? Okay. I'll go back just a little bit.
And when they actually took her, a few months had went by. Because Nina, so yeah, she would have been a few months old.
Okay, let's see. Okay, we'll try it here and see if he says it again.
The staff. Now, Nina did say that Faith had to go back into the hospital to the NICU because she was jaundiced and she had to stay there for a week or a week and a half, during which period Chris did stay, and Chris's mother, Kathy, flew out to visit them. Then after this period, once she was out of the hospital, they stayed in Air Force housing at Kirtland Air Force Base very briefly before Chris returned to San Diego. Nina seems to imply that after giving birth, she wanted to move back in with her parents, but Chris didn't want to do that, and that's why they ended up on the Air Force Base. I should also mention that Nina claims that while living in Air Force Base housing, Chris was abusive towards Faith even, and that he threw her car seat while she was in it onto a coffee table. Why did he do this? It was because Faith was crying. Why was Faith crying? It was because he had allowed her car seat to bump into a wall. As I said, he did not stay in New Mexico for long, but only a few days after he returned to San Diego, Nina says that she called him and suggested that she move to Hendersonville. Nina says that at the time, she did not understand where this suggestion had come from, as she already had a support system in Albuquerque. But after some time, she says she formulated an idea. She thinks she knows what happened here. As I said, while Faith was in the NICU, Kathy flew down, and she also brought, I believe, Chris's uncle, a man by the name of Duran. And it's Nina's belief that it was at this time that the three of them made a plan. But at the time, Nina was still taking care of her newborn daughter, who was, again, in the neonatal ICU. So she wasn't paying a ton of attention to any machinations going on in the background. So despite a sense of unease with the entire arrangement, Nina moved out to Tennessee and spent the first month living with Kathy and Chris's stepfather, Terry Bowersox, or it might be Bowersox, for about a month until the apartment that Chris had rented for them was ready.
It's stinky feet. It's corn toes. It's what?
Corn toes.
Oh, we came up with so many different names for him the other night. Oh my goodness. Okay. And hi Bratty. Hi Muscles and Sparkles, and I think that those are the most recent people. I've been trying to say hi and bye to people in chat, so if I missed you, yell at me. I'm sorry. Asshat. That works too. Well, that's just Chris though. I'm talking about his parents, because he said he wasn't for sure how to pronounce their last name. So I was just trying to help him. Just giving, a little help. That's all.
Now, working out a timeline for all of these events was a little bit difficult, but Nina says that Faith was born June 2nd, that Chris stayed for about a week or so afterwards, and that Kathy came to pick Faith up to take Faith specifically to Tennessee a few weeks after that. And then Nina made her way out to Tennessee. So it seems like mid to late July that they made the move. During that time, Nina says that living with Chris's stepfather was uncomfortable, and that Terry and Kathy would always bicker at each other, and she'd be bickering with Christopher, and my kids were a problem, an issue. It was always something. And that kids always being an issue thing did catch my eye because of something else that she said, which is that she needed to get a job while she was there because I guess Chris's military salary after nearly 20 years in the Navy somehow was not paying for their expenses. Nina says at a few different points in her story that Chris was not paying for anything, that she was using her own savings, that she was using the money she got from her job. For the moment, that's neither here nor there, and we'll come back to it. The point is that while she was at work, Michael Proudfoot and Linda Proudfoot, Chris's father and stepmother, they offered to watch the kids. But Kathy did not want Faith going to stay with Michael and Linda during the day. So Kathy offered to watch Faith. In fact, according to Nina, Kathy insisted upon watching Faith. So if Nina is to be believed, then the Proudfoot family, whether you're just going to put it on Kathy or if you're going to claim that Michael and Linda were in on it, the Proudfoot family deliberately separated Faith from her brother and sister at one of the most crucial bonding points in that baby's life.
I mean, let that sink in. Let that sink in. They deliberately separated Faith from her brother and sister during that crucial bonding time. How freaking low can you go to do that to those children? Not just Faith, but to the other two children also. And not even to mention what that's doing with Nina. Because they didn't want the children to stay with Chris's father and his wife. I call bullshit on that. I call bullshit. It wasn't because they didn't want the children with Michael and his wife. It was more.
I'm thinking that they were experiencing something at that time.
Yeah, I think
the children going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Children, when they're around this mess, are impacted psychologically, emotionally, especially emotionally. And so I'm thinking that, there could have been some kind of back and forth, and this separation, this wall that they're trying to build at the same time.
Well, I don't think that Kathy was fond of Nina. And I think, Nina gave birth to Christopher's first and only biological child.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like, and this is just my opinion, I could be wrong, but this is my intuition kicking in here. I feel like Kathy looked at Nina's two children as they weren't on the same level as Christopher's biological child.
Mm-hmm.
And that just came to me as I was saying it.
Okay.
So, ooh, Thank you, Irony Rose. Welcome to the squad, Elisa P. Thank you so much. I love it. I love it. I love it. We have awesome member emojis too. I haven't shouted that out, but I have made every single one of our member emojis myself. We have the red flags in there. You guys can be using those. And we have the clink, clink, clink handcuffs. Okay. And then, of course, we have the, in my opinion, let's do this. Facts. Suspect. Do those. And then we got bullshit. 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 We have XOXO and bitch please. And we have it's a sign. I'm putting them in the chat as I'm saying them. And then we have the guilty. And we have the prayer hands. And I think that's all of them. So if you're green, use those emojis. Especially those red flags and those bullshit, right? Bullshit. Me too, Banana. Me too. I want his other wives to do some interviews too. Even if they're in private and the creator just shares what was said, you know, it doesn't have to be recorded and shared or live or anything like that. I'm just curious about just a summary of their marriage and their
Well,
work.
I kind of want to know, Ben George has got me like, Ben George has got me thinking about this. If it wasn't for him, I never even thought about this, but I want to know what the other 4 wives look like. Or is it 3 wives? I guess 3.
Yeah, it's the other 3. I know what one of them looks like. Somebody had sent me a Facebook post that she made, and so I saw her picture there. I don't remember which one it is. I'll find the picture and text it to you.
I want to see.
Yeah, I don't know the other 2 though. I haven't seen the other 2. But yeah, I'll find it and send it to you. She's pretty.
So there were 5 marriages before Katie, right?
4. Katie's number 5, and she'll be mad if Chris doesn't say his final wife.
In a time span of what?
Oh, I don't know.
Timeline.
I don't know when his first marriage was.
I'm sure he'll be perked up if we find that out.
Mohawk Mom, do you know when the wedding
5 wives. Think of that.
The blissful day for wife number 1. Do you know when that was?
Oh my goodness. What?
I'm
trying to think. Wait a minute. We got to go. We got to connect. Military. I'm feeling something about military benefits.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So now, I'm thinking 5 wives. Let's minus Katie for now. Minus her. We got 4 wives. How old is he? Marrying 4 women. Military.
I know Katie's 36.
You know where I'm going, right?
Right. Well, I do, because if you are, I have that same thought, and I believe why he did what he did. Is that where you're going?
Yep, that's where I'm going.
Well, Craig was my husband was in the Navy, and he used to tell me like stories about the guys in there. They would make arrangements with random women and say, listen, you don't love me, I don't love you, but if you marry me, I'll make this deal with you. You'll have a house 6 months out of the year.
I love you, Brittney. I love you, Brittney. I love you, Brittney. You know, because that's what I'm looking at. You know, if he was using his background to accomplish or achieve any kind of benefits that he wanted to have, higher pay, more medical, et cetera, you know, if you're single, you get a certain pay grade and certain benefits. If you're married, you get certain salary or benefits or whatever like that. Okay.
Mandy, highlight Jude. Hey, Jude's first comment. John, Jude said his first marriage he was 22 years old. That speaks volumes to me.
22. Okay, good number. Good number. Thank you. That goes the timeline. goes the timeline. Okay.
Mhm.
First marriage, early 20s. Why did that marriage dissolve? That's on paper. Second marriage, on paper. Third marriage, on paper. Nina, on paper. He's got a paper trail to every single marriage when it came to both marriage and divorce. And there's a timeline there for all of them. Every single one of them, including Katie now. And she needs to wake up.
Yes.
To know who he is as a husband. Just as a husband. Because she subjected her child, someone else's biological child, to someone that she fell in love with, but wasn't thinking about the welfare long term. So I'm thinking, okay, would there be something in it for her too? Or was it something he influenced her about to have? Just to, you know, put things together for him more so than she thought about it. I don't know. Katie wasn't thinking about something. She wasn't thinking about something. And she wasn't thinking about something emotionally for herself, not only for herself, but for Sebastian. And she wasn't thinking about it emotionally as to how that was going to actually react to Seth.
Yeah.
In some way, shape, or form. That goes the timeline. All 4 of those marriages, including her, is locked in a timeline.
Yep.
And if we can find out what the divorces were all about, we can absolutely find motive as to the reason for the marriages, number 1, yet number 2, the divorces at the same time. Because if he was overlapping relationships like we feel that may have happened here with Katie, you got Chris figured out.
Right.
I don't think that their relationship is going to hold water going forward from this.
Mm-mm.
It's going to be too hard for somebody, and it's going to be too hard for Katie. Know why? Real simple. Sebastian belongs to somebody else. That's why.
Yep, it didn't work out too well with Nina.
Yeah, and not Chris. Sebastian doesn't belong to Chris. That's why. So she's got a lot of water to carry if she's going to carry it for this dude. She better think about it. She really better think about it as to what happened the night of February 25th going into the 26th when Sebastian went missing. She's got a lot of shit to think about. And excuse me.
Oh my gosh. Mandy.
I'm thinking about it.
Mandy, that one isn't related to, like, what are the odds she has the same last name?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who?
Chris's ex-wife, Rachel.
It's weird, right?
Yeah.
And that was in 2014. So in 2014, Rachel, Chris's ex-wife, made a post on Facebook, and she said, I think we should try this when I get home. And then there's a paper, somebody else had made a post, shared a picture, and the picture is a paper that says, husband, welcome home. I'm hiding in the house with a Nerf gun. Here is the other one. The loser cooks dinner tonight. May the odds be ever in your favor. XOXO, wife. And then you can see a Nerf gun leaning up against the wall behind the piece of paper that she's holding.
Wait a minute. What wife is this?
I don't remember. I think wife number 2, right?
Oh, damn. Okay, good. Whoever's doing background, and somebody's smart. Somebody's smart. Because
Now, wasn't
each and
Rachel
every
the
single
one
one of
that
them has got
like,
paperwork behind them.
allegedly had an injury or something, like something happened to her, and they were insinuating that? Remember
Chris
in the
did it.
beginning?
Yeah,
that
when
Chris
he was
almost
on. Yeah, he was on Smiley's, and people in chat were saying that he busted her head open or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were trying to get him to confess to it, and he was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm the victim. Leave me alone.
But when he says Rachel, he's like, oh, Rachel. Like, there's a lot. He doesn't like Rachel. You can tell when because he's like, you want to know all my ex-wives? I'll gladly tell you the story. And then he goes down the list of every ex-wife and their name. And when he gets to Rachel, he says, Rachel. Like, I said, yeah, there's some heated disdain behind that.
Yep, and just a little bit. And Booler, I'm happy that you're here in the chat. I need you to keep your comments respectful, please. I've seen you leave shitty comments elsewhere. Please don't do that here in my chat. Who cares about Nina? We care about Nina. Nina was married to Chris, and Chris is the stepfather of the missing child that we're talking about. And her story is very, very relevant to this case. So we care about Nina. And I'm sorry if you don't, but that's what we're discussing. So please keep it respectful and just follow along with us.
And we appreciate that.
And yes, Trevor
absolutely.
Lee is not T-Rev.
Right. Oh, no. 2 totally different people. Oh, my goodness.
Trevor Lee is not Lil Food Stamp. Okay? I'm just saying.
Right. Man, that
I'm
guy was
sorry.
total letdown. I knew that was the reason why I didn't watch him. I swear, my intuition is pretty spot on.
And for him to say that one has got nothing to do with the other. And I said to myself, wait a minute. What is he talking about? One has got nothing to do with the other when the similarity involves him.
Yep. Yeah, and he said he was still friends with all of his ex-wives except for Nina. Nina's the only one that he doesn't still get along with.
Really?
Yep. That's what he told Smiley.
It's on paper, people.
Here.
Hey, Cricket.
It's slushies.
Right.
It's
She
on
fell in
paper.
love with an image. See, that's what I think. Irony Rose right there. She fell in love with an image that Chris projected, and it was full of Mama Power Socks money. But I mean, he made his own money too. But it's an image. It's a front. They had only met a couple times. That's what Aiden said. They had only met a couple times before they got married. And Nina had said, he proposed to her and she accepted, and she kept saying, I wish I never married him. I wish I never met him. I wish I never, and that hurt my heart because if she had never met him, she wouldn't have faith. And
how long before he met Katie at the Nina?
We're gonna find out. Yep.
Story gets Click right there.
That's right. And Sally J, she did say little food stamp.
You know something?
What?
I'm getting the feeling of an overlap.
Yeah, I think that's a good feeling.
I'm getting the feeling of an overlap.
Okay, here, John. Right, taking notes here. Vanessa married Chris on April 22nd, 2004. We got one wife.
There's an overlap here.
Terry Lynn knows one of the ex-wives, and they are not friends. Oh.
And that's just my opinion.
Well, it's about to be confirmed.
Getting the feeling that this is an overlap. 5 legal marital relationships from 22 and do we know how old he is now?
I'm sure somebody in chat does. I don't have his exact age, but I bet these amazing people in chat, I bet
20
they know.
years, give or take.
Well, thank you, Holly. Thank you.
Maybe even less than that.
And then the mask comes off so that he puts on this big front of, he's this amazing guy. He's a sweet talker. He knows how to build himself up. That's all he does. And just like Aiden said, when he's trying to answer a question, he talks through so much and talks in circles that you don't even know if he ever answered the question. Just like Don Wells, when the news reporter asked him, did you have anything to do with your daughter's disappearance? And he's like, well, she liked to twirl and I work all the time and da-da-da-da-da and Candace made the wrong friends and blah, 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 blah. And then, we just hang out with church people, good people. And there's so many good church people around here. We didn't even know that. And the news reporter was like, okay, so did you have anything to do with your daughter's disappearance? He talked for like 10 minutes and never answered the question. So then he's like, no. Okay. Woo woo. Welcome, Meg. Look, we need a song. We need a song. We need to welcome Meg to the squad. Whoop, whoop. Here we go. Welcome to the squad. Thank you so much.
I'm beginning to think the reason, after a short period of time, why law enforcement pulled back, scaled back the search. Now you do a background for a guy that's been married 5 times, and they do a timeline because it's on paper that they have access to. You begin to think about the house. Oh, man.
Right? Lots to think about. I'm going to keep playing here so we can get through here. We've gotten 20 minutes in. We're doing pretty good here. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
In addition to this poor living situation, Chris's behavior only deteriorated after the move, with Nina claiming that at one point he backhanded her daughter Isabella so hard, reminder, Isabella's about 7 or 8 at the time, so hard that her lip bled. And in case you're wondering why it is that she moved to Tennessee in the first place, I did go over it in part 2, but she still was trying to make the marriage work. She was hoping that the version of Chris that she knew before they got married would come back. In any case, when they were finally able to move into their apartment, which Nina says was at the end of August 2017, Chris moved them in, and then he made all the arrangements necessary, and then he was preparing to go back to San Diego. The night before he was supposed to fly out, however, Nina says that he got a text message, which said something along the lines of, "Hey baby, when is your flight coming in?" Keep in mind, end of August 2017. Nina questioned him about this, only to be told that this person was a lesbian and she had nothing to worry about. But she did not believe him, and she was furious because, in her opinion, she'd just seen proof that he was cheating on her, so she slapped him. In the midst of all of this, Isabella, Nina's other daughter, developed a severe upper respiratory condition and had to go to the hospital at Vanderbilt in Nashville. Because she wasn't sure how long she'd have to stay there, she had her son, Noah, who would have been 3 or 4 at this time, stay with Melissa, Chris's sister. One of Chris's sisters, at least. I don't know if he has multiple. It seems like he does. And then Faith stayed with Kathy. And if there was a trap, this is when it was sprung. What I mean by that is that, according to Nina, when she and Isabella returned home from Vanderbilt, Melissa met her at their apartment with Noah. Kathy, however, did not show up. Instead, an attorney by the name of Patty Garner, who Nina says was a friend of Kathy Proudfoot, showed up with a temporary protective order and informed her that Chris planned to file for divorce. Nina tried to call Chris, but he wouldn't pick up the phone. So she went to the sheriff's office to ask them for help, and they told her that it was a legal order, so there was nothing they could do. And with no other options, she drove over to the Bowersox residence so that she could hopefully talk to Kathy and Terry about what was going on. As she did this, hoping to have some backup, she kept Linda Proudfoot, Chris's stepmother, on the phone. But when she approached the door, she says that Terry answered and told her to get off his fucking property, and then threatened her with a black and green baseball bat. And Linda, it appears, was not of much help, and Nina says that she believes that that side of the family was in on it. So, with all of the Proudfoots seemingly aligned against her, Nina reached out to her own family back in the Southwest, who told her to stay put. They were coming out immediately. And while they were making their way out from Albuquerque, she started to look for legal counsel in Hendersonville.
Okay,
Nina did not have much money for a lawyer, which she says she believes was...
Freeze.
Yes.
Full stop.
How long? Okay. I got a lot there. How long has Katie and Chris been together?
Well, he said half of Sebastian's life, so I'll tell you this. We can do the math. So we have little Faith, who just turned 7 in June. And from what we've calculated, allegedly, it appears that Chris was having an affair with Katie during his and Nina's, like...
There you go.
So there you go.
There you
7
go.
years.
Thank you, Miss Brittney. That's why I love you. That's why I love you.
He said,
because
look,
there's
he
the
said
overlap. There's the overlap.
He told on himself. Yeah. He told on himself because he said, I've been around Sebastian for half of Sebastian's life. And if you do the math, and then Nina talks about how Chris said, he got a text message. When is your flight going to land, baby? You know, it just all comes together. He was talking to Katie. So, yeah.
Okay.
And see, didn't Katie file for divorce on February 26th, 2016?
Yep.
And then she met Chris shortly after, and there was rumor that they were together before her divorce with Seth was final also.
Oh my God.
And then you have Seth, who was going through a divorce with Katie, Nina, who was going through a divorce with Chris. Both of them got protection orders taken out on them, Nina and Seth. So it's always been my theory, and I think Mandy's too, anybody's that really looked into this, that, Katie and Chris were kind of like working together to conspire against their, significant others in their divorce.
Well, and I had said when Katie filed that for that protective order with Seth, she put all those allegations in there, which Aiden is going to speak about here soon. Okay. But she put all of those allegations in there about, Seth being abusive and physically and emotionally, and he had a temper and blah, 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 and all that stuff. But Nina filed for a protective order also. And nobody's pulled that up. Like, nobody's gotten that document to share what her allegations were against Chris. But I'm wondering if they were the same. And I'm also thinking Chris filed one against Nina first, trying to get Faith from Nina. He was trying to keep her away from Faith, in my opinion, by filing that. And then Katie does the same thing in 2016.
Huh.
So I'm wondering if they were talking a little bit earlier than what we know about. That's where I'm going with that.
Katie's background. What do we got?
Her background is complicated.
Professionally.
Oh, she was also in the military.
Chris's background, professionally.
Well, I think, didn't they meet in the military?
1 plus 1 is 2.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought so. And so,
Now,
and didn't Chris say when he got the text from the first person that they were married and not interested in? Didn't he talk about 2 different text messages that Nina found? Or was that the same one?
I'm not sure about that. I think
was Nina in the military that we know of? No.
No. Her ex-husband was the father of her 2 older children. They were together for like 10 years.
Okay, but we have Katie and Chris in the military, both of them.
Right.
Married. Children. There's something else here.
See, Mohawk Mom.
Yeah.
That's what I think. That's what I think.
Both of them are on par in background. 1. Both of them are on par with military privileges. Both of them are on par regarding benefits. Both are on par with pay. Both of them are on par because both of them have similar backgrounds. Now, you live in a neighborhood like the one that they live in, with all those beautiful homes, clean streets, garbage pickup every other day or every day, who knows, right? Everybody's got cameras all over the damn place to protect their property. They're driving boats in, they're driving RVs in, and all this expensive equipment in a neighborhood I think is beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
You get 2 people
It's gorgeous
that are on par from the military, understands the benefits of being a part of that in some way, shape, or form. You get one guy who's been married 5 times. You get Katie out of whatever she came out of. All we know is that she came from Seth, as much as I know. Okay? There's something there between the 2, between Katie and Chris, definitely, for sure. They know something about the parameters of escalating the benefits for themselves in order to afford the home that they live in, because it's absolutely gorgeous. Now you have a child to include, which is not even Chris's child, a special needs child, that's going to accrue income. You have Faith coming from a non-biological spouse, also included in this from a previous relationship, and we're talking about Nina, are we? We're talking about Nina?
Right.
Okay. And he was married to her. Was married to her, he would have benefits to cover the family for both Nina and Faith. Who is Nicholas?
I have no idea. I haven't heard that name.
Okay.
So Sebastian was diagnosed with autism in the late fall of 2023. But allegedly, so he was born with the chromosome, I'm going to say it wrong, the chromosome deletion where he has fluid on his brain.
Right.
And so he's had, medical issues. And allegedly, Katie joined the military for the insurance.
Okay.
I don't know how true that is, but that
makes sense.
What I've heard.
It would make
Right.
sense. It would make sense because, medical treatment for that is expensive. When you come down to prescriptions and therapy and psychiatrists and all kinds of stuff, that's where you live. A part of you lives there.
And
so
did you
it's going to
see,
be expensive. Yeah.
did you see this comment? Janine said, I believe Chris was forced out of the military. He had planned to serve 20 years, but only made it to 17. And then this comment, sunset gazing. I absolutely agree with that CP stated they were on the same page as partners. Katie is no wallflower. Okay. Do not let her fool you. Just because she is quiet and mousy in the interviews, when Chris was on the phone and the private investigator was recording him, she wasn't a wallflower or a mousy during that phone call. We heard her in the background saying some very nasty words quite loudly. So, and the RV belongs to his stepfather's RV business. And Mohawk Mom said that Chris was a clerk, a paper pusher, and Katie had a higher trade than him in the military.
Okay. I'm just trying to tie in similarities of background. There is purpose and part motive there. I get that.
Right.
Okay. All right. So.
And we also can't forget the dates here too. Katie filed for divorce from Seth on February 20, or she filed for the protection order on February 26th, 2016. And then Sebastian is reported missing on February 26th, 2024. We lost Brittney. I was wondering why she was being so quiet. She probably lost signal. So that, we can't ignore that fact also. That I agree with too. It's kind of like
part of the timeline. Yeah.
Right. And I don't believe in coincidences either. So I'm just saying.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I'm learning every single day when it comes to numbers. My background is in doing numbers. as a HUD housing counselor, doing mortgage default and trying to help people save their homes from foreclosure. And when we do numbers, we take a look at budgets, what's coming in, what's going out. And when you see numbers that are not going out right, you get to advise your client, your numbers are not going out right here. And yet, if they're not going to change their habits about the way the numbers go out, you can't help them.
Right.
That's a hard lesson, where the numbers coming in would make sense if you knew how to get the numbers to go out right. In this case, the narrative is not coming out right. However, which way it came in, came through Katie, Seth, and Chris. Katie and Chris have something in common. We got background. The background being similar goes to benefits that are accrued to anybody that's in the service. Okay. And if there's anybody out there that's going to dig, go there. Go there. One man married 5 times, go there. I'm sure law enforcement covered all this. We just don't know it yet. I guarantee you, the smart people online, knowing what we're talking about here tonight, they'll do their background. They'll do their research. They'll find the paperwork, because each and every single one of the marriages has got paperwork. Nina is just talking for herself.
Right.
She's got paperwork because it's out there. Guess what? So are the other 4.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to play a little bit more of this. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning, John.
Yeah, I know. We hang out until everybody goes to sleep.
I know, right? And we still got 364 amazing people in this chat right now. I am so
oh my God,
honored.
Mandy and John Q were like, oh my God, I can't take it no more. I'll just lay down and put my phone next to me and listen to both their voices until I go off to sleep.
Right? This is the perfect the perfect nighttime stream for sure. They'll have the sweetest dreams. Oh, goodness. All right, here we go.
Nina reached out to her own family back in the Southwest, who told her to stay put. They were coming out immediately. And while they were making their way out from Albuquerque, she started to look for legal counsel in Hendersonville. Nina did not have much money for a lawyer, which she says she believes was the reason that Chris forced her to use her own money to pay for everything. But she was able to get the assistance of an attorney by the name of Mr. Michael Edwards. I will get into it a little bit more later, but I was able to contact Mr. Edwards. He confirmed that he did represent Nina, and the court records from Tennessee also confirmed that he represented Nina. With the assistance of Mr. Edwards, she was able to win the case and have the temporary protective order overturned, with Chris being ordered to return Faith to her the next morning at 8:30 a.m. Based on court records, I believe that would make the exchange date October 3rd, 2017. On that morning, she and her father went to go pick up Faith, and she had her father waited at a...
Okay, October 3rd, 2017. So I'm going to go back over and listen to this video again, and I'm going to take notes because I didn't take notes the first time I listened to it, and I haven't been taking notes this time, but I am going to write down October 3rd, 2017 was the switch off.
I haven't heard this at all.
And see, that's why I wanted you and Mark to hear it, because he's describing everything that Nina said when she was on Trev Time's panel. And
That's
I
a
know
good
that,
question.
right. And it's very important because it's Nina's recollection, and Aiden is proving what is factual, what he can prove with factual information that he verified himself. So I love him for this. Like, I can't even explain it. And I love all of you. Banana said that the sun is coming up in Massachusetts right now.
Wow.
And it's 3:44 in Nashville and 7:45 p.m. Saturday night in Australia for little Miss Sharon. Oh my
And
goodness.
Miss Faye says 11:45 a.m. in Greece.
Oh my gosh.
You're
See,
in
this
Greece?
so awesome.
Wow.
That is
Okay.
so
Much love to the folks out in Greece.
right.
Whoa.
And Danielle said, John, we need you to read audiobooks or something.
Again with the audiobooks.
I know. I'm
Everybody's been
telling you.
saying that, John Q and audiobooks. Oh, I could go to sleep and I can just close my eyes and imagine.
Right? Yeah, I have a couple books that I bought and I shared them, and people were asking me if I would do videos of reading the books because they wanted to hear what's in the books, but they wanted to hear me read. So I haven't done it yet. I need to sit down and just do it, but I haven't done it yet. And Meg Nicole, if you are the one who reached out about that, I appreciate you reaching out. And I absolutely did listen. So, and yes, you are in the squad. Everybody's in the squad. You're just an official squad member, okay? That's even a step up, right? You're green. That's even more special. But I love everybody for being in the chat. I can't even explain it. Actually left, watched another channel, and just checked back. Can't believe you guys still haven't finished this video. Nope, we haven't. How do you say that? Geo-Yuka 2020? Nope. We like to elaborate on our thoughts a lot. So it took a good 3.5 hours to get through the first part of this live stream. So we're not doing too bad.
No, you're doing good, because you're slowly breaking it down. And that's how good content creators have to analyze information that they would not have if they don't do it. The media can say one thing, and the press conferences can say another thing. And they do.
Right.
They do. Now, okay, here's the opposition. Let's see what the narrative says. Now, the narrative says another thing. Now, the media and the narrative are running side by side. And then you have law enforcement saying, we're checking all of our resources. We're doing everything that's possible. We're going to find XYZ. Our job is to find XYZ. And before you know it, when you break 72 hours looking for XYZ and you don't find them, now you have something else. If after a week of looking for XYZ and you don't find them, guess what? You've really got something else. And now you've got to strain your department for resources that you may not have a budget for. And now you have to ask for outside help. TBI is involved. FBI was involved. A number of external resources were involved. And after 2 weeks, you haven't found XYZ yet. Now you go to a month, and now you start to pull back. Oh, within the 2-week period, you begin to scale back because something else within the body of the narrative is not clicking right. So where do you end up? You got to go backwards.
All right, back at the beginning.
Yeah. You got to go backwards. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? A 15-year-old that went missing from his house, that's got no evidence, no clues, no video, no nothing to say that he left that house on his own. That's where we are.
Exactly.
I mean, point blank, that's Occam's razor right there.
Yep.
It's right there.
Exactly.
I mean, simple is simple. 1 + 1 is 2. If he never left the house, how did he get out?
Right.
Who was moving in the house at the time of this occurrence? You see? And that's who you have to look at, unfortunately. But that's who you have to look at.
Yep.
You know, and they're going through whatever. There's some hell going on in the house. I'm sure of it. You know, for Katie to have filed a protection order against another YouTuber, supposedly, allegedly stalking her and all this, it's nonsense. Nonsense. That's paranoia.
Oh, yeah.
To me, it's paranoia.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's paranoia and control.
Yeah. You know, and that's fine because it means that the household is not solid. I'm sure that if we were a fly on the wall, listening to perhaps the conversations that have been going on since Sebastian went missing, I'm sure that a lot would be more telling than what they've told.
Yep.
More so. You would think of it. You know, so they're going to dance and do what they do, and we'll see it. We'll see it because we got content creators out here giving us the details as best as they can, as the news releases it, as their sources releases it, to the best of their ability. And they're going to be very mindful, and they're going to be very cautious because, you know, we don't want to get, as content creators, striked and shut down and all this crazy nonsense that people come up with.
Okay, wait a minute.
The story alive.
The restraining order was filed on the 26th also, Hey Jude? So that would be July 26th. But that's weird that it's on the 26th again.
Yeah.
If that's what Hey Jude is saying.
Once again, you think about it.
Ooh. And yes, Meg, I think that it was not an independent choice that Katie made. In my opinion, allegedly. I think that Christopher had some major input there. And maybe even his daddy. Just saying, maybe, possibly. Or his stepdad? Yeah, his stepdaddy. Mr. Terry Stinky Feet, Corn Toes, Boil Feet, whatever his last name is. You know who I mean.
Well, you know, you would have to think that Chris and Katie, after all they've been through, going over 5 months now, would have to consult, you know, to try to get some kind of control, some kind of balance that they don't have right now on social media. They can never balance social media because social media is the platform where, yeah, we can throw things off balance. Yes, we are interrupters, if you will. we get in the
Right.
way of certain things, especially if it doesn't, you know, bond with the narrative. You know, you got to push back somehow. I think they're pushing back somehow legally to try to grab a hold of some kind of control again that they lost. You know, for another content creator to have been pointed out covering this story, being called a stalker and all
Right.
kind of mess, you know, okay. If that's what she was doing, well, you know, okay.
And Mohawk Mom said that Katie filed the day after Faith went home. This one's on Betty. Well, from what I saw from Betty, she wasn't doing anything illegal, and hanging up flyers in the neighborhood, even driving by the house multiple times, I don't think that that is illegal. She hasn't been calling them, harassing them, messaging them after being told not to. You know, like there's legalities on stalking or harassment. And in my opinion, I don't think that they're going to get the ROs. And Baby Duck said that TB and CB also filed OPs yesterday. So if that's the case, I think that they're just wanting to keep her away from them, but they would have to prove that they are in fear or that she has done illegal behavior. And I don't think that she has. I mean, whether you feel like she's stalking the parents or not, you know, it's not, the justice system doesn't have feelings, you know, they just have factual information, factual evidence. So they're going to have to show evidence that they were being harassed by Betty herself and not by other people. You know, they can't say, well, you know, so-and-so reached out to me. No, it has to come from Betty herself, you know, from Andra. It can't come from anybody else that is in her group or whatever.
Yeah.
Unless she's directed them to, you know, if they come up and say, she told me to message you, or she told me to call you 20,000 times today, or, you know, something like that. So, I mean, she said that she was going to purchase a firearm for protection. I listened to the way that she worded things, and I really don't think that they're gonna get it. I really don't. I don't know of a Maddie Bowersox. I haven't heard that name. Terry and Kathy, but not a Maddie. We don't know if it's been granted, Hope B. It's just been applied for, and it's ex parte. So that means that they don't even have to show up for court. So I don't understand how it's going to work. Yeah, I don't think that she stalked him. Oh, thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Yeah, and he followed her. Like, Terry showed up behind Betty. Betty was parked. I mean, even if she was at the same place that he was on purpose, she still didn't follow him in the store or park right beside him, or, you know, she parked in a public parking place. And I didn't see him. And I know he showed a receipt that he had bought something at the store that day. Okay, he could have gone in the store real quick to get something and then chase her down. Like, he knew where she was. She was live, you know, like she was showing her location on the live stream. No, she did not post pictures of Faith Banana. Somebody else took those pictures and posted them on Facebook, and then she shared the pictures. But I don't think that you can see Faith's face in any of those pictures. And they were out in public. They were in public places. I think one of them might have been in a church. But the ice cream shop, you know, it was a public place. Like, I could see sitting in there eating ice cream and see Katie or Chris walk in, and I would take a picture of them. You know, like, I just saw Katie Proudfoot in the ice cream place. You know, like, I would have taken the picture. I think it's just, I don't know, something that we would do. I wouldn't take pictures of Faith myself. I know that the person did take pictures of Faith, but all the pictures that I've seen, I never saw Faith's face. So, like I said, you can agree with what Betty's doing or not, but that's really irrelevant to the legal side of things,
Yep.
So, yeah, those pictures were in the YouTube streets before Betty got them. So, and yeah, she wasn't out protesting in front of their house. And, that was one of the things that she had talked about doing. And, I don't know if I would have gotten out of my vehicle at the stoplight, but I could tell her adrenaline was pumping so hard. Her phone was shaking so bad. Like you could tell on the video that her hand was shaking. So her adrenaline was pumping. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I would have done the same or not, but I know that he pulled up behind her and took a picture of her license plate, which JLR said that they did the same thing to him. So she, Betty may have some evidence to produce herself in a courtroom for that case. So just my opinion. I don't know. Right, Cricket? All right. Maddie Kathy Bowersocks. Oh, okay. So that's where the Maddie comes from then. So Kathy's first name is legally Maddie. All right. Learn something new every day.
Okay, so who's Kathy?
Chris Proudfoot's mother. And Terry is her husband.
Oh, these people.
Yeah, that's right, Thomas. He did. He a roundabout way said that it wouldn't be illegal if he ran her over, misstating the new law in Tennessee completely, because it was saying that if somebody hit a protester that was blocking the road, that's how I understood it. So if she's standing on the side of the road or at the edge of the grass or in an easement somewhere and they hit her with their vehicle, they're going to go to jail. Like that's not what the law said.
Wow.
That's right, Holly. That's what I think too. And ex parte, I thought ex parte meant an emergency order pending further notice by the court, meaning it's granted temporarily until a hearing is held. So anytime you apply for a protective order, the court automatically grants it regardless of what evidence you have. So Hope B, if I went into my courthouse tomorrow and said, I need a restraining order against Hope B. I am in fear for my life. This woman has been stalking me, calling me every day. I am scared. She has made threats. They're going to say, fill this out. And then they're going to grant the order, and it's going to be a temporary order. And then they'll set a court date, which would be the hearing. So then we would go to that hearing, and that's where I would have to prove that Hope was stalking me. And I would have zero evidence, so it would get dismissed. I don't think that has anything to do with the ex parte title. I think it's the way that it's kind of like pro se or per se, and then ex parte. I think it's the way that you represent yourself, maybe. I'm not for sure.
Yeah.
I'll have to look into that because I'm not 100%. Do you know, John?
No, you're on point. You're on point.
Okay. I'm going to have to look into it.
Miss Mandy, do you know that it is 6 a.m. in the Falkland Islands?
Really?
Falkland Islands, Miss Caroline Middleton is in the Falkland Islands.
Oh my goodness. I would love to be in an island.
You are on the globe right now.
Oh. Well, welcome from the islands.
Wow.
I love it. Hi, Miss V. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you doing? You know Miss V, right?
Who, me?
Uh-huh.
Miss D?
MTGV Crime Podcast. You know Miss V. She's from the West Boys case, too.
MTGV Crime Podcast. Okay. She's
She-
up. Okay. Hello.
Yep.
Hello.
She covered the West Boys case, too. I go
Yeah,
way back
she
with
did.
Miss V.
Yeah, she did. She did. She covered a number of different cases.
That's right.
Definitely.
Justin was sent the pictures too. Yeah, I didn't show any of the pictures either. I didn't feel like it was my place to share the pictures. It was Katie at a public place with a kid, you know, like I'm not mad at her. She took Faith out for ice cream, you know, like I didn't want Faith kept in the house like a prisoner while she was visiting, you know, so I'm absolutely happy that Katie took her out for ice cream, you know, so, and I don't think that they were harassed or anything, and taking pictures like that. Like I said, that's a judgment call when you're in the moment and you're there. It's hard for me to say if I would do it or not because I'm not there and I'm not in the moment. So I don't know.
The hard part for me right now is right now. Sebastian Rogers is missing. He's missing over 5 months now. That's the hard part. It's the hard part right there. Yep. The narrative doesn't fit what happened. It's the second hard part.
Yep.
Law enforcement came in, did what they were supposed to do. In which ways, that we don't know specifically, but they did. Only to pull back in a short period of time. I want you to think about that. Because time in the line is everything. Why did they decide to pull back or scale back their search out of a 5-mile radius?
Right.
Hence, we have dogs have no scent. The retention pond was a false positive. The dump site that they went to in Kentucky was also false positive. So where do you go?
Right.
You go back home.
Right.
That's Occam's razor right there. You go back home. Now, what are they doing back home? What are they doing back home? See?
Yep.
Versus what the biological father is doing from his house in Clarksville.
Right.
Clarksonville.
Right. Good morning, K-Mac. And hey, Save Robbie. How are you doing, stranger?
Yes, good morning, everybody. My goodness.
Okay, wait. I want to read this one for a second. White Boy gives a little history on Betty and JLR in a stream he did last night. He says, Katie has a fight with Betty because Betty learned from JLR, and JLR from being in prison knows of legals. So I do agree with that, Cricket. JLR definitely knows the justice system. If you ever just Google Jonathan Lee Riches and read through the Wikipedia page, it will blow your mind. Then if you keep searching beyond Wikipedia, you will see pictures of letters that JLR wrote to the court to file cases against people. And it was beyond reasonable. Okay. He was suing people for having a child, it was just, he tried to sue the president and former presidents and who was the guy that played football that got in trouble with the dogs? Michael Vick. He sued him. I mean, there is a laundry list. He tried to sue so many people that the judge restricted him from being able to file a lawsuit unless it was like something specific. Like he had huge restrictions on being able to file. He did get in trouble. He did go to prison. That is part of his history. But he has talked about that on his channel. Now, fan or no fan of JLR, okay, we're not going to talk bad about him. But he has said that he has learned from his past and he's here to make a difference now. And that's what he's been trying to do. So I don't want to talk bad about him at all. He has shown us a lot of stuff that we wouldn't have been able to see if not for him. So I do appreciate that. And I think that he has a heart. And Betty probably did learn some stuff from him because he does have legal knowledge, a lot of it, more than the average bear. Okay, we'll put it that way. But I don't know that Katie will so much have a fight with Betty because of that. I mean, facts are facts. Whether you can present the facts or you can't present the facts. And that's what the judge is going to want to see. It's not like on YouTube where you can win somebody over with an argument. You know, it's beyond that. So, I mean, Katie just has to show the facts. That's it. The evidence. So, I don't know. Hopefully. And I'm not a huge fan of White Boy, but all right. Are we ready?
Yeah, we're
right.
ready. We're ready. We're ready.
Right. Marissy. Hope is stalking me. Damn it. I'm gonna file for an RO. I've never filed for an RO ever in my life. No, nobody's stalking them. And if anybody is, I mean, that would be crossing so many lines. So if somebody is stalking, I hope that they get a protection order against them. Nobody should be living in fear for their safety. Now, they have to prove that they are living in fear for their safety for good reason. So that'll be interesting to see, I guess. And good night, Banana, and happy birthday to your daughter. Good night, good morning. Thank you for hanging out. Uh-oh. Everything okay over there, John? Okay. All right. I am going to go ahead and start this back up, and I'll be watching chat.
All right.
All right. Here we go.
Wendy's up the road, he said. She said, sorry. And the reason for this was so that he could follow her out. However, when she went to perform the exchange, she says that the entire Proudfoot family was there and they were not exactly cooperative. She says they live streamed the entire thing on Facebook, saying things like, I can't believe the judge awarded her custody, while she was just asking to have her daughter back. Allegedly, as part of this, Kathy threw a brown paper sack full of diapers and a dirty bottle at her as well, saying, I think you're going to need this, while she laughed. She goes on to explain that after Chris had finally handed over Faith, Nina started strapping her in, but as soon as she went to do so, Chris got into the driver's seat of her truck. Again, she says all of this was live streamed to Facebook by the Proudfoots. And if it was, one of those live streams should have caught Chris's sister Melissa saying, why don't you put it in reverse and drive over her? Nina says she scrambled to get her kids out of the car, and just as she got Faith out, Chris did in fact put the car into reverse and begin driving backwards. She and her children then attempted to escape into the sheriff's office, but she says that nobody would let them in until Chris came up behind her. And then they walked all of them inside. And while there, she says that she and her kids were kept in a back room with the lights turned off, and that as she was trying to call her attorney, Kathy took the phone and disconnected the call. As for how she got out of this situation, apparently she was able to speak to Edwards long enough that he was able to explain to the sheriff's department that if this were to get out, it would be really bad for Chris's military career, so they should probably let her go. But again, if Nina's story is to be believed, the ordeal was not over, because allegedly Chris's family got in their cars as she was leaving the sheriff's office and chased her and her father down the interstate at 80 to 90 miles an hour.
Okay, this picture right here. That's the picture I used on my thumbnail where his hands are up like this. And I love this picture where she's like side-eyeing. She's not side-eyeing anybody. She was just talking, but it looks like she's side-eyeing him. Like, I just love it. I love the screenshots that he got of them. Okay, sorry. Following down the interstate 80 miles an hour. Here we go.
And it seems she at least believed she was being chased long enough that they didn't even feel safe stopping when they got to Little Rock, Arkansas. And they drove all the way through to Albuquerque, New Mexico in one day. And upon her arrival there, Nina immediately went to the courts, and the New Mexico records confirm this, like October 4th. The New Mexico records say that she filed a TPO, and she filed for divorce. Their divorce was eventually finalized in 2018 after quite a lengthy process of trying to work out the custody arrangements. But even after the divorce, Nina says that there was sort of a constant pestering about custody and making sure that Chris had a say in absolutely everything that Faith did. And it even seems that on a couple of occasions, he motioned to get custody of Faith, but it just didn't go anywhere. And then on December 27th, 2023, things escalated. On that day, Nina had to take Faith to the airport because their custody arrangement granted Chris half the Christmas season. And when she got there, she would be meeting Katie, who would be taking Faith back to Tennessee. And Nina also says that when she arrived at the airport, Katie was filming their entire interaction. And apparently this is something she always does. You know, Aiden, I'd be willing to bet that if she's been filming, all of the times she's filmed are probably also on the cloud.
I would imagine so.
I would imagine law enforcement could probably verify if this was filmed. Most likely, correct?
I would say so.
I would say so. And you know, I also would say that if they were live streaming to Facebook in 2017, Facebook should at the very least have a record that a live stream occurred, even if the video has been deleted, right?
Generally.
Yeah, which the FBI could easily subpoena.
I mean, they might even be able to use the Wayback Machine.
That's true. Ooh, no, couldn't use Wayback. I went and checked Chris Proudfoot. I couldn't find it. There's no record on Wayback of any of the Proudfoots so far as I can tell. Well, no, I mean, Alexa doesn't automatically crawl every web page. Usually there has to be a reason for it. Like if a search term goes viral or, you know, a page gets a lot of visits, well, then it'll get crawled by the bots that feed the Wayback Machine. But in this case, you're not going to be able to see anything unless there was a reason to archive it. And when it comes to private Facebook pages or personal Facebook pages, there's generally not a ton of reason to do so. But, you know, to take us back into where we were, which is the fact that, or I guess the allegation that when Nina took Faith to the airport on December 27, 2023, Katie filmed the entire interaction. And then after Nina had handed Faith over to Katie, a man approached her as she was getting into her car and had some papers in his hand. And he said, "Are you Nina Gomez?" And when she said, "Yes, I am," he attempted to hand her the papers and say, "You've been served." As it turns out, both according to Nina and verified by court documents, that man was named Michael Tinker, and he was a lawyer hired by the Proudfoot family to engage in a custody case that was ongoing. Because once again, Chris was still fighting for custody this whole time. And I know I said we're going to go through what's verifiable. I just want to be clear right here. This is all verifiable. This is all in the New Mexico court records. Chris tried to get custody. He reopened this case in September of 2023.
Ooh, pause.
So all of
Miss Nandy,
this interaction, this all happened during a custody battle. I'll get a little bit deeper in.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
So we figured out.
Case in point.
When we figured out that their divorce was finalized in 2018, and Mohawk Mom said that Chris and Katie were married in 2019, but that was only 5 years ago. And Chris said that they've been together for half of Sebastian's life, so between 7 and 8 years, which would take back to.
That's good. That's good. We have an overlapping relationship, and we got that established. Okay. There's another component to this. A very important component. And that is, where does Faith reside?
With Nina.
In other words, where is Faith's residence?
In New Mexico with Nina.
I thought so. I thought so. You think Chris would have to pay child support?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Which would be a strain on his check.
Which probably has to do with why there were so many failed attempts for him to get custody.
Uh-huh. And would you also think, too, that Nina would have child support enforced?
Oh, yeah.
Real simple.
Yep.
At 1+1 stuff always works.
Right?
You can't mess with the math, because what Nina came out with regarding her video, regarding Chris's character, tells a lot about Chris from her. But also, too, under this custody issue that they have, now he wants to have full custody. It's a back and forth, a hard back and forth between him and her. Plus child support that he has to pay. Reason why is because Faith, her residence is in New Mexico. It's not where Chris is. Child support goes to the residency in court.
Right.
Always.
Right. Yeah, and
Always.
he filed for custody again. What do you say? December 27th, 2023. So December 27th last year. And that's the custody battle that they're going through currently. And Nina had said that Chris called her on day 3. So allegedly, possibly, maybe when he was away from Katie, when he went to get the RV and he was gone for those 17 hours, you know, he called Nina and told her that Sebastian was missing. And she asked him about the cameras that they have inside of their house. And then she said something about calling the court because they had court in a week. Like the week after Sebastian was reported missing, they had court for the custody dispute. And when she said something about calling the court, he said, "We're not going to fucking court next week." Now, why would he already call the courts or change that court date or whatever on day 3? It's like he knew that life wouldn't be back to normal in a week.
No, it couldn't.
Just saying.
Yeah, so he's got some financial strings pulling against him in this at the same time.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Right, and he did not deny or confirm that they had cameras inside the home when she had said that. And right, how would he know?
Right.
And
yeah. K-Mac. Yeah. How could CPS know?
Emily Pickles. Hi, Emily Pickles. It's really sad. Nobody here is sad to be claiming that Katie and Chris are responsible for Sebastian's disappearance. They are parents of a missing child and being treated like they are criminals. Being a jerk isn't a crime. Well, your last sentence is absolutely correct. But everything else, I'm not so sure what you mean. We're not treating anybody like they're criminals. We're talking about our opinions based on what Nina has said, the factual timeline that Aiden is giving us here about what Nina had said, because he verified what Nina had said. So it's factual information, which proves that Chris has lied during his interviews since Sebastian went missing. Now, why would the father of a missing child, the stepfather, to be factual, why would he be lying during interviews when he's trying to find a stepson?
Yeah,
Questionable, don't you think?
Yeah, I wouldn't look at the work we've been doing as pointing them in the direction of being criminals at all.
Right. And we've
Yeah.
never said that they were criminals.
Yeah, at all. You know, when you take a look at, the interviews, what the media has put out there, Court TV, News Nation, Nashville, when those are where the facts are being drawn from, it's from the parents.
Emily Pickles, I'm sorry, John. Emily Pickles, if it's gross, bye. See ya. Hit the thumbs down on your way out. Thanks for stopping
Miss
by.
Pickles. It's okay, Miss Pickles.
That's right. That's right. There's so many other channels out there that aren't gross. But thank you so much for coming over here and sharing that we're gross. Okay? Thank you. I appreciate that. I almost will lose sleep. Not because of your opinion. Okay? Thank you so much. And I don't think that
I can imagine what she sounds like. Oh, this is just gross.
it's just gross,
I
John.
just can't stand it.
It's sad and it's gross.
People just keep talking about these innocent parents, and I just can't do it anymore.
Right.
Okay,
So get
Miss
off of
Pickles.
YouTube. Get off of YouTube.
Okay, Miss Pickles, finding another jar. How's that?
Right. There you go. We aren't juicing with you, okay? Go find some sweet pickle juice. We're dill over here. All right. But thank you for forcing your opinion on us. You got your attention. There you go. Naive, that's a good word. We are definitely not naive. We know red flags when we see them. And if you follow true crime long enough, you'll come back and apologize later and say that you realized that we weren't gross, that we were just stating our opinions based on red flags that we've seen in previous cases. Lots of them, not just one or two, but lots of them. And the red flags are waving high and proud in this case. And we're discussing possibilities. Never once have we ever said that Chris Proudfoot or Katie Proudfoot are criminals. Never once. We've speculated. And if you look at my thumbnail, it says case discussion because we're discussing the case. Okay.
They forgot that part.
Yeah, I know. I try to make it easy.
Got that part. Oh my God.
Oh, yes, you all have. We have what?
Missed that.
For him not to be found? What are you talking about? Ellie is the one that is looking for him. No shit, Emily. We got that. There's a lot of people looking for him, not just Ellie. That's right. This is not a courtroom. Exactly. Read my description box too, because I put that in there. She copied that. This is not a courtroom. I am not a judge. I am sharing my perspective of this information. You are entitled to your own perspective. We don't even have to agree, but you do have to be respectful. And calling me gross is not respectful. Okay? Sour pickles, right? Like I said, hit the thumbs down on your way out. Thanks for stopping by. It's 5:30 in the morning, and you're in here telling me I'm gross.
I mean, you got to figure. You got to figure. You got to have one pickle in the bunch, right?
Right, exactly.
Got to have somebody that's got to be a pickle somewhere.
Yep.
And not really catch on to, what the live has been truly about. Because like you said, you had a thumbnail that says this is a discussion, and everyone is open and entitled to their opinion.
That's right. I mean, I can't state it any more clearly than I did.
You said it, plain as day.
Yeah. They're blocked, Cricket. Hey Jude, let me play with the pickle for a little bit before she blocked them. So yeah, I appreciate that, because I like to play with the trolls sometimes, because it's just
I do too.
It's fun. But yeah, no, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get back to our regularly scheduled program now. But thanks for the commercial interruption. Everybody knows that we're gross now. Thank you.
You got somebody in your chat called Pickle Me Elmo. Did you just pick that up?
I just saw it. It just popped up on my screen.
Holy smoke. We got pickles coming up in
But this is a good pickle. I've seen this pickle around. I'm pretty sure I've seen this pickle around. So I'm going to be side-eyeing you just for a minute, Pickle Me Elmo, okay? Just because you're a pickle.
Got pickles coming up at
5:30 in the morning. Uh-oh, where'd you go, John? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, you got pickles showing up. I had to mute for a second.
Oh, okay. You're all right.
Pickles showing up at 5:32 a.m. in the morning.
Right? Funtuski.
Goodness.
First of all, hello. Good to see you. And I was kicked out earlier too, so I'm watching it. I'm watching chat on my phone because StreamYard doesn't show every comment. So I like to follow along on YouTube on my phone. And my phone closed the chat out. Like YouTube chat shut down. And I had to close out the whole live stream and start it over. So you're not alone, Funtuski, and it wasn't intentional and it wasn't personal, okay? It was YouTube. I think it was because there was a nasty, what'd they call it up here? Oh goodness. What they picklefoot. There was a picklefoot in the chat.
A picklefoot.
That's what somebody said. Sour pickles. That's the one I was looking for. There was a sour pickle in the chat. And so YouTube was like, nope, we're going to shut this down for a second.
Oh my goodness.
Too funny.
It is what it is.
You guys are
Much
too
love
funny.
to you. Wow.
I thought so. I thought I'd seen Pickle Me Elmo around before, and Mohawk Mom said that they have been around, and Pickle Me Elmo said that they have been here since we started this live stream. Look at you going strong. 6.5 hours, John. Oh my gosh. Okay, we gotta play a little bit more and see how far we can get through here before I pass out. Now, if you hear me snoring.
Okay.
No, I'm just teasing. I'm still awake, but I do want to try to get through more of this. And I appreciate all 354 of you guys in chat right now.
Oh my goodness. Early birds.
Yes. Or late night, I'm telling you.
Yeah, late night birds trying to be early, and we're going to put them to sleep.
Right? I love it. And we're going to start your day off right if you're just waking up. I love it. Thank you so much. A sour pickle. The real Gemini. Yay, I'm glad you caught the live this morning. Whatever it is for you, wherever you may be. All right, here we go. We are watching this video. This is the third video that this channel has put out, and this channel is called The Lore Lodge, and I will drop the link in the chat again. They have 528,000 subscribers.
Good.
and this is Aiden, and he's the one that's telling us about the factual information that he was able to validate from Nina's interview.
How many views on this video?
Well, when I pulled it up, it was, a little while ago, and that point it was 9 hours posted, and it has 54,000 views at 9 hours. But now whenever I pulled this video up, it was probably about 2 hours ago, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that it's way more than that now. But I love that because that's 54,000 sets of eyes that have now seen Sebastian's face and know a little bit about Sebastian's story. So I love it.
Yep.
I love it. Love it. Okay, here we go.
Right here. This is all verifiable. This is all in the New Mexico court records. Chris tried to get custody. He reopened this case in September of 2023. So all of this interaction, this all happened during a custody battle. I'll get a little bit deeper into the specifics of that custody battle later on in the video. The point of the matter is that when Nina was handed papers by an attorney after just handing Faith over to a member of the Proudfoot family, she panicked because this is precisely what happened 6 years earlier when Chris used a TPO to take Faith from her the first time. So Nina bolted from the car without taking the papers. She ran through the airport screaming that Katie was going to kidnap her daughter, grabbed Faith, and then went and called the Albuquerque Police Department, who, she says during the Christmas season, have officers stationed at the airport at all times. And Nina says that Katie got all of this on film too. The police arrived shortly after Nina called them, but just like in 2017, they told her, there's nothing we can do. This is a legal part of the custody arrangement, and them serving you papers doesn't change that. Basically, it was Chris's weekend, so he'd done nothing wrong. And this obviously frustrated Nina quite a bit, but it was only once she looked at the papers she had been served that she says everything became clear to her. That's because the papers she was handed were not a TPO. They were not a temporary protective order at all. They were a summons to a hearing she not only already knew about, but had been informed of multiple times and planned to attend. In any case, those papers that she was served were in reference to that same hearing, which was on January 2nd, 2024. And she says that the day of that hearing, Chris and Katie used the incident at the airport to not only motion to relocate Faith to Tennessee, but also to order a psych evaluation for Nina. The evidentiary hearing for that was scheduled for March 5th, 2024, but just a week before that was supposed to happen, Sebastian Rogers disappeared. And at first, Nina thought that this was all a ploy, that Chris was just making this up as a way to get out of that hearing and maybe buy time to construct a more solid case or just kind of, drag things out. But as the days went on, it became clear to her that this was real. Sebastian actually was missing. There is some more.
Okay, we're going to pause right there just for a second. I'm going to go back 5 seconds just so that we don't lose the place. And I have to go back over here to my StreamYard tab because, oh my goodness, Hey Jude gifted a membership and it hasn't popped up who got it yet. Where is it? Why isn't it showing it? Okay, hold on. Let me go back up here. Irony Rose also gifted a membership, and K-Mac was able to get that one. Woo, woo. But why isn't it showing me who got... Hold on, let me close it out and open it back up. It is not showing me who got the membership from Hey Jude. Can anybody see it?
No, I don't see it on my end.
Okay, Mohawk Mom said this video is up to 73,000 views. That is so awesome.
73,000. Wow. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. Hi, Justice Jane. It's still not showing up. Why is it not showing up? You don't see it either. Okay, I'm glad that it's not just us.
73,000, yeah.
Right, nobody got it. What the heck? Come on, YouTube. Okay, no, wait. Irony Rose gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you, Irony Rose. Thank you so much. Okay, now those popped up, but they all say that they're for
Yeah, I see that
Irony.
one. Yeah,
Okay, so we got Nisa, we got Pickle Me Elmos, Sea Star, Life's a Beach, and Kathy Dugan. Welcome to the squad. Yes, it is a potluck. Cricket, you have to make sure that you have your gifted membership option turned on. And the way that you do it is, okay, I'm going to walk you through as I'm doing it. And if you hit the $sign down in the bottom right-hand corner of the chat, then it says, let me see if is it this one? No, it is. Okay, click on the $sign in the bottom right-hand corner and then click on membership. It's the third option down. And then up at the top of that box that just popped up, there's a question mark, 3 dots, and an X. You click on the 3 dots and it'll pop up another box and it says gift settings.
Yeah.
You click on the gift settings and you slide the little toggle thing over to the right, which allows gifts. So make sure you have that turned on. And then when somebody gifts memberships, it's like a potluck. It's chosen at random or not at all from Hey Jude. Hasn't been given at all. Nobody got it, right, Hey Jude? I've never seen that happen either. I am mind blown. I'm going to have to go back and look at it because it'll tell me who all my members are. iPhone doesn't have that. Okay, I don't know how to do it from an iPhone because I don't have an iPhone. I have an Android, so I can't walk you through that. Okay, Angie was given that one, Hey Jude. Welcome, Angie, and thank you, Hey Jude. What happened to the first one? That is so weird. Hit the green gift thing that has a 5 at the top and press allow gifts. Yeah, it worked that time, right? Okay, the real Gemini, thank you. So does that work on the iPhone that way? If at the top you see where it has the Hey Jude's picture with the little present beside it and it says 1, or it has the purple circle with the little gift box and the number 5, and you can click on that and press allow gifts. It'll pop up a box down there. The iPhone link, I do. Let me see. I do have that. And this one, this, and okay, I'm pretty sure that this should work from any device. So, membership link. Okay. So if you don't get a gifted one, you can also click on this link and you can join. And hey Jude, the iPhone link, all you have to do is go to my channel and share the channel just like I just did there, and then put /join. So it's just, the HTTPS, all that stuff, YouTube, and then / Spirit Seeker Squad, and then you add the / and join, and then that will take them to membership from any device. I learned that in the back office one time. In the studio, it was hiding somewhere. I know, right, K-Mac? And I'm going to have to check to find out why that one didn't go through. Okay, and we're going to play a song, and then we're going to get right back into this, okay? So we're going to dance. We're going to wake everybody up with the thank you song, okay? Anybody who's sleeping right now to our voices, John, we're going to wake them up.
Okay. Miss Mandy, if you can do me a favor and maybe scrub the video back 10 seconds, because what I'm picking up from the conversation that he's having, there seems to be a buildup it's coming in the direction of Chris regarding what's going on with Faith and Nina.
Right. Yeah, there is for sure. Okay, I'll do that. I'm gonna play the thank you song first. I want to play thank you song for my members. Okay.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Woohoo! Thank you, and welcome to all the new squad members. Woo, 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 woo. Thank you, Irony Rose. I really appreciate you. And Hey Jude, even though the one didn't go through. I'm going to go into the back office while I'm listening to Aiden here, and I'm going to try to see if I can figure out who got the missing one, because if not, then they need to reimburse you, refund your money for that one. So I'm going to figure it out though. Okay, so let me get back over here, and let me go back 15 seconds, and here we go.
And at first, Nina thought that this was all a ploy, that Chris was just making this up as a way to get out of that hearing and maybe buy time to construct a more solid case, or just kind of, drag things out. But as the days went on, it became clear to her that this was real. Sebastian actually was missing. There is some more said. Nina goes over, how this has affected her life. She gives a few more details. I would recommend that everybody go and watch through it or listen through it, because there's a lot of detail. It's 2 hours long. I obviously could not distill the entire thing down for this video. But what I've given you here are the key aspects, the things that matter the most to the argument we're making here. The interview as a whole presents Chris as this abusive, controlling, manipulative narcissist, and his family does not come across much better. But the question here is this an accurate account of events? Contested custody battles can be some of the most bitter legal fights there are, and exaggerations and manipulations of the truth from exes in order to get the upper hand on one another are not unheard of. So it's important that we take a step back and consider the evidence. We're not taking Chris at face value, so it's only fair that we also don't take Nina at face value. While I find much of Nina's narrative compelling, there are a few things that kind of immediately stick out as improbable, if not impossible. Some even could be corroborated or debunked if law enforcement knew where to look. Most of the events that Nina described would, or at least should, have been observed by objective witnesses. So I think the best place to start is with the more unlikely ones, the ones that weren't witnessed. This would, of course, include all of Nina's allegations of domestic abuse against Chris, as those incidents happened when nobody else was in the home but them. While I don't doubt that Chris would have been abusive towards Nina's kids based on the fact that he admitted being abusive towards Katie's son, there's no doctor's visits or police reports to corroborate this. A better example may be her story about what happened after the custody exchange, where she says that the Proudfoots got in their cars and followed her and her father down the interstate at 80 to 90 miles an hour. On its face, this seems rather strange simply due to how absurd it is, but absurdity is not evidence against something. Absurd things do happen. But there are further issues with this portion of the narrative that should probably be considered. One question I have is if she actually meant interstate rather than just highway, because the only interstate route in the area that would lead to Albuquerque is I-40. And the nearest entrance to I-40 from Gallatin, Tennessee is near West Nashville. What that means is that if they were chasing her on the interstate, they had to follow her 30 to 35 miles through or around Nashville just to get to I-40. Now, it's not impossible, it's just a little hard to believe. And of course, on top of that, there is the option that she may have just thought she was being followed because she was panicking. And the reason I include this segment in this section about stuff that can't be corroborated is the chances that there's going to be evidence of this car chase are just extremely slim. I mean, this many years on, nobody's going to remember if they may have seen a car chase on I-40 on October 3rd, 2017. It's just not going to happen. It might be worth law enforcement looking in to see if they can find evidence of her car making these motions on that day, but I doubt it. The other one that really jumped out was what happened after the TPO was served, with her going over to the Bowersox residence to speak with Kathy and then being threatened with a bat by Terry. In addition, she also said in her story that they claimed Chris had already returned to San Diego at this point, but that she saw Chris's shadow in the room. Again, hard to corroborate. And the reason that I say this isn't possible to corroborate is, well, you might be able to use like cell phone records or something else. You know, I mean, obviously he was in the Navy, so maybe his movement was tracked in some way. Somebody would have to admit that Terry threatened her with a bat in order to corroborate this story fully. And nobody's going to admit that Terry threatened her with a bat. The good news is that outside of those, basically everything else she said happened would or should have been recorded or observed by outside witnesses. But not all of those claims have been corroborated yet, such as Chris removing the furniture from the home. An example of this would be what happened immediately prior to the highway chase, which is that whole affair with the custody transfer at the sheriff's office in Gallatin. I will say I reached out to the sheriff's office in Sumner County, which is the one that would be in Gallatin, and they told me that they had no record of this happening and no recollection of this happening, and that everything up until an ex parte motion filed in New Mexico was handled by the Hendersonville Police Department. That said, everything I'm about to say still remains true regardless of what they said there. That's because Nina claims that everything from her driving up to the sheriff's office to her being led into the sheriff's office was live streamed.
Okay, I have to pause for fair use and all that, of course. Okay. I wanted to say, hello, YouTuber. I have to wait until the live stream ends and then go back, and I'll be able to look at the members there. So if you oh shoot, I forgot that. Okay. So I won't be able to tell yet because the way that they put the members in my membership list, they're not in the order that the gifts were given or that the people joined. They're in order by day, but they're not in order by time. So I'm going to have to wait, and I'll go back and compare to who got the memberships, who joined, and then see who is listed there that was not listed in the chat. So hopefully that makes sense. We'll figure it out. And if I don't find one member that is not listed in this live stream chat, then I will let you know, Hey Jude, and we'll have to figure out what to do with YouTube. So, because that's just not cool. Stealing a member and shit. Come on, YouTube. Goodness. Baby Duck. Hi, Baby Duck. And I hadn't either. I hadn't seen him until he did the first video on Sebastian. So this is his third video that he's done on Sebastian's case. Bryson, Cyrus, Miley Cyrus's little brother, reached out to this guy, his name is Aiden, and asked him to cover Sebastian's case. And I guess usually Aiden doesn't cover open cases on his channel, but since Bryson reached out to him, he said that he would look into it, and he did. And he's done a fantabulous job of covering the case with a fresh set of eyes. And the first video, he went through and basically just did the factual timeline, introduced the players of the case. And then I haven't seen the second one yet, but I've heard that it's really good, that he points out a lot of inconsistencies that Mr. Chris has made himself, and some other things. So I definitely recommend subscribing and watching the other videos. And maybe the end of this one, because I'm not sure we're going to make it to the end yet. We're only at 35 minutes, and it's an hour and a half long. And there's so much information in here, though. It's so good. We may have to do a part 2, John.
Yeah.
Because I want to finish reviewing this with with everybody. I love this. I know. Me too, Hey Jude. So I will figure it out for sure, and I will let you know. One way or another, I will let you know if I figure out who it is, or if there's nobody listed, then I will let you know. And then we can figure out if we need to yell at YouTube or not. Exactly, Teresa Bird. These people have patterns. Absolutely. That's what we call over here the red flags. Soulshine, Hey Jude gave 2 memberships out. The second one, Angie got it, but the first one, it never showed a name in the chat. So that's what we're talking about. Okay. All right. And John, did you have anything to add before we keep rolling?
Yep, we can.
All right. Here we go.
If this is true, then as Aiden and I kind of joked about earlier in, a bit of foreshadowing, the TBI or the FBI should be able to subpoena Facebook's live streaming records from all of the Proudfoot's accounts. At the very least, they should be able to confirm whether or not any of those accounts live streamed on that date and at that time. And in addition to that, unless those live streams were deleted afterwards, then they may be able to actually verify what happened. If there aren't any records of live streams, then obviously that's not great for Nina's account of events, but it's possible she just misunderstood what they were doing when they were holding their phones up. Thing is, if this did happen at the Gallatin Sheriff's Office, then the Sheriff's Office, you would assume, would have security cameras looking out at the parking lot that should have witnessed this happening. And they should have had security cameras that witnessed her being led inside and kept in a back room. Of course, that requires those videos also not being deleted. But if there's a chunk of security footage missing from between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. on that morning from the sheriff's office, I would argue that's suspicious as well. But that said, I contacted the sheriff's office and they said that this didn't happen there, but instead happened at the Hendersonville Police Department. And if it happened at the Hendersonville Police Department, well, then the same rings true. There should be security footage of this. Now, directly connected to this part of the claim is the part of the claim where she was shuffled into the back room with the lights off, all of that. I did call her lawyer, as I said. It took me a while to get him to open up to me at all. He did not want to talk to me. He's probably got a whole bunch of calls from journalists over the last few months and did not want to talk to another one. But after basically proving to him that I knew the details of the case as well as I possibly could, he opened up a little bit and he told me that he had no recollection of that phone call, of telling the police that this would be bad for Chris's career. Actually, we never got that far in the conversation. He had no recollection of this at all. He did not recall the phone call. That said, he did not impugn Nina's reputation. He did not say that she was lying. He just said he had no recollection, and he felt the need, unprompted, to tell me she's a good woman. Like, I did not ask, what's your opinion of Nina? He just said, she's a good woman. But like I said, all of this, based on how many cameras should have been involved, should be corroborable without anything, any statement from anybody.
Okay, I just want to pop in again. Very useful. Let me get back to my chat here because Soulshine, no, that is fine. Don't apologize. I appreciate you trying to help. I don't apologize for that. Thank you so much. And Little Miss Sharon, Aiden might be his friend's name. I don't remember what he called his friend. That could be. But in the very beginning of this live stream, he says, I'm Aiden Mattis, and welcome to Lore Lodge. I actually just went to his live stream, or to this video, on my phone and looked at the transcript to make sure that I heard him correctly. And he says his name is Aiden Mattis. So if his friend's name is Aiden also, that's very possible. And I think, like, it made me think when you said that, I think he did call his friend Aiden also. So maybe they're both named Aiden. That's kind of weird, right? But I'm pretty sure he called his friend Aiden also. But he did say his name is Aiden Mattis. So, but thank you. Oh, his friend is Hayden. Oh, Mohawk Mom. Now, how confusing is that? Hayden and Aiden. No wonder the confusion. Hi, Veronica. Right? And thank you for being here. And Soulshine, seriously, don't apologize. It's okay. I appreciate you trying to help. Seriously, thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to get back to it.
Going back to that overall category of verifiable yet uncorroborated claims, I think that Nina's story about the airport also kind of falls into this category. And that's primarily because there's been no evidence presented to the public to back up her claims. That said, I really have no reason to doubt this part of the narrative based on what I've learned overall about the Proudfoots. And, obviously there's more coming in this video, so that stuff too. I have no reason to doubt that she's not telling the truth, and that does appear in the court records, that a psych evaluation was requested and that it was requested after this all occurred. So I think that one would be pretty easy for law enforcement to verify if any of that happened. Airports are some of the most closely monitored places on the planet. So if this happened, the law enforcement can absolutely determine what went on here. That said, just because the overall story of what happened at the airport may be true, I am a little curious about some of what Nina said, because there are a few contradictions, such as her saying, or such as who went to the airport with her. She only names her boyfriend Wayne, her son Noah, and her daughter Isabella as accompanying her and Faith to the airport, but then she also said something that implied her mother was there too. Specifically, that was, and oh my God, my mom, like the first thing she thought was like, and Wayne thought it was like, oh my God, Nina's going to just lay her out.
Okay, I'm going to pause right there. Sweet dreams, Vic. Thank you so much for hanging out. I know it's 6 a.m. I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. And Marissy said, Aiden's partner, camera guy, is also Aiden. I saw it in the end script. Okay, so see, there's the confusion, right? There it is. Would the airport camera footage show the interaction? Possibly, right? And oh my. Why did they say 2023 about what, Sam? Okay, I think I got everybody's questions so far. Let's keep rolling.
Again, could be misspeaking, could be her misremembering the events, but either way, it would suggest that she's not a perfectly reliable narrator, and that should be factored in when considering her allegations. And that's in addition to the conflict of interest. But before I go any further in this, I just want to be clear about the reason I formatted this way, the way I organize things, because I have no intention of saying that Nina is lying. I have no evidence to suggest that Nina lied. I just wanted to point out that there are some places where her story may have holes. Whether those holes are a result of lies or just misremembering, as I said, I have no evidence to say. You know, she's only made, so far as I can tell, the one appearance, whereas Chris has made numerous. And the only reason I was able to really pick up on Chris's lies was because they showed up as he did more interviews. Fortunately, there are some things about her story that can be verified without needing to wade through any hearsay. Chris presented his relationship with Nina as very much like Katie's with her ex-husband, and said, "We have a great relationship with each other," while Nina clearly described the opposite, and the evidence is on her side. The court records from New Mexico show a clear and consistent pattern of Chris Proudfoot motioning to modify custody with clear resistance by Nina, and there is no such history of custody battles between Katie and Seth. I know using that quote as an example may seem like a reach, and if it were not part of a larger pattern of dishonesty, I probably wouldn't even mention it. But it is part of a larger pattern of dishonesty, and the lie is relevant.
Exactly. The lie is relevant. I love that he is catching the lies, big and small, because they are all relevant. I look at a person, okay, so when I first meet you, I give you 100% trust and respect. But it's earned. From that point forward, if you lie to me, you lose all of my trust and you lose all of my respect. So as soon as I caught Chris Proudfoot in a lie, it was zilch from there on. And the lies keep stacking.
Yeah.
I'm glad that he's pointing them out.
Yep. His Chris's evasiveness, if you will, told a lot in the narrative. You know, where you would think he would say something that would have some relevance to it, he would back off, you know. And when he was asked direct questions about his whereabouts from Nancy Grace, that showed more evasiveness than the previous interviews that him and Katie did.
Right.
And that really shined a good light on this dude. I mean, to me.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
because his evasiveness showed up more in Nancy Grace's interview than, you know, other interviews outside of the Nashville Reporter interview, where she was being cordial, kind of like filling in the blanks too, you know, whereas the other interviews with the Chronicles of Olivia and this is to me, and Duchess was more casual. It was more, I hope I'm making you feel comfortable going over what happened.
Right.
Whereas Nancy Grace came hard.
Yep.
And she came straight.
Yep.
You know, and she came legal.
And she is such a good prosecutor, attorney, legal person that she knew every answer to every question she asked before she asked the question. No attorney asks a question that they don't already know the answer to. And so when she asked him those questions and he straight lied to her, she even went back and asked him again because she asked him about the CPS case that was opened after the belt incident. And he said, there wasn't a CPS case after the belt incident. That didn't cause an open CPS case. But just the interview before on Smiley's, he explained all about how the CPS lady came after the belt incident.
Right.
You think her team didn't already research that shit and she didn't already see that clip and already know that answer? So when he lied to her, I guarantee her levels went to zilch also.
Oh, yeah.
And they were already probably low to begin with.
Especially when he told her that the belt incident happened years ago.
Right. But then
and
said that
she
he was
brought it back, you know, to say, well, you know, that didn't trigger a CPS case. And that's where he lied. Nope. But yet she knew.
Yep. She knew every answer. I'm telling you, she did. Before she even asked it, she knew. She knew what he had said on Smiley's. So when he lied to her, I mean, the look on her face said it all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she was looking at him, and then she was good enough to pivot to back to Katie, and then ask her questions since she was the one there,
right?
Him being the one at work, and then pivot again to bring up some background on him. And it startled me when she brought Faith up.
Right. Me too.
I said, whoa, wait a minute. Who's Faith? Was she in the house? You know? Yeah. So it was a good interview. That one right there is the cornerstone to me of this case, because Nancy Grace went in to get answers to questions, and she got them just the way she did.
Exactly.
The other interviews outside of that were conversations. A lot of them were conversations. And you can only grab, you know, when I look at legal work versus, you know, novice work, you know, you can only grab but so much information from non-legal novice work, like what we do. You know, if you were to have Chris Proudfoot and Katie Proudfoot on your channel, and you decided to ask them questions about what happened that Sunday, that Saturday, that Friday, that Thursday on your channel, it would be taken as a conversation more so than what actually happened. But when you have someone like Nancy Grace, which I'm sure they knew who she was.
Oh, yeah.
And her background.
Well, they avoided her first invitation.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
They said they didn't get the invitation, but Nancy clarified that they did get an invitation. So,
yeah.
You know, and I want to run through. So chat's trying to explain. We're trying to help out a few people. So the name Maddie has come up again. So we're going to run through the family tree here real quick. Okay. So Chris Proudfoot's mom is Kathy Bowersox, but legally her first name is Maddie. So it's Maddie Kathy Bowersox. From what I understand from what chat has told me. Kathy is married to Terry. So Terry is Chris's stepfather. And then Chris's father is Michael. And Michael is married to Linda. So Linda is Chris's stepmother. And then Chris has a sister named Melissa. And let me see, there was more. I think that might be it. Did I get it covered? Oh, Wayne. Wayne. The name Wayne comes from Nina because Wayne is her common law husband. And she has been with Wayne for a long time. So Wayne was around during some of this stuff with Chris. I know, right, Sandwich? Maddie, Kathy. I mean, unless it's Maddie, Catherine, but still, it still doesn't ring right for me either. It doesn't flow very well. Okay.
Different names, telling you.
Thank you, Bobby. So Bobby said the Lore Lodge is Aiden Lore and Aiden Lodge. So they both are Aiden. Well, thank you for that clarification. I love it. Clarifying all over the place. And yes, Big D is Kathy's brother. So Chris's uncle. Michael and Linda are the ones that went to Alaska. Cricket. Okay, I'm going to wait for somebody in chat to answer that because I'm not for sure.
So who is Taco?
And Taco is Seth's friend. He's known him for a very long time.
Okay, Taco is Seth's friend.
Yes.
Would that be related to an Uncle Taco?
Same person.
Okay.
Taco, Uncle Taco, same guy.
Okay, so...
Okay, so no,
Okay.
it was...
Okay.
It was... Mohawk Mom clarified. Thank you, Mohawk Mom. I know she's always on it. I try to be on it, and she is on it even more. So Terry and Kathy are the ones who went to Alaska. And it was a pre-planned business trip to Alaska. It wasn't spur of the moment. Decided to run after Sebastian vanished, because I know that has been misinformation that has been shared or assumed. But they, according to Chris, as long as he's telling the truth, it was already a planned trip for work. Right, no relation. Yep. Okay. Are we all caught up now? Did I miss anybody that we need to straighten out? I know that We need like a picture with a name beside it, like a whole guide.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have any family that lives in Alaska, but I know that it was a pre-planned business trip, according to Chris. So allegedly, possibly, maybe, that's what Chris said. So,
Okay.
He likes to not tell the truth, but we're going to believe him on this one till it's proven otherwise, I guess. All right, let's keep rolling. Think we'll go just for a short time more. We're almost about halfway through, so we'll finish it out, and then we're definitely going to have to do a part 2.
Yeah, we
right?
definitely have to.
Yeah, we need a whiteboard, right?
Yeah, definitely.
we need a felt board where we can Velcro pictures next to the names and put them on a family tree and all that. Oh, goodness. Okay, here we go.
In addition, there is a contradiction between Chris and Nina's version of events, which on its face may seem insignificant. But it tells us that for whatever reason, Chris is not telling the truth about the timing. When Chris told the story, he said that Faith was 6 weeks old when Nina slapped him, and he filed for the TPO immediately. Since Faith was born June 2nd, 2017, even if we give Chris, 5 to 7 weeks as a bit of a buffer, this means that he could only have filed that TPO between July 7th and July 21st. Nina, however, said that this happened after Chris moved them into their apartment in Tennessee at the end of August, and that she was only served with papers after returning from Vanderbilt in September. In this case, there is no he said, she said. This is a legal proceeding, and it's present in the Tennessee court records. Nina was not served with a TPO in July when Faith would have been 6 weeks old, nor was she served in August, which could be perceived as immediately after this. Chris filed for that TPO on September 14th, 2017, when Faith was over 3 months old. Chris either waited a full 2 months to file the TPO, in which case he lied about filing it immediately, or he lied about how old Faith was when the incident occurred. This isn't to say that Nina can't be lying about anything.
Isn't that interesting? I love how specific he is with the dates. Faith's birthday is 6 weeks old, September 14th. So Faith would have been 3 months old, not 6 weeks old.
Right.
So, Mr. Chris, Mr. Know-It-All, knows everything, was wrong. Purposely?
And that's why timeline is so important to everything that evolves in a case.
Absolutely.
When
Okay,
you have
Mac.
dates, when you have names, and when you have actions happening within a particular point in a timeline, that could go to character, that could go to action, that could go to motive, it could go to a lot of different things. It does play a very important part in the overall timeline as to the events that have occurred, because it goes to a person's mindset. This is Chris's mindset coming from a previous relationship.
Yeah.
What happened in his previous relationship has got everything to do with his mindset going forth from it to get to where we are today. He wants to separate them, to say, nope, that's got nothing to do with Sebastian going missing. And yet, yes, it does. Because it goes to your mindset.
And patterns of behavior.
Correct. Miss Mandy, correct. And when you can take a look at patterns of behavior, how they evolve, you want to go as far back as you possibly can to get where it was before it got here and how it evolved to get here?
Right.
Is it the same mindset? Or is this something completely different? Completely different.
Right.
And in this case, I can't find it being completely different at all.
At all. Period.
It's a pattern and a behavior.
And red flags. Big old red
And
flags.
it's consistent.
And Soulshine.
Him being intolerant is a big negative towards him.
Oh, yeah.
Whether he knows it or not. He's very intolerant. He's short on patience.
I don't think he knows it. I don't think he realizes. He thinks he's so arrogant and thinks that he's so smart and in control of literally everything. And he thinks that he is just God's gift. And the only thing he's showing us is that he is an arrogant asshole. You know, I mean, that's it. He's not showing us his good side. And I'm sure he has a good side. I mean, he's convinced 5 women to marry him. So he's shown a good side somewhere. But I think that the arrogant asshole is who he truly is. And that good side that we haven't seen really is just the front that he puts on.
Yeah. And the other thing too is, you know, it's reflective in a lot of cases, especially Summer Wells and the West case. It's reflective of his parents. There is something reflecting from an early stage of childhood that builds the psychology, if you will, of a child going forward.
Right.
You know, and could there, my opinion, could there have been some kind of abuse that he may have suffered? And I'm speaking directly, possibly from his dad. Strong arm of the family that wanted to build something out of him that he lacked.
I'm not feeling any abuse. I'm feeling spoiled. I'm feeling couldn't do any wrong. I'm feeling like
it's just a thought.
Right. No, I
Just
get
a
it. I
thought.
get it. And I mean, it's
You know,
possible.
because you know, most guys go into military at an early age, and it's out of one or two reasons. Either you're being influenced to go into the military so that you can become something and get a trade and get paid and get benefits, and you'll be well taken care of there, more so than where he may have been before he went into the military. Daddy may have said, you need to get some substance about yourself. He may have been too soft. He may have been something that happened in that relationship of where he was brought up. You know, and same thing with Katie.
Well, Katie's childhood was different.
I'm not giving it to him to take it away from her. I'm giving it to the both of them because the similarity in the two, where the two met militarily wise in their relationship. They got together.
Right. Well, we know Katie's childhood, though. We know
What's
what
that?
she lived with. We know Katie's childhood. We know
Okay.
what
Okay.
and who she lived with, and it wasn't good at all.
There you go.
She was out on her own early on. She met Seth early on. They started dating as soon as she turned 18, they started dating. And she had Sebastian when she was either 19 or 20.
Mm-hmm.
So it was early. And then, what happened with Seth, you kind of know about that. And then she went to Chris. So that's pretty much hers. But her childhood, she has family members that are RSOs, and I believe in prison for from drugs, I believe. Somebody correct me. My brain is really struggling right now because I'm so tired.
No, I hear you. And think about what they could have shared together. Those two experiences, think about it. Just pause for a moment.
Right. Well, I think Katie's looking for somebody to, I think that she's looking for somebody to, help guide her, but she's so hard-headed and she's stubborn, and I don't know if independent is the right word, because I feel like she is dependent on a significant other, but I still feel like she has her own strength, but I feel like she needs somebody beside her also.
There you go. Now apply that same chemistry to Katie. When two people come together, just pause for a moment. Think about it. When two people come together, and it's everybody in the chat too, how you guys come together. When people come together, first essence of coming together is a liking. Gotta like attracts like. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So we're there. Then from you look for commonality about something that I'm familiar with what you do, and there's something that you're familiar about what I do. Now you have like that attracts like, familiarity to some degree. There's degrees here of a similarity that's going on between the two. And it's not perfect. It's adjusting. It's always changing. It's always revealing type stuff.
Right.
Okay? Until you get to a point to where a date is a date, a kiss, the first one is a kiss. Then it's maybe holding hands. Then maybe it's a body caress. Then it becomes a bonding type situation. And it could be, damn, for some people, it's a couple of weeks. For other people, it could take a couple of months. Then for some, it could take maybe a little bit longer than that. But give or take, it's how we come together naturally. Just a natural coming together, because these two had to come together out of a naturalness between the two in order for them to have gotten married, you would think.
Yeah, usually. I mean, they say opposites attract, but
yeah. And even you know, when even when that's said, that's kind of strange in itself to say, oh, opposites attract. Why would they? Why would they? You know, but once again, there is a commonality, a likingness that has to take place in order to bring these two people together. Now, I can find military being a common, that's there.
Right.
I can find, you know, from that, discipline, focus, you name it, coming from that because we share something in common, you know. And if you like what I like and I like what you like, and we both like what each other likes, and we keep doing that and keep doing that and keep doing that, you and I are going to, you know,
Right.
bond. We're going to connect.
Well, like
Somewhere
Sam said
we're
here,
gonna
trauma
connect.
bond.
And it don't matter what color you are, don't matter what age you are, it don't matter. Nature responds to it. Your nature does. It's who you are.
Right. Well, and Sam said trauma bonding, and
Yeah.
and then she also said rebels. They're badass, wannabe tough people.
And that's interesting you brought that up too. Trauma bonding.
Mm-hmm. And little man syndrome.
Mm.
You know, where like I'm wondering if maybe, like you said, maybe his father was too soft on him, and he felt like he could never live up to what his father expected of him.
Expected. Right.
You know, so it
Yep.
wasn't so much that his father was abusive in any way. It was Chris always felt like he wasn't good enough.
Right. So now you
So
trigger ego.
right. Yep.
So
'Cause
ego says, I'll prove you wrong. I'll show you.
Right.
So ego goes in that direction. Yeah.
Yep.
I
And I
got you.
still think that I like little man syndrome the best, because it's like he feels like he's not good enough, so he overdoes everything. You know, even if it's not right, he overdoes it. I can see that.
Right.
All
And
right.
so, you know, and that develops Chris as, you know, who he is. You know, bingo.
Right.
I mean, that's just who he is. I can't call him any other name other than his name. I can't call him out of his name because I don't know Chris personally to call him out his name. Other than that, he is who he is.
I
He
can
is
call him
who he is.
asshole all day long, because he's
Yeah,
been an asshole and
a
he hit a
lot of
child
people have
with a
said,
belt.
yeah, a lot of people have called him some other names and stuff like that, but I can't do it. I can't do it.
But I don't need to know him, nor do I want to know him, because he hit a child with a belt.
Yes. You know,
So
and hence goes the character. Now we go to nature. Now we go to nature. Character is a part of nature, and you can't separate the two. You can never
Right.
do it. You can never
Right.
do it. You know, a person, whoever they are, is who they are. And for another person to say something about, well, maybe they'll change. No,
Nope.
no, not in your time or anybody else's time. They are who they are. The
Okay, I want
color,
to say this about change real quick, and
yeah,
then I'm going to hit play. Change. Okay, the best way I heard this described was by Donnie Wahlberg when he and Jenny McCarthy were doing an interview, and it was probably 8 to 10 years ago. I have the video shared if anybody wants to watch it. It's right at the end, and there is somebody who works in a DV shelter, and she gets up and asks a question about how do you explain to a victim that their abuser will never change? And so Jenny said a few things, because she said that she was in an abusive relationship before she met Donnie. And then Donnie said, he said, think about it like this. And this knocked my socks off. Okay. Like, Donnie's always been my man anyway, but this just made it just way better. So he said, think about like just a New Year's resolution. I'm going to lose 10 pounds this year. I'm going to start eating healthy. I'm going to drink more water. I'm going to get up early and work out. You know, whatever your New Year's resolution is. How hard do you have to work to change your routine to try to do one of those resolutions? And then think about that. If a person is abusive, they can't just flip it off and on. It's something that they have to work for. Okay, when you set the resolution, it's because you want to do it. It's not because you're being forced to do it. It's because it's a goal that you're setting for yourself and you want to achieve it. And it's so freaking hard to do because you're so set in your routine and who you are that it's hard to make those changes. You have to be very dedicated to make those changes. Now, when you're abusive, it's even harder because you can't just flip the switch and say, okay, I'm going to start being better. I'm not going to be abusive anymore. I'm not going to raise my hand, or I'm not going to scream or yell, or, you know, whatever. It's more than that, because it's a mental thing that has to be worked on by a professional. And if you're in that relationship with that abusive person, love is not enough. Your love is not going to make that person change, no matter how much you love them. And you're not only hurting yourself by being in that relationship, but you could also be hurting the person that you're wanting to change, that you're wanting to be a better person. You may be holding them back because maybe you dumping them because of them being abusive will open their eyes, and maybe they will go get the help that they need to become a better person.
I agree.
Okay, so that's just one example of, you know, how hard it is for somebody to change. So Soulshine, I am so sorry that you went through your relationship that you did. And I am so glad that you made it out and that you are here with us today.
Yeah.
Because I know it's not easy. I know it's super rough. And
yeah, because as you expressed, you know, habits, we are creatures of it.
Yeah.
You know, and once you know how to tie your shoe, you can't untie it. Once you know how to get dressed, you can't not know how to get dressed.
Right.
Comb your hair, brush your teeth, all kinds of things we learn by habit. And so to get to a point in life to where someone or something is going to force you to change that habit in an instant, it would have to be traumatic.
Right. And it would have to be major. And what's up, Mike? Hey, stranger. Are you getting up early, or are you just getting ready to go to bed? Mike is one of my friends from my first channel from years
WTF
ago.
Mike is in the building.
Okay. Mike is awesome. Mike is a proud asshole, but he has a huge heart, and I love him. I do. We always would go back and forth because he doesn't believe in the paranormal stuff. He's never experienced it, so he doesn't believe it, and so he would always give me shit about it.
I even brought that up tonight. You know, when you're dealing with the physical and the spiritual, and the two different realms, the hard part is to know that you're taking a look at something that's happening in the physical realm on the plane that we all exist on, and then to try to understand someone coming from an entirely different plane, trying to give you something deciphered or translate or give you some kind of a description from that realm, the spiritual realm, as to what could have occurred in the physical realm. It's hard. It's hard, whether you flip cards, whether you burn candles, whether you do voice box, voice phone, voice whatever.
See, look, he said it's quite simple. If you think you see a ghost, grow up.
I'm just saying.
He's so rotten. I swear, he's so rotten.
It's hard, but one and the same, as I said, you cannot separate. You cannot separate the spiritual from the physical, nor the physical from the spiritual, because we're made up of the same element.
Yep.
Everybody who's living right now is made up of the two combined that make up who you are. You separate the two, and now you have two separate realms.
Yep.
And I can understand those that are will lean toward the spiritual to try to get something, to understand something factual in the physical, and vice versa. If something happens to us on the physical, guess where we go? Everybody says, pray. Everybody goes to God. Everybody goes to the spiritual, and vice versa. And so you can't separate the two. And so I try not to dig too hard on something that I know where I am. If it's a physical thing, then there are physical answers. And if the right people spiritually can operate in the physical to get those answers from the physical, it'll show. And I like what happened to the West case for the two boys out of California, 3 and 4, that lost their life to foster parents that should have never had them.
Yep.
And that, to me, brought the two together. And I said, wow, it does work. There needs to be a patience more so on the physical for the spiritual to work. Because the spiritual can take some time.
I'm just waiting on a ghost to run up to Mike and punch him in his forehead, and he's gonna still say that they're fake.
Yeah, it does take some time, for all of us, we're, like I said, we're here by degrees. All of us are here by degrees. And when I mean degrees, it's age, it's knowledge, it's growth, it's everything physically about who we are.
Right. Well, I grew up with ghosts. I mean, like I said, there were 2 people that were murdered in the house that I grew up in. So for 17 years of my first 23 years of life, I lived with 2 ghosts. Like, it wasn't my imagination. My mom had things happen. Everybody who came into our house had something happen. Like, it wasn't just coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences, So I learned from a very young age. I think that children are more open-minded, and I think that that's why children see ghosts a lot more, I think. But I mean, I learned it from a very young age because I lived it.
So So you had 2 paranormal events when you were young.
No, I had 2 paranormal entities that we lived with.
Okay. Okay.
They were murdered in their house, in their home that they raised their children, and they had 3 daughters. They raised all 3 of them. They were grown and moved out and had families of their own, and the parents were still living in the home. And somebody came in one night when they weren't supposed to be home, and they were druggies, and they freaked out, and one of them stabbed him, and then the other 2 jumped his ass because they said, well, now she's in there. She can identify us. And he said, I'll be right back. And he went in there and took her out too. So it was a brutal incident, and they never left. You know, they never left the house. They were there. We all heard them, every single person. My daughter's father did not believe in ghosts either until he stayed in that house and he heard somebody taking a bath at 3:30 in the morning, and he grabbed his gun and went to the bathroom to see who was playing in the tub because I was asleep right next to him. It wasn't me. And when he opened the bathroom door, the bathtub was bone dry.
Now, see, you remembered that. And that went internally with you. You carried that from there to now.
Yeah,
And
that was 22 years ago. When that happened, that was 22 years ago.
And once again, you know, it goes to character. It goes to what you've incorporated over time that has affected you in a way to where you'll never forget it.
Yep.
Ever.
Oh, I remember my first paranormal experience. That was when my mom and my baby brother and I were laying in bed, and my brother's dad was supposed to be getting home from work, and we had pushed the bedroom door closed so that if he turned on the hallway light, it wouldn't shine into the bedroom and wake up my baby brother. And my mom and I were laying there talking, and we heard 3 knocks on the bedroom door. And my mom said, "Come in, we're still awake." And nobody came in. And she said it multiple times. And then she finally said, "Get up and go tell him we're still awake." He obviously just didn't hear me. So I get up and open the bedroom door and look out into the living room, which had a picture window so I could see out into the driveway. And his vehicle was not in the driveway. He wasn't home yet. And we were the only 3 in the house: my mom, my baby brother, and myself.
Look at that.
I was 6 years old. And I remember like it was yesterday.
Look at the detail of what you just said. See? So it only goes to prove both of our points covering this case, you know, regarding Chris and Katie. You know, these 2 people got together. There's similarities, there's some complexities, but they got together. They decided to get together, however which way they did. I believe there's an overlapping on Chris's side. There's a lot of pressure pertaining to how he was living his life, and maybe Katie too. Who knows?
Right.
She wanted to get out of a previous. He was coming out of a previous, and then all of a sudden the chemistry blended together to say, yeah, we can do this.
Yep, exactly.
You know.
All right, I'm going to play a little bit more. We are 17 minutes away from an 8-hour-long live stream.
Yeah, look at
John.
you. Yeah,
We're going back.
You're rolling the dice tonight. Okay.
We're going back to my old school streaming on my other channel, on my art channel. Mike will tell you, I would stand in my craft room so that I could read my phone on my, because I stream from my phone back then, and I would put it above my desk so that you could see the project that I was working on, and I had to stand up to be able to read the chat. Plus,
now you think about it. The thing about this live, I have never ever done this kind of a live with anybody this long. You know, I mean, I came a little late, but you know, I'd
Right.
say about 7 hours out of the 1 hour that the live is. But I have never done a lot. You don't catch John Q all the way through the morning into the morning itself.
Right.
On
The sun
my
is
channel
up.
ever. So
Yeah, the sun is up. It's daylight outside now. My night vision has turned off on my security cameras on the outside. So the birds have already been up for a little while chirping. Okay, so we only have 15 minutes to play one more little clip here and then wrap it up. So I want to try to end before 7 o'clock.
Okay.
No, it's going to be after 7 o'clock. I'm sorry. It's 9 minutes till 7 now. Okay. Before 7:30, I told my husband I was not going to be up all night, and now I'm going to be in trouble because he's going to get up to go pee, and I'm still going to be out here talking, and he's going to come out here and look at me and shake his head and go right back to bed. I promise.
He's going to be shaking his finger at you to say, "Hey, why do I have a cold pillow next to me?"
Oh, no, he knows better than to shake his finger at me, but he'll shake his head. Mohawk Mom, I had my husband do it. He came through here right after that had happened, and I told him and asked him if he would lock my truck. So he did. Thank you for reminding me. I have the little key hanging on the front door that has the little, key fob thing where you just got to hit a button. So he didn't even have to go outside to do it. All right. I'm going to play some more of Aiden here.
Okay.
All right. Here we go.
Because she could be. The important part here is that we now know that Chris is willing to lie about his history with Faith, and that he definitely lied about the timing of this TPO. The question is why, and how does that connect to the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers?
You know what? Actually, right there is a perfect place to stop because it was at the end of that part, and he even put the black screen up and said, "It's a new section connecting the dots." That's where we're going to stop, and that's where we'll pick it up on part 2.
There you go, Mandy. There you go.
That worked out perfectly. And that's right, Sandwich. The finger would be a nubbin, okay? It would be a whole nubbin, a nub, because it would be broken off if he waved it at me. That's right. That's right. Oh my goodness.
But
That was a lot though, right?
I have definitely enjoyed a live. Like I said, I don't do them this long, but tonight was, I learned every single time I'm connected with this case from the content creators that you've had on panel. Always.
Yes, me too. And I love it.
For you to stretch and flex the way you have to hold your platform this long, much love to you. Much love to you.
I'm not quite sure how we pulled it off, but you definitely have been helping in that. Okay. I don't think I would have been able to do it on my own. So I appreciate you coming up here and being a part of it and bouncing ideas back and forth. I always love these panels. I mean, I have heard other people say, that they don't want the drama, but yet they're still doing drama, or, they want to focus on the case, but yet when they go live, they're not talking about the case, or they're bashing one of the parents, or, I like it that we're not bashing the parents. We're not, I call Chris an asshole because he's an asshole. He hit a child with a belt. He will always be an asshole in my mind. But, I'm not making fun of the way he looks or, calling him funky names, whatever. I'm not bashing the parents, and nobody is. We're discussing possibilities that could have happened and what we think could have happened. And everybody, chat, panel, all of us, even people on the replay. Hey, if you've made it almost 8 hours on the replay, thank you for watching till the end. Nobody comes in and says any like shitty things about them. You know, they may have strong feelings about things, but they're not, you know, making fat jokes or, you know, whatever, you know, and I appreciate that. It's not drama. There's no arguing. People, if they disagree, they talk it out. They don't fight it out. And I appreciate that, whether you're in the chat, whether you're on panel, or whether you're in the comments afterwards. So I wanted to let you guys know that. I really do appreciate it. I have enjoyed it way more than I can put into words.
Well, I have to say, Miss Mandy, you know how to hold it down. That's for sure. You know, but I'm going to jump down. I say good morning to every single one of you out there still with us, hanging in, covering Sebastian Rogers' case. It's been an experience for all of us. And I hope you're having your coffee. Maybe not having your coffee, but getting ready to go to bed. Maybe just coming up out of your bed and having your cup of coffee. Make sure to put some whipped cream in your coffee. Build it up about 3 to 4 inches high so that this way, when you get that first sip, your nose gets the cream.
Yummy, yummy. Well, this is what, hold on here. Let me stop sharing. This is what I am drinking. Hold on, let me find it here.
Okay. Look out.
It's a chai tea latte concentrate, and I mix milk with it. And it says to do half and half, but I don't. I do like 2/3 of this to like 1/3 of milk, and it is just perfect. So that's what I always have in my cup here. That's
you got to try it once.
Good.
Just do it once. Do it once for me. If you go to the store and you can get some Ready Whip, put it in the refrigerator, and the next time you have a nice tall cup of coffee, and you put your cream in, you put your sugar in, and you have everything perfect, throw at least 2.5, 3.5, 4 inches of good. So I promise you, it'll make your day. It'll make your day. With no top, you don't have to put a lid on it, but just put a nice, good swirl up on top, and don't cheat. Don't use a straw to get to your coffee. I want you to take your lips and put it on the cup that you're drinking from, and just go ahead and take that first sip. And I promise you.
And then you get whipped cream in your nose, John.
There you go. That's the point.
In your nose?
You get the whipped cream to make your day, because once you get tickled by it once, you're going to laugh. You are going to say, I can't believe I did that.
Oh my goodness.
And everyone that knows me, I've told that story to oh my God, more so than I can. And people don't let me live it down because I said that story. They probably tried it themselves and said, oh my God, John Q is right. You know, it does make you smile.
You said that during the fundraiser.
Yes, I did.
For summer, because I remember the first time that I had heard, like I heard you say it, I was there during that live stream, but then I heard somebody else say, they were talking about it, of course, and it was the drama, you know, of course, talking shit. And so then it was so inappropriate because you were talking about whipped cream on your nose and just dip it in or something, you know, making it into a horrible thing because you made a joke, you know, or a suggestion, however you worded it. They just freaked out about it. But that was, I remember that because I had to go back and listen again. I was like, I heard him talk about that whipped cream and it wasn't anything like what you're trying to insinuate it was.
Yeah. I mean,
love that.
if people can't follow instructions properly, then they can mess it up.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there was a good portion of people that messed it up.
That's right.
But to have a successful fundraiser for a missing child that went missing at 5 years of age out of Rogersville, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't do too bad raising the funds on a platform like YouTube for the very first time it's ever taken place, and to successfully have those funds and every single penny transferred over to the Civis Bank, which they were the ones responsible for the reward funds, and then have that go to the Churchill Rescue Squad was the monitor at the time. And since Summer wasn't found, there was some kind of a cutoff, a timeline, or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
If she wasn't found in 6 months or something like that, then we'd have to relinquish the funds over to, and wherever they designated the funds to, which was the Children's Advocacy Center that was there. I have to say, everything that we hoped to happen, from the marathon to the people that were involved all over the world, to raise $32,000 and change, just give or take.
Yep.
And that's all it was. That's all it was. That's all we did, that little portion. For it to make it all the way to the very end, to the Children's Advocacy Center, and have them recognize how much they received outside of the big grand total of, I think it was 78 and change thousands of dollars, and they only got the portion that was actually created and made from YouTube. It was astonishing.
Yep.
It blew my mind. I said, okay, nobody went to jail, nobody's arrested, no FBI, no tax auditors,
right.
all that bullshit, that bull stuff,
Yep. It was bullshit. You can say it.
It was a very successful run, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life.
I donated, and I was proud to donate. So I know where my money went. I trusted Miss Q, period. So that's that, I think the people that were trying to blow it up into something that it wasn't were people who did not donate. And the people who requested their refunds got them.
And they did. Yep.
Yeah. So sit on it and spin. And here we are. And I've been putting Summer on the screen as you've been talking about her. And I'm going to go ahead and pop up Sebastian here now. I know I showed this earlier, but I'm going to show it again because Sebastian is still missing. Same as Summer. She is still missing also. Both out of Tennessee. So 1-800-TBI-FIND if you have any information about either one of them. And until they're found, until they get justice, we discuss it. We don't let their name get lost in the shuffle. And, the West Boys are also still missing. And I have this right here. This is the bio cousin, Roro. And this is the boys' drawing that I did. And they made it into shirts and put it on a birthday cake and put it on birthday balloons. And it was so amazing to see my drawing in California. I couldn't be there. but I was there in one way or another. I was there. So such an honor.
Oh yeah. You know, to cover cases like this is, it's always challenging. It's hard.
Yeah.
Because, you know, someone is missing a loved one. These children just don't go missing by themselves.
That's right.
You know,
kids don't just vanish. And people hear that and they say, yes, they do. Kids vanish every day. No, kids do not just vanish. Somebody knows something. Somebody knows. Somebody knows what happened to this child and these children and to this woman. Somebody knows something. People don't just vanish. Children don't just vanish.
They don't. And we all know that.
That's right.
All of us know that. We know that. They just don't do it.
That's right. Thank you, Janine.
Unless something happens. And then when you have cause and effect happen, that's how they go missing. And it's only out of cause and effect. That is the physical realm where God put truth right there, right before us, not to mess it up. When you know that the light turns red at the intersection, guess what you do? You stop. When the light turns green, you go. That is the truth. Well, hence the truth in these cases are the same way. When you see something that don't look right, don't sound right, there ain't no way it could be right.
Right.
You know it. You know it instinctively, naturally, from your own nature, you know it. You
Absolutely.
know? But Miss Mandy, I love you. I love everybody that was on panel tonight. Thank you so much for having me. And I promise I won't be late for the next one. I was doing my little crazy thing, but I'm going to jump down, let you close out. Much love to everybody this morning that stuck it out all the way through the night into the morning with us, carrying the information still on the Sebastian Rogers case. We're still working. We're still working on this.
Always.
All of us.
Always.
All
Until justice is served, always.
Absolutely.
Always.
So much love to you. Get some sleep, and we'll see you on the next one.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Hey Jude. Your drawing of summer was so beautiful, too. So beautiful. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I want you guys, before we end, okay, I know a lot of people have already checked out, and I appreciate every one of you that are still here, still kicking. Marissy, we are going to end the stream with some giggles, okay? A couple of them. I got 2 different giggles to share. But I want you guys to tell me in the comments real quick, while I'm playing the giggles, what is your biggest takeaway from all of the stuff that we talked about tonight? I mean, 8 hours. I can't believe. I can't believe we did 8 hours. I'm still in shock. But what is your biggest takeaway of what you learned or what we discussed or what you heard in tonight's live stream? Like, what's the biggest thing that has stuck out to you the most? And we're going to play the first set of giggles here. Love it. I love it. Love it. All right. Juanita said the lies. Mohawk Mom said the biggest takeaway is Chris is a habitual liar. Ooh, that's a good one. That there is more eyes that see through Chris's BS and not just us. Absolutely. Aw, thank you, Marissy. Aw, I appreciate you so much. Okay, let me play the thank you song first before we play the second set of giggles. Whoop, whoop. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Thank you so much. She is a doll. She is getting her back twofers in, and yesterday, well, before I came live, so yesterday was a rough day. She's not talking and being able to explain that she's in pain or where it hurts or, any of that yet. And she just kept like putting her hands on her cheeks and squeezing, and then she would cry. And I just, oh my goodness, I felt so bad. I gave her a teether. I gave her Motrin. I gave her Tylenol. It was a long day. So I'm hoping that today is better. But Mama and I were just like, we felt like we couldn't make it better. The medicine would help for a little bit, and then it would start to wear off. And then that's when we would kick in with the other medicine and try to get it before it got too hard. And I just feel so bad because I know teeth, I swear, I don't know how, but teeth hurt so bad. The tooth pain, there's nothing like it. Nothing like it. Chris's violence is progressive. That is a good one, Sam. Yes, the psychology behind Chris and Katie is everything. Ooh, see, you guys are good. We may not have all the answers, but we're asking the right questions. I can see Giggles doing this dance soon too. Oh, she dances. She puts one foot like in front of her and then rocks back and forth. Like she'll rock her shoulders and her hips back and forth. And that's her dancing right now. I'm trying to get her to like wiggle her hips a little bit, but she was laughing at me last night. I was holding on to the back of her pants and I was shaking her booty back and forth. And I was going wiggle, 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 wiggle. And she was cracking up. Oh, it was so funny. She is just the best thing ever. Ever, ever. Katie's story changed from we went home to unload groceries, then to eat in first interview. Then in Nancy's, we went bowling and went to eat. No putting groceries away. Right? There's a few different versions that have altered. Yes. Just keep asking. Hey Jude, she does. She has, I call it a teether. We have 3 of them, and they're like a silicone type thing with a liquid inside, and we put them in the deep freeze and we rotate them out, and she just wasn't feeling it. It just wasn't making her happy. Unfortunately. I definitely will give her a big hug. Put a little whiskey into our baby's teeth. Yeah, I know, Funtuski. I'm pretty sure that my mom probably did that with me. I'm sure she did. I don't think she's ever admitted to it, or I don't know if I've even ever asked her. But wet face cloths and freeze them, and ours would chew on them, and it helped. Yes, my daughter and I had talked about that when last time when her mouth was hurting her really bad that night, and I didn't even think about that. Robin. Cold pickles. No. I guess as long as it's not a sour pickle. Because those are gross. We don't like those gross pickles. Yeah, and she's really picky about stuff though. She's very picky about what she eats. So the ice cream, she loves ice cream, but she doesn't really like popsicles. Okay, Marissy, I don't know what that is. Bonyella? Bongella? I'm not sure that I've heard that. I don't know what it is. Tell me what it is. I'm going to play the second set of giggles. You guys keep letting me know what your biggest takeaway from tonight's live stream. And we're going to listen to our second set of giggles. Here we go. Oh my goodness, she's so cute. Pudding Pops, Mohawk Mom, that is a good idea. I have some chocolate pudding right now, the pudding cups. Oh my goodness. I could put the popsicle sticks right in and put them in the freezer, and I'm going to have to do that. Thank you. That's a good idea. Got a teething bone for dogs you soak in water or broth and then freeze. Got a new one for their baby and soaked in water with a little juice. Really? A dog bone? Oh my goodness. Oh, Sandwich, it is too early for that shit. Okay, well, you guys go over and check out Bullhorn Betty at 7:17 in the morning. I'm going to go to bed. Oh, yes, we have some Orajel. The dentist actually told us not to use Orajel though, because they said that it eats the outside, like the top layer of the gums off, and it's not healthy to use the Orajel. So we only use that like if it's our last resort. So luckily we didn't make it to that last night, but right? I love the giggles. I love the giggles. Oh wait, did you say, hold on. It's an aniseed flavor. They were taking it off of the market? Right. Well, off of the gums, like not off of the teeth, but actually like I think she said it takes like the top layer of the gums off. 9:30 p.m. Saturday night. You don't want nightmares? You silly girl. You're so silly. All right. I appreciate you guys so much. So much. I'm going to kind of branch off of what Justin says, okay? You could have been anywhere during this whole 8 hours and 11 minutes, and you spent it here. You're here right now. And I appreciate that, because time is so precious, and time is something that we can never get back. And I appreciate you spending your precious time here with me and my amazing panel guest. The panel guests, make sure that you're subscribed to everybody. I've dropped their links in the chat. I'll do it one more time here. We'll do the Lore Lodge because we played his awesome video. So make sure that you are subscribed to Mr. Aiden. And then we had Tammie and Justin and Brittney and Mr. John Q. And of course, beautiful Cher and amazing Mr. Mark. Make sure that you are subscribed to all of these amazing channels. I seriously, I feel honored to be able to have them on my panel and have each one of you in my chat. Like, I love you guys. I really do. I cannot explain how awesome it is to know that I don't have to watch every single chat that comes through, because I know you guys are going to be respectful. You're not going to be in here being assholes to each other or arguing, or, there's not going to be drama in the chat. And I love that. I appreciate that. I've had one mod pretty much in here all night. Hey, Jude. Thank you. Everybody give a round of applause for Hey Jude for being here almost I think the entire live, right? Hey Jude has been here the entire live. And I think Hey Jude has been basically the only mod that I've had in here. I think there were a couple earlier. But that's awesome. That is so awesome. And I appreciate that so much. So much. Hey Jude is freaking awesome. Awesome, awesome. Mike came in for a little bit. He has a wrench, but he doesn't really use it, you know. And I know there were other mods in the beginning, but they bowed out. And Hey Jude stuck it out. And Hey Jude is still here. So thank you so much. And welcome to all the new members. Welcome to the squad. I am so excited. I do have some posts that are for squad members only. And I am thinking about doing member live streams where I do card readings just for the members only. Like it'll be, I'm trying to decide if I wanted to do it as a public stream, but only have the chat be members, or if I want to do it private, like as a private stream for only the members. But I want to do something like that. I want to be able to get to know you guys a little bit better and maybe pull a few cards, you know, maybe answer a couple questions that you might have for an ancestor or your spirit guide or, you know, something like that, something along those lines. So, right, Mike has gone fishing. He is out of here. Early bird gets the worm. So that's something that I'm thinking about. And so hopefully we'll be able to get that going. I also want to let you guys know that my son starts school next week. After he starts school, the following week, I'm going to start doing 2 live streams a week at the very least. I'm going to do 1 daytime stream and 1 nighttime stream. And that is the minimum. I want to do more than that, but that's where I want to start out. So be prepared for that. I don't know when it's going to be. It'll probably still be random like these have been. I'll try to schedule them in advance the best that I can. And same with the member streams. I want to do some type of member stream for you guys where we can just chill and relax and, you know, just kind of play around and I can break out my cards and we can just chill and have a relaxed time, you know? So, yeah. I think that's it. Everybody hit the thumbs up. And thank you for every single person who joined the membership, who gifted memberships, super chats. You guys are super amazing. And I think my brain is so exhausted right now. I love you guys so much. Thank you. And may you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And may you have the sweetest dreams if you are getting ready to go to sleep. And until next time, I love you bunches.